Yo, Atlas speaking and welcome to part 13 of What If I Was Reborn in Naruto as the Akatsuki Mastermind controlling Shinobi history. Let the tale begin. Chapter 331, The Ninja Who Wielded a Blade Against the Mizukage. In the ninja world, becoming the leader of one of the 5 great shinobi villages is no easy task. Selecting the right person to become one of the 5 Kage is even harder. First, the candidate must possess sufficient strength to intimidate the village's troublemakers. Second, they must gain the approval of the internal interest groups within the village to secure their position. Finally, and most crucially, they need luck, something that might seem insignificant but is actually of great importance. The newly appointed 5th Kazekage, Sasori, is the perfect example. Sasori was able to kill the 3rd Kazekage and fight a tailed beast head-on, proving he had the strength to become Kazekage. As elders of Sunagakure, Chiyo and Ebizo were his strongest supporters, helping him consolidate his position as Kazekage. But without the command that allowed Sasori to take control of Sunagakure, he would still be a wandering rogue ninja. Because of this, Byakuya believed that strength, background, and luck are the 3 essential elements to becoming a Kage. If any of these 3 elements are missing, the only way to become the leader of a shinobi village would be through a coup d'état. However, throughout the entire ninja world, aside from the Akatsuki organization, there have been no successful cases of seizing power. Whether it was the rebellion led by the Gold and Silver Brothers in Kirigakure decades ago or the recent Uchiha coup, they all ended in failure without exception. The reason is simple: if they were truly in a winning position, they wouldn't need to stage a coup. Only when they are at a comprehensive disadvantage would they take desperate measures as a last resort. However, Kirigakure is an exception. Unlike other villages that prioritize strength and background, Kirigakure fully implements the brutal law of the jungle. Not only do graduates have to kill their fellow comrades as part of their final exam, but even the selection of the Mizukage is devoid of any formal election process. As long as one possesses the strongest strength in Kirigakure, they can become the new Mizukage. This method of selection has made the Mizukage the shortest-lived among the 5 Kage and has indirectly caused Kirigakure to fall into severe internal strife. Despite possessing strength comparable to Iwagakure and Kumogakure, Kirigakure has been unable to become the offshore balancer of the ninja world. Instead, in endless internal conflict, it has declined to the level of a second-rate shinobi village like Sunagakure. After reflecting on Kirigakure's past and present, Byakuya rested his chin on his hand, contemplating the suitable candidates for Mizukage. After the turmoil caused by Madara, Uchiha, and Obito, there weren't many ninjas left in Kirigakure who were capable of competing for the position of Mizukage. With the support of Master Jinjutsu and wielding 2 Kekkai Jinkai, Meitorumi was one candidate. Another was Mangetsu Hozuki, who hailed from the Hozuki clan and wielded the dual swords Hiramakiri. Other ninjas either lacked the ability or qualifications to become Mizukage, or they had already become rogue ninjas. This wasn't due to a lack of talent in Kirigakure. Heck, on the contrary, the village had no shortage of ninja with Kage-level strength. Prodigies like Kimimaro of the Kagaya clan and Kisame Hashigaki from the Kirigakure Umbu would both achieve Kage-level strength in the future. However, for various reasons, these individuals left Kirigakure and served other factions. For example, there happened to be a rogue ninja from Kirigakure currently residing in Amigakure. This rogue ninja was none other than Juzo Biwa, the original wielder of the Kubikuri Bocho, who had fled Kirigakure out of dissatisfaction with the 4th Mizukage's tyranny. Thinking of Juzo, Byakuya wasted no time and immediately left the Akatsuki base. Juzo was currently under Nagato's command, most likely stationed at some construction site in the Land of Rain, dedicating his youth and effort to the country's development. Speaking of how Nagato recruited Juzo, Byakuya could only say that fate played a significant role in bringing them together. During one of Nagato's missions, he and Juzo encountered a group of bandits simultaneously. After joining forces to take them down, Nagato extended an invitation to Juzo. At the time, Juzo had no particular destination in mind, so he casually agreed to Nagato's request. It wasn't until he arrived at Amigakure that Juzo realized something was off, but by then, he had unwittingly become a member of the Akatsuki. Not long after, Byakuya arrived at a large hydraulic project site in Amigakure. Nagato was using Shinra Tensei and Bansho Tenin to move bricks, while Juzo was employing water release techniques to transfer accumulated water into nearby ditches. The two worked seamlessly together, as if they'd been partners for years. After patiently waiting for Nagato and Juzo to finish their work, Byakuya approached them with a smile and greeted them. "Nagato, long time no see. How have you been lately?" Nagato nodded, then turned to face Byakuya with a frown. "I'm doing fine. But what are you doing here? You've always avoided construction sites." "Just came to check on you." Byakuya rolled his eyes and whistled. Nagato shot him a wary look, then sighed helplessly. "It's usually Yahiko and I who come to you. There's no way you'd actively seek us out. Spit it out, what's the real reason you're here?" Realizing Nagato had seen through his facade, Byakuya dropped the act and pointed at Juzo. "Nagato, I need to make a trip to Kirigakure soon, but I'm short on a guide. I heard you have a subordinate from Kirigakure, so I came to borrow him." "Borrow him?" Nagato's expression shifted before he asked, "What are you planning to do in Kirigakure? You're not thinking about making a move on the Mizukage, are you? Every time you visit another village, something bad happens." Byakuya was momentarily at a loss for words after hearing that. It seemed Nagato wasn't wrong. Trouble did seem to follow Byakuya wherever he went. When he visited Konoha, the Nine-Tails incident occurred. When he went to Sunagakure, the Kazekage ended up being replaced. Seeing Byakuya fall silent, Nagato knew he'd hit the mark. It was clear Byakuya had big plans for his trip to Kirigakure, likely targeting the village itself. But since Byakuya's actions were always for the Akatsuki's benefit, with the entire organization ultimately reaping the rewards, Nagato couldn't exactly object. After a light sigh, Nagato said, "Fine, Byakuya. I'll leave Juzo to you. He's a good man, though not particularly strong. Just make sure your plans don't get him caught up in unnecessary trouble." Juzo, a good man who wasn't particularly strong. Byakuya didn't know how to respond to that. Since when had Juzo Biwa, a member of the Seven Ninja Swordsmen, been considered a good man? And as for his strength, Juzo was at least at the level of an elite jonin, which was certainly not weak. But compared to Nagato, it was true Juzo wasn't on the same level. Nagato and Byakuya were undoubtedly the two strongest members of the Akatsuki. Nagato waved his hand and walked over to Juzo. Before letting Juzo accompany Byakuya on this mission, he wanted to teach him a few things to avoid unnecessary trouble. Juzo, who was already thoroughly confused, had no idea what was going on. Having spent most of his time with Nagato, he wasn't familiar with Sasori, but he did have some impression of Byakuya. Though Byakuya was officially just a department head in Amigakure, his strength was formidable, and his status in the village seemed to subtly surpass that of Yahiko, the leader. In reality, Byakuya was the true power behind the scenes. Chapter 332, Zabuza Momochi. Half an hour later, Byakuya and Juzo left the construction site together. After hearing about Byakuya's exploits from Nagato, Juzo couldn't hide his shock as he glanced at the seemingly harmless young man beside him. This youth was not only one of the most fearsome individuals in Amigakure but possibly in the entire shinobi world. 8 or 9 years ago, during the Akatsuki's confrontation with Hanzo of the Salamander and Danzo, it was Byakuya who stepped forward and defeated Hanzo. In other words, Byakuya had already reached the pinnacle of the shinobi world nearly a decade ago. As for his current strength, even Nagato wasn't sure of its limits. Additionally, according to Nagato, the recent change in leadership in Sunagakure was also connected to Byakuya. Before Byakuya arrived, the fourth Kazekage had been the supreme leader of Sunagakure. Now, however, the fourth Kazekage was a fugitive, wanted by his own village. If Byakuya truly had such capabilities, then this trip to Kirigakure. Juzo didn't dare to continue that line of thought. Swallowing nervously, he silently followed Byakuya, unable to imagine what awaited Kirigakure in the near future. Even though he was in exile, Juzo had spent many years in Kirigakure and still held some feelings for the village. Noticing Juzo's thoughts, Byakuya turned his head, smiling as he said, "Juzo, since we have time, why don't you tell me about the structure of Kirigakure's Jonin and its power dynamics?" Juzo's body stiffened, and he hesitated before asking, "Byakuya-sama, are you really planning to take action against Kirigakure and the fourth Mizukage, as Nagato-sama suggested?" Byakuya glanced at Juzo and replied, "Why is everyone so convinced I'm targeting Kirigakure?" Juzo didn't hold back and explained, "Nagato-sama mentioned some details about you. Since you've previously made moves against Sunagakure, it's likely you have similar plans for Kirigakure this time. Besides, a powerful shinobi like you wouldn't leave your base without a significant reason. Nagato sure trusts you a lot, sharing such intel." With a soft snort, Byakuya fixed his gaze on Juzo. "Yes, I'm planning to make a move on Kirigakure. But you're in exile now, a part of Amigakure. What does Kirigakure have to do with you anymore?" Juzo fell silent. He had never been good with words. Seeing this, Byakuya knew he needed to work on Juzo's mindset. Though Juzo had once been overwhelmed by Might Guy's 8 gates, he was still one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, a key figure in Kirigakure. Smiling faintly, Byakuya asked, "Juzo, you've spent quite a bit of time under Nagato's command. What do you think of the Akatsuki?" After a moment of contemplation, Juzo replied, "The Akatsuki is the best organization I've ever encountered. No other group has made ninjutsu accessible and shared it with the common people like this." Hearing this, Byakuya followed up, "And what about Kirigakure? How does it compare to the Akatsuki?" Juzo answered without hesitation, "Kirigakure is far inferior to the Akatsuki." Though he had grown up in Kirigakure, Juzo's attachment was to the people and memories of the past, those moments of camaraderie when comrades went easy on each other during the harsh exams, not to the village itself. To put it bluntly, Kirigakure was the worst place in the entire shinobi world. During his time as an exile, Juzo had traveled to many places and encountered various shinobi organizations. Some were mild, others harsh, but none were as extreme as Kirigakure. He could never forget the feeling of killing an opponent during his graduation exam, nor could he forget the pain of executing his own subordinates. Every rule in Kirigakure was devoid of humanity, steeped in cruelty and bloodshed. Compared to that, the Akatsuki was practically a paradise. This was the reason he had chosen to join Amigakure. Recovering from his grim memories, Juzo turned to Byakuya with a serious expression and asked, "Byakuya-sama, are you going to Kirigakure this time to save the village?" Staring at Juzo, who had undergone such a dramatic shift in attitude within a short time, Byakuya froze for a moment. In a world rife with chaos and brutality, the Akatsuki organization, despite its flaws, was a paradise compared to Kirigakure. Fueled by Yahiko and Nagato's charismatic persuasion, Juzo's devotion to the Akatsuki was, in hindsight, entirely understandable. Faced with Juzo's fervent enthusiasm, Byakuya shook his head slightly and replied, "I'm not going to Kirigakure to save it. Only the ninjas of Kirigakure can save their village. I can provide assistance, but I won't take action on my own initiative. If you have any good ideas, feel free to share them." Hearing this, Juzo's expression dimmed. This approach was very much in line with the Akatsuki's principles. If the Akatsuki were truly heading to Kirigakure to conquer and wreak havoc, Juzo wasn't sure which side he would end up on. However, even with Byakuya leaving the choice in his hands, Juzo found himself powerless to come up with a way to save the village. Several years ago, when the fourth Mizukage had issued the order to exterminate the bloodline clans, Juzo had merely stood by and watched as the chaos unfolded. In the end, he chose not to intervene, quietly leaving the land of water. Now, with no viable plans and no real desire to return to Kirigakure, Juzo found himself unsure of his place. Seeing the troubled look on Juzo's face, Byakuya didn't press further. Internally, however, he decided that Juzo was not a viable candidate to replace the fourth Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi. After half a month of travel, filled with stops and delays, Byakuya and Juzo finally reached the eastern coastline of the Land of Fire. All that remained was to board a ship to reach the Land of Water. During these 2 weeks, they had scoured the black markets for intelligence on the land of water. Following years of relentless purges, the bloodline clans within the land of water had been almost completely annihilated. Countless Kirigakure shinobi had been implicated, many becoming rogue ninjas scattered across different nations. Along the way, Byakuya and Juzo encountered several Kirigakure defectors. However, none of them had the resolve or spirit Byakuya sought, and he dismissed them all as unworthy of becoming pawns in his plans. At their final stop, a black market in the eastern land of fire, Byakuya's eyes caught a familiar name on a bounty poster. His lips curled into a smile as he silently finalized his choice. Zabuza Momochi, S-rank rogue ninja from Kirigakure. Specialist in silent killing techniques. Wanted for attempting to assassinate the Mizukage. Standing beside Byakuya, Juzo also noticed the bounty. His expression shifted subtly upon reading Zabuza Momochi's crime, and a look of quiet satisfaction appeared on his face. After all these years under the reign of the fourth Mizukage, someone had finally dared to make an attempt on his life. It was something Juzo had long dreamed of doing, but never dared to attempt. Chapter 333, We Finally Meet. When Byakuya and Juzo Biwa found Zabuza, he was under siege by a squad of Kirigakure Umbu. From their chakra levels, it seemed that this Umbu squad's strength was around that of Chunin, with only the team leader barely reaching the chakra capacity of a Jonin. Such a squad was no match for Zabuza, and the outcome had already been determined from the start. Realizing this, Byakuya and Juzo decided not to reveal themselves immediately. They hid in the shadows to observe Zabuza and assess what kind of shinobi he truly was. Unaware of the hidden observers, the Kirigakure squad formed a battle formation, surrounding Zabuza. Their eyes carried a mix of complex emotions. Zabuza was a well-known figure in Kirigakure. During his time at the academy, he had already displayed astonishing talent. His infamous reputation was cemented during the graduation exam, where he killed every single one of his peers, leaving Kirigakure without dozens of fresh Chunin. This act caused an uproar in the village and sparked heated discussions. While Zabuza's actions technically adhered to the rules of the graduation exam, only shinobi who emerged victorious in life and death battles were deemed suitable under the Village of the Bloody Mist standard. It posed a serious problem for the village. Zabuza's actions had harmed Kirigakure's interests. If every student were to follow his example, Kirigakure would run out of shinobi in less than 5 years. After much deliberation, the higher-ups in Kirigakure ultimately abolished the rule that allowed students to kill their peers during graduation exams. In this way, though Zabuza had slaughtered dozens of his classmates, his actions indirectly saved countless future academy students in Kirigakure. In this regard, many shinobi owed Zabuza a debt of gratitude. After graduating, Zabuza continued to excel. In his first year in the Umbu, he managed to assassinate a special jonin from Kirigakure, earning him a nomination as a potential member of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen of the Mist. Had it not been for Zabuza's attempt to assassinate the 4th Mizukage, he would likely already be one of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen. At this thought, the Kirigakure squad leader addressed Zabuza, "Zabuza-sama, come back to the village with us. Although you attempted to assassinate the Mizukage, it must have been due to deception by others. The Mizukage highly values talent. If you sincerely apologize, I believe the Mizukage will forgive your mistake. We truly don't wish to fight you." Upon hearing this, Zabuza sneered as if he had just heard the most ridiculous joke. He let out a few cold chuckles before replying, "Deceived into assassinating the Mizukage? The attempt was entirely my decision. Ever since Yagura Karatachi became Mizukage, he has never issued an order beneficial to the village. Such a worthless leader has no right to hold the title of Mizukage." Zabuza tilted his head and let out a menacing smile. "My last assassination attempt failed because I wasn't strong enough. Once I find the right opportunity, I will return to the village and challenge Yagura again. But as for you all, after tailing me for so long, do you really think I won't kill you?" Hearing these words, the Kirigakure squad exchanged glances before launching an attack on Zabuza, striking from the front, sides, and rear simultaneously. The Umbu's attacks weren't flashy or concerned with honor but were designed to efficiently eliminate their target. A well-trained Shunin-level Umbu squad had even managed to assassinate Jonin from the 5 great shinobi villages in the past. After all, even Jonin couldn't maintain a state of constant vigilance. As a former Umbu, Zabuza understood their tactics perfectly. He knew that being caught in their trap would be dangerous. Quickly forming hand seals, Zabuza performed the hidden mist technique. Within the span of a single breath, the surrounding forest was shrouded in thick mist. This dense mist, infused with chakra, obstructed both vision and certain chakra-sensing techniques. Taking a deep breath, Zabuza unsheathed his short sword and moved like a shadow through the mist, picking off the Kirigakure squad one by one. While the Umbu members also knew the hidden mist technique, their proficiency and mastery were far inferior to Zabuza's. Amid muffled sounds within the fog, one Kirigakure Umbu member after another fell to the ground. Glancing at the unconscious Kirigakure Umbu on the ground, Zabuza gritted his teeth. He didn't want to kill his former comrades, but if he didn't teach them a lesson, they would keep following him like flies, causing endless trouble. After erasing his footprints and masking his scent, Zabuza slipped into the forest. Not far behind, Byakuya and Biwa watched Zabuza disappear into the distance. They exchanged a glance and used the transformation jutsu to disguise themselves as Kirigakure Umbu before pursuing him. Tracking Zabuza's position, Byakuya chuckled and said, "Biwa, it seems the demon Zabuza isn't as ruthless as the rumors say. He spared those pursuers." Juzo looked in the direction Zabuza had gone, lost in thought. Seeing Zabuza reminded him of his younger self. Back then, he too was bold and spirited like Zabuza. But over time, he had grown quiet and withdrawn, avoiding problems instead of confronting them head-on. After following Zabuza for an hour, Byakuya and Juzo arrived at a valley. In the middle of the valley stood a small hunter's cabin. Zabuza pushed the door open and walked inside. A boy dressed in a ninja outfit poked his head out, scanned his surroundings, then closed the door behind Zabuza. Noticing a wound on Zabuza, the boy's face filled with concern. "Zabuza-sama, you're hurt. Let me bandage you right away. Did you run into enemies? Were they pursuers from Kirigakure?" Zabuza nodded and replied, "You're right, but those Kirigakure pursuers were no match for me. I took care of them all in just a minute." "Just a minute?" Haku looked surprised, then lowered his head in self-blame. "But you still got hurt. If it weren't for having to take care of me, you wouldn't have to hide out in a place like this." Zabuza frowned, glaring at Haku. "Who do you think you are? You're nothing but a tool to me. Don't question my decisions. Until you grow into a proper tool, I won't allow anything to happen to you. Now go make me some food. I'm starving." Hearing this, Haku quickly nodded and headed toward the kitchen. As he walked out of the cabin, a faint smile appeared on his face. Though Zabuza-sama always acted harsh, he was actually a very kind person. Without Zabuza-sama, Haku would have starved to death on the streets of the Land of Water, or worse, been hunted down and killed by Kirigakure shinobi for his Kekei Jinkai, just like his mother. At that moment, Zabuza seemed to think of something and called out, "By the way, once the food is ready, take some to that guy. But make sure it's the lowest quality portion. He needs to learn his lesson for disobeying my orders." "Understood, Zabuza-sama," Haku replied. After promising Zabuza, Haku pushed open the cabin door. To his surprise, 2 ninja dressed as Kirigakure Umbu were standing outside. Their eyes ignored him entirely and locked onto Zabuza, who was sitting on a chair inside. The demon Zabuza. We finally meet. Chapter 334, Kubikuri Bocho. Upon seeing Byakuya and Juzo, Haku's face immediately changed, and he reached out to close the wooden door, but the door was swiftly removed by Juzo. Seeing this, Haku became flustered. After a quick glance at Zabuza, Haku took out the kunai hidden in his sleeve, preparing to fight with the 2 intruders and buy time for Zabuza's escape. Juzo noticed Haku's small movement and looked up at him. Once locked onto by Juzo, Haku felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, and even the kunai was difficult to hold steadily. Quickly, Haku adjusted his mindset. He knew he was no match for these two. But if he used his ice-release Kekei Genkai, he could certainly buy time for Zabuza. After all, that was a power praised even by Zabuza himself. While Haku's mind was racing, Zabuza was also staring intently at Byakuya and Juzo. Although the two appeared to be part of the Kirigakure's umbu, they didn't have the usual strong fishy smell, clearly not being pursuit ninjas from Kirigakure. Also, there weren't any ninjas among them that felt particularly dangerous. Therefore, Zabuza was certain that these two weren't pursuing ninjas from Kirigakure, though he still didn't know who had sent them. Soon, Zabuza noticed Kubikuri Bocho, the decapitating carving sword, behind Juzo. If he remembered correctly, Kubikuri Bocho was one of the 7 ninja swords, belonging to Juzo. Could it be that this person was Juzo himself? After a brief moment of hesitation, Zabuza cautiously asked, "Are you Juzo-senpai?" Juzo glanced at Byakuya. After receiving a nod of permission, he answered, "Zabuza, it's been almost a year since we last met. I didn't expect you to dare challenge the Mizukage. I must say, I'm surprised." With that, Juzo dispelled his transformation jutsu. Upon seeing the familiar figure, Zabuza sighed and said, "I didn't want to challenge the Mizukage, but Kagura Karatachi has completely stopped managing things these past years. I had no choice but to challenge him and try to become the new Mizukage. However, I just didn't expect Kagura Karatachi to be so powerful. In front of him, I felt like a chunin facing a jonin, with no chance of victory." Pausing, Zabuza then asked, "By the way, where have you been recently? Your defection caused quite a stir, and you're probably still thinking of returning to the village, aren't you?" Upon hearing this, Juzo froze, unsure of how to respond to Zabuza. Zabuza, sensing Juzo's hesitation, was puzzled, but didn't press further. Ninja with a village and rogue ninjas were entirely different concepts. The former, although they might have to divide the mission rewards with their village or perform tasks for the village without pay, at least had the backing of a village. Rogue ninjas, however, had to remain on constant alert at all times. The long-term tension eventually took a toll, and the mental strain would break anyone. As Zabuza and Juzo caught up, Byakuya and Haku were sizing each other up. Haku found the young man in front of him quite mysterious. Although he didn't seem very old, there was a calmness about him that didn't match his age. Whether outside or inside the wooden house, the other hadn't shown any signs of nervousness. While Haku was trying to figure out Byakuya's identity, Byakuya had already gathered most of the information about him. Judging by the chakra signature, Byakuya figured the youth who resembled a girl must be Haku. After all, there weren't many ninjas in the ninja world who were both cute boys and had the Ice Release Kekei Genkai. Ice Release was a relatively strong bloodline limit in the ninja world. Although from the original work, Haku's abilities appeared to be at the upper chunin level, the potential of Ice Release was definitely more than that. Any ninja with a bloodline limit, as long as they developed it properly, could reach the strength of an elite jonin. Considering the interaction between various nature transformations, Haku's Ice Release would be extremely effective in the Land of Water. This was perhaps one of the reasons why Haku's clan, the Yuki clan, had suffered. From his time in Kirigakure to his life as a rogue ninja. After half an hour of conversation, Zabuza turned to Byakuya and said to Juzo, "Juzo-senpai, this person must be a new subordinate of yours, right? Is he a ninja from Kirigakure?" Hearing this, Juzo broke into a cold sweat and quickly explained, "Zabuza, he's not my subordinate, nor is he from Kirigakure. Our relationship isn't that simple." Zabuza, confused, glanced at Byakuya and then at Juzo. "Not your subordinate, not from Kirigakure, then how did you two end up together, and why did you bring him here to find me? Could it be that you're here because of him?" Juzo hesitated for a moment, then, receiving Byakuya's permission, spoke, "The reason we came to find you is because of Byakuya-sama's request. You asked me where I've been recently, didn't you?" I've been working for Byakuya-sama. Byakuya. Zabuza found that name vaguely familiar. However, for someone like you, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, to become someone else's subordinate, what's going on here? Did you give up your pride as a ninja to become a bodyguard for a noble or a wealthy merchant? After pondering for a moment, Zabuza suddenly became alert and looked at Juzo, saying, Byakuya? Isn't that the name of a jonin from Amagakure? Juzo-senpai, you actually joined Amagakure? How could you join that village? For Zabuza, it was acceptable for him to be a rogue ninja. He could accept commissions from the black market to survive. But he would never accept joining any other ninja village besides Kirigakure. While he had become a rogue ninja, it was simply because he couldn't stand the current leadership of the Kirigakure. Juzo joining Amagakure was undoubtedly the greatest form of betrayal. Byakuya, leading Haku's side, spoke deliberately to Zabuza. Juzo didn't join Amagakure. He is now a member of the Akatsuki organization. Akatsuki? Isn't that an organization under Amagakure's control? What's the difference? Zabuza turned his attention to Byakuya. He understood that Byakuya was the real reason he had been approached, and the other's identity as a rain ninja made him wary. Byakuya smiled and said, of course, the Akatsuki is different from Amagakure. Amagakure is just one of the many ninja villages under the Akatsuki's influence. There are several others, and in the future, even the 5 great shinobi countries will be included. Hearing this, Zabuza chuckled dismissively. There might indeed be several smaller ninja villages under the Akatsuki, but the 5 great shinobi countries were far from being subordinate to any organization like Akatsuki. Not even the god of ninjas or the Shura of the ninja world back in the day could have completely overshadowed the 5 great shinobi countries. With that thought in mind, Zabuza looked at Juzo with a more mocking gaze. He sighed softly and slowly spoke, Juzo-senpai, I thought you would be living better than I am, but now it seems you're in a worse situation. Not only have you become a rogue ninja, but you've also abandoned your original ideals as a Kirigakure ninja. Narrowing his eyes, Zabuza grinned, I'm very disappointed in you. Chapter 335, The 4th Mizukage is a puppet. Zabuza's words pierced Juzo's heart like steel needles, making him begin to doubt whether he had betrayed himself and Kirigakure. But even if he hadn't joined the Akatsuki, he still didn't have the ability to change the current situation of Kirigakure. Since joining the Akatsuki, he had come into contact with people like Nagato and Yahiko, individuals who had dreams and were working toward them. Spending time with them, he felt fulfilled every day. Glancing at Juzo, Byakuya turned his attention back to Zabuza, sneering, joining the Akatsuki was the best decision Juzo could have made. He's transformed from a wandering, aimless ghost into a person striving for a better future. As for you, Zabuza, after you defected from Kirigakure, what meaningful things have you done other than playing house with these Kirigakure Omu ninjas? Have you ever thought about how to increase your strength or how to defeat the 4th Mizukage? Hearing this, Zabuza fell into deep silence, unable to respond. During the days after his failed attempt to challenge the Mizukage, he had done nothing of consequence. Aside from picking up Haku and the kid with the Shikatsumiyaku on his travels, he had simply been outsmarting the Kirigakure's pursuit team. He had never once thought about defeating the 4th Mizukage. The Mizukage's strength was so overwhelming that it had robbed him of the courage to even try. No matter how hard he worked, he knew he would never be able to defeat the 4th Mizukage. Seeing Zabuza sink into despair, Haku couldn't help but speak up, that's not true. Zabuza-sama has always wanted to return to Kirigakure. He's been trying to change the village's current state, but the timing just isn't right. When will the timing be right? Should we wait for Kagura Karatachi to die of old age? Byakuya said, glancing at Haku with mockery, cutting off Haku's words. Now even Haku didn't know what to say. Haku had never witnessed the 4th Mizukage's strength, but he knew how powerful Zabuza was. An enemy that even Zabuza couldn't deal with seemed like it could only be defeated if the opponent naturally grew old and died. No matter how hard Haku tried, it was difficult to imagine surpassing Zabuza-sama. After a long silence, Zabuza looked up at Byakuya, weary as he spoke, I admit that I'm a useless fool who couldn't even defeat the Mizukage, but you, Byakuya, didn't go through all this trouble to come here just to mock my failures, did you? Of course not. I didn't come here to mock you. It's just that you don't show enough respect for my subordinates. After a brief pause, Byakuya continued, since joining the Akatsuki, Juzo hasn't been carrying out assassination or bodyguard missions, but his contributions to the Land of Rain are well recognized. He's assisted Nagato in building roads and reservoirs, and he's helped civilians. He's one of the Akatsuki's exemplary members. A ninja can find many ways to realize their value, not just by pledging allegiance to a decaying ninja village. You Kirigakure ninjas pour your hearts and souls into Kirigakure, but how does the village treat you? Hearing this, Zabuza turned to Byakuya and said, I admit you make a good point, but that's not why you came to find me, right? I'm good only at assassination. Other jobs aren't suited for me. Finding me for this was a mistake on your part. Byakuya gently shook his head. I didn't come to find you because Amigakure lacks a good worker. I came because I want you to assassinate the Mizukage. I want to invite you to join us for a mission. Assassinate the Mizukage. You want to assassinate the fourth Mizukage, Kagura Karatachi? And you want to invite me to join? Do you really think I would accept your invitation and join you in assassinating the Mizukage? At this point, Zabuza laughed, then fixed his gaze on Byakuya, saying, I can understand why Juzo would want to assassinate the Mizukage. But why does your Akatsuki organization want to kill the fourth Mizukage? As far as Zabuza was concerned, he didn't think Byakuya had anything for a weakened village like Kirigakure. The blood mist policy imposed by the fourth Mizukage has severely weakened the Kirigakure's strength. Isn't that exactly what you want to see? Aren't you afraid of the repercussions if the assassination fails and it leads to the Kirigakure seeking revenge? At this point, Zabuza grinned. I know you all want to become one of the 5 great shinobi villages, but you're caught between the Sunagakure, Iwagakure, and Kanagakure. Do you really think it's so easy to take on Kirigakure? Zabuza, though often impulsive and reckless, was no fool. He regularly analyzed the situation in the ninja world. He understood that while Kirigakure was in turmoil, if the fourth Mizukage were assassinated, the originally fragmented Kirigakure would quickly unite and resist any external enemies. This was something the other 4 great ninja villages would never want to see, which was why the Kirigakure had never faced an invasion in recent years. After listening to Zabuza's analysis, Byakuya couldn't help but think that this jonin still had some skill, being able to accurately analyze Kirigakure's predicament and why the other ninja villages weren't intervening. After a brief moment of contemplation, Byakuya replied, the Akatsuki has never had the intention to replace Kirigakure. The only possibility is for the Kirigakure to become one of Akatsuki's subordinate villages. As for why we want to target the fourth Mizukage, there are many reasons. The chaotic state of the Kirigakure makes it unsuitable for trade, which severely impacts Akatsuki's income. Also, the person behind the fourth Mizukage and the Kirigakure ninja has some past issues with me, and I don't want him to continue controlling Kirigakure. The mention of the chaotic state of Kirigakure affecting Akatsuki's trade, along with the personal conflict between Byakuya and the person controlling the fourth Mizukage, left Zabuza perplexed. The first part made sense, but the second part left him confused. What did Byakuya mean by having issues with the person behind the fourth Mizukage? Could the fourth Mizukage actually be a puppet controlled by someone else? After a moment of thought, Zabuza began to think Byakuya's words might hold some truth. Before Zabuza graduated from the Ninja Academy, Kagura Karatachi had a completely different style. He had opposed the blood mist policy and had even contributed to its abolition when the mist exam was removed. However, after Kagura Karatachi became the fourth Mizukage, everything changed. He not only reinstated the blood mist policy but also purged the bloodline clans within the village. Time and time again, these purges had led Kirigakure to the brink of fragmentation. Not only did the ninja clans lose support, but even the 7 ninja swordsmen and the Umbu had left the village. Despite all this, very few people within Kirigakure had ever doubted Kagura Karatachi's identity as the Mizukage. One reason was that Kagura Karatachi possessed the strongest strength in the entire village, making it hard to believe that someone so powerful could be controlled by others. Another reason was that throughout the history of the Kirigakure, every Mizukage, no matter their previous personality, would enact the blood mist policy once they became Mizukage. Perhaps the blood mist policy was just what suited the Kirigakure, or perhaps the Mizukage feared being overthrown. Zabuza was one of the rare few who had sensed that something was off with the fourth Mizukage and attempted to challenge him. Unfortunately, he was defeated in a single encounter and didn't even have the time to probe or question the Mizukage's true nature. After a long pause, Zabuza spoke up, "Do you have any evidence that the fourth Mizukage is being controlled by someone else?" Chapter 336, Zabuza's Decision. Evidence? Byakuya looked at Zabuza and said with a smile, "What kind of evidence do you need?" "The policies that the fourth Mizukage has enacted over the years are the best proof. No matter how incompetent a Mizukage is, he wouldn't implement such absurd policies." Byakuya then sighed, "I really can't understand why your Kirigakure has a blood mist policy." "Honestly, I don't know either," Zabuza thought to himself before continuing. "The orders given by the fourth Mizukage are indeed suspicious, but with how strong he is, how could he possibly be controlled by another shinobi?" Seeing that Zabuza was still unwilling to believe him, Byakuya continued, "If the fourth Mizukage wasn't being controlled, then why has he remained inside the Mizukage building all these years? Is it really that hard to leave?" Zabuza fell silent for a moment because Byakuya's words made a lot of sense. During his years in the Umbu, he had rarely seen the fourth Mizukage. Even when he did, the Mizukage was always inside the Mizukage building. While it was true that the Mizukage building was the place where the Mizukage handled official affairs, no leader would stay in their office all the time. Besides, many major incidents happened in the village in recent years. First, the Six-Tails Jinchuriki left the village and went to live on a secluded island. Then, several members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist also left the village. Now, only Mangetsu Hozuki and Kisame remained in the village among the 7 ninja swordsmen. Even after so many major events, the fourth Mizukage still chose to remain behind closed doors. That alone was highly suspicious. Hearing Byakuya's reasoning, Juzo Biwa also fell into deep thought. He, too, found the fourth Mizukage extremely suspicious, as if he had been controlled by another shinobi. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a series of incomprehensible decisions. Bringing their thoughts back to the conversation, Zabuza and Juzo both looked at Byakuya. "Byakuya-sama, you just said you know the shinobi controlling the Mizukage. So, who exactly is the said culprit?" Byakuya didn't beat around the bush and answered directly, "It's the man in the mask. Do you remember the Nine-Tails incident that broke out in Konoha? The fourth Hokage and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina Uzumaki, both died because of him. For years, Konoha has been investigating the masked man, but they never would have imagined that he was hiding in Kirigakure, controlling the fourth Mizukage." Pausing for a moment, Byakuya looked at Juzo and Zabuza before cracking a joke. "With how long that guy has been in power, he's basically the real Mizukage. If you think about it, even though Kirigakure lost to Konoha in the Third Shinobi World War, Konoha's fourth Hokage still ended up dying at the hands of the Mizukage." But neither Juzo nor Zabuza could laugh at Byakuya's dark joke. If the Mastermind had truly been controlling the Mizukage for all these years, then calling him the real Mizukage wouldn't be wrong. However, even if Kirigakure had played a role in the fourth Hokage's death, they had gained nothing from it. Kirigakure was still isolated overseas, while Konoha remained the strongest shinobi village. Besides, that joke wasn't funny at all. After organizing his thoughts, Zabuza spoke up. "If the fourth Mizukage was really being controlled by the masked man, then I wrongly blamed him. But what I'm even more curious about is that what's the grudge between you and the masked man?" Byakuya, like an actor stepping into his role, instantly put on a serious expression and said, "The masked man's fight against the fourth Hokage has nothing to do with me, but the fact that he caused Kushina Uzumaki's death, that's on him. Just for that alone, my conflict with him is irreconcilable. What does Uzumaki Kushina have to do with you?" Zabuza was still somewhat doubtful. However, Juzo Biwa seemed to understand something. He stepped closer and whispered into Zabuza's ear, Byakuya-sama is a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, and Kushina was one of the few remaining Uzumaki in the shinobi world. Hearing this, Zabuza finally grasped the enmity between Byakuya and the masked man. Even so, he was still hesitant about accepting Byakuya's invitation to infiltrate Kirigakure and assassinate the Mizukage. After a long period of contemplation, Zabuza got straight to the point. I can go with you to deal with the Mizukage and the mastermind behind him. But I'm curious, after exposing and eliminating the masked man, what do you plan to do with Kirigakure? At this, Byakuya looked at Zabuza and replied, that depends on your strength. If you and your people can handle the fourth Mizukage and the masked man, then Akatsuki will establish an equal alliance with Kirigakure. But if you fail and require my assistance, then Kirigakure will become a subordinate organization of Akatsuki. Byakuya's terms made Zabuza tensed up. Becoming a subordinate of Akatsuki, how is that any different from being controlled by the masked man? Why should I even bother dealing with the fourth Mizukage and the masked man then? Without changing his expression, Byakuya answered. At the very least, Akatsuki won't enforce the blood mist policy or interfere with Kirigakure's normal development. The only condition is that, in the future, if you wish to launch a war, you will need our approval. I'd say that's quite a generous deal. Byakuya then raised a finger before continuing, most importantly, I won't force you to agree. If you refuse, I'll simply find another shinobi who will. Kirigakure isn't lacking in those who desire to become the Mizukage. Zabuza spoke in a low voice, you're that confident you can defeat both the fourth Mizukage and the masked man? Even if you do, you won't be able to appoint the new Mizukage. Furthermore, I don't think the newly appointed Mizukage will agree to your conditions either. You're being overly confident. Overly confident? Byakuya chuckled, then said, if a hero who saves the village still can't become the Mizukage, then that just means I misjudged the people. As for whether the new Mizukage will honor my terms, I highly doubt they'd refuse. After all, if I have the power to defeat the masked man and the Mizukage, I also have the power to destroy Kirigakure. Looking at Byakuya's smirking yet unreadable expression, a sense of unease welled up in Zabuza's heart. He didn't know whether to accept Byakuya's invitation, and he found himself caught in a difficult decision. Byakuya, noticing Zabuza's hesitation, dropped his smile and said, Juzo and I will be here for half a day. So, in the meantime, think it over carefully. Will you continue to rot in the shadows, or will you stand with me, overthrow the Mizukage, and wield your blade in rebellion? With that, Byakuya glanced at Juzo and left the small wooden hut. Juzo opened his mouth as if to say something to Zabuza, but upon meeting Byakuya's gaze, he silently followed him out of the hut. In just a few seconds, the dimly lit hut was left with only two people, Haku and Zabuza. Zabuza looked at the two figures outside before turning his gaze to Haku. Then, in a voice only he could hear, he murmured to himself, should I continue rotting away in the shadows, or should I go with them and challenge the Mizukage and the masked man? Chapter 337, Kirigakure. After leaving the wooden hut, Byakuya and Juzo Biwa found a random place to sit and wait for Zabuza's answer. Reflecting on the earlier conversation, Juzo couldn't help but ask curiously, Byakuya-sama, why did you invite Zabuza to hunt down the Mizukage with you? With your strength, you could do it alone, couldn't you? Byakuya looked at Juzo and raised a finger. I do have the power to defeat the Mizukage. But as the leader of Akatsuki, if I were the one to personally take him down, it would undoubtedly spark conflict between Akatsuki and Kirigakure. I'd rather not get entangled in such trouble for now. Juzo instinctively nodded, then continued, but I'm also a member of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen. Wouldn't it be simpler if I were the one to expose the fourth Mizukage? Halfway through his sentence, Juzo fell silent. He had realized why Byakuya chose Zabuza instead of him. Unlike Zabuza, he lacked the resolve to raise his blade against the Mizukage. Byakuya shook his head and walked up to Juzo with a smile. You and Zabuza are different. You are already a part of Akatsuki, and as its leader, I can't stand by and watch my members walk into danger. Juzo's body tensed, his eyes widening in shock. He had barely interacted with Byakuya before, yet the leader of Akatsuki genuinely regarded him as one of his own. The thought surprised him greatly. Byakuya patted Juzo's shoulder before standing up. Don't just stand there. While we wait for Zabuza's answer, we should make use of our time. Let's go meet the other child he took in. Zabuza took in another child? Juzo was puzzled but followed behind Byakuya. Without explaining further, Byakuya used his chakra sensing abilities to track their way to a cave. Inside, there were only a few simple blankets and clothes. Sitting on a stone bed was a pale-skinned boy with equally white hair. Another pretty boy? Does Zabuza have a thing for collecting beautiful kids? Byakuya mused to himself. He then walked toward the white-haired boy. Just as he was about to get close, the boy's eyes suddenly snapped open. In an instant, the boy vanished from his spot and lunged at Byakuya. Juzo reacted immediately, drawing his executioner's blade to block the attack, completely cutting off the boy's path to Byakuya. Byakuya raised a hand, signaling Juzo to stand down. He then turned to the white-haired boy and said, "You must be Kimimaro Kage, the last heir of the Shikatsumiyaku, dead bone pulse." At those words, Kimimaro's expression became even more alert. His voice was cold as he asked, "I don't know you. How do you know my name and clan? And why are you here?" "I came to find Zabuza." Byakuya looked at Kimimaro and added with a smile, "I didn't expect that while searching for Zabuza, I'd run into both a Kage and a Yuki clan descendant. Quite the lucky day. Kimimaro is from the Kage clan, and Haku is from the Yuki clan?" Juzo was taken aback. He was no stranger to these bloodlines. He had once worked alongside shinobi from both the Shikatsumiyaku and Ice Release clans. But after the purges in Kirigakure, very few bloodline limit users remained. Kimimaro narrowed his eyes upon hearing Byakuya's words. "You're looking for Zabuza, you must be from Kirigakure." When his gaze fell on the headbands worn by Byakuya and Juzo, his killing intent surged. No matter how naive he was, he knew that the shinobi of Kirigakure were his enemies. His entire clan had been slaughtered by them. Most importantly, Zabuza's enemies were also from Kirigakure. With that in mind, Kimimaro no longer held back. Activating his Shikatsumiyaku, he launched an attack on Byakuya and Juzo. Seeing this, Juzo immediately raised his executioner's blade. Although he sympathized with bloodline users who had suffered the purges, he was still a shinobi. And as a shinobi, if anyone threatened Byakuya, he would retaliate without hesitation. That was his duty. Juzo moved quickly, but Byakuya was even faster. Before Kimimaro could react, Byakuya had already appeared beside him. With a single punch, he struck Kimimaro's body. Sensing the incoming force, Kimimaro instinctively used his Shikatsumiyaku to form bone armor as a defense. Yet despite the hardened bones emerging from his body, Byakuya showed no hesitation. His punch landed directly on the reinforced skeleton, and with a loud crack, the bones splintered under the impact. Kimimaro gritted his teeth in pain and attempted to counterattack, but Byakuya swiftly restrained him with wood release. The wooden tendrils wrapped around Kimimaro, sapping his chakra. His once hard bones receded back into his body, leaving him immobilized. Kimimaro glared at Byakuya with unwavering defiance, refusing to yield. Byakuya studied Kimimaro and sighed internally. At this point in time, Kimimaro was supposed to be under Orochimaru's wing. Through intense training and experimentation, he had unlocked most of his Shikatsumiyaku's potential, becoming Orochimaru's strongest enforcer. In the original timeline, he had played a crucial role in the Konoha Crush plan, even killing the fourth Kazekage and nearly taking Gaara's life. If this were that version of Kimimaro, he would be at least Kage level, or at the very least, an elite Jonin. But the Kimimaro standing before him now had barely mastered his abilities. At most, he was Chunin level. However, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Shikatsumiyaku was one of the strongest bloodline limit in the shinobi world, and even basic mastery of it granted immense power. But it was also a double-edged sword. The stronger a Kage became, the shorter their lifespan. Right now, Kimimura's abilities were still underdeveloped, but that meant his body was healthy. At least, he wouldn't suffer the same tragic fate as in the original timeline. As Byakuya restrained Kimimura, the commotion drew the attention of Zabuza and Haku. When they arrived and saw Kimimura bound by would release, their expressions changed. They didn't know whether Byakuya intended to kill Kimimura, nor did they understand what had transpired. Hearing footsteps behind him, Byakuya released Kimimura and turned to Zabuza. "Zabuza, have you made your decision? Will you accept my invitation?" Zabuza looked at Kimimura, then at Haku. After a moment of silence, he spoke. "Fine. I accept your invitation. But please, spare Haku and Kimimura. They are both innocent." Kimimura and Haku's expressions changed. Clenching his fists, Kimimura gritted his teeth. "Zabuza-sama, leave us and go. We are merely your tools. We have long prepared ourselves to sacrifice for you." Zabuza gritted his teeth and said resolutely, "I've long wanted to counterattack Kirigakure. Training you two was just to use you as tools. Now that I've found more powerful help, you two are no longer needed." While Zabuza, Haku, and Kimimura were performing an emotional scene, Byakuya felt a bit strange. Hadn't he just been attacked by Kimimura? Now it seemed like he was the one threatening Zabuza through Kimimura. Was it because his strength was slightly stronger that he wasn't allowed to defend himself? After pondering for a moment, Byakuya approached Zabuza, grinning. "Welcome to the hunting squad. This is the best choice you've made this year. Also, it was your subordinate who attacked me first. I am as innocent as a fine bird. Kimimura attacked you first?" Zabuza's expression changed as he turned to Kimimura. "Kimimura, did you attack Byakuya-sama and Juzo-senpai just now?" Kimimura stiffly nodded, making Zabuza's lips twitch. Byakuya and Juzo were no ordinary people, he himself had suppressed his devilish personality in their presence. Yet, Kimimura was so brave enough to attack them. When he first encountered the wandering Kimimura by the roadside, he should never have offered help. Though he complained internally, Zabuza didn't openly reprimand Kimimura. One reason was that he had already ordered Kimimura to be cautious of all unfamiliar shinobi. The other reason was that he knew Byakuya and Juzo wouldn't let this go easily. Rather than dragging things out, it was better to agree to the proposal and head to Kirigakure sooner. Only after returning to Kirigakure would the doubts in his heart be resolved, whether the fourth Mizukage had been controlled, and whether there truly was a masked man behind the scenes. Sighing lightly, Zabuza spoke, "Byakuya, Juzo-senpai, when should we head to Kirigakure? Tomorrow or today?" "The sooner, the better," Byakuya replied. Zabuza nodded and turned to Kimimura and Haku. "I'm heading to Kirigakure now. You two are free to go wherever you like." Haku and Kimimura shook their heads. "We're not going anywhere." At this point, Byakuya turned to Zabuza and the others, saying, "It's fine to bring them along this time. Anyway, you're no match for the fourth Mizukage. In the future, whether it's you or them, they'll all be my subordinates." Byakuya then beamed a proud smile, "I'm very lenient with my subordinates. I can treat bloodline diseases for free." "Bloodline disease?" Zabuza frowned, then asked, "Are you saying Haku and Kimimura have bloodline diseases?" Byakuya nodded. Long-term use of Shikatsumiyaku definitely causes bloodline disease. Though Haku's ice release doesn't have a history of bloodline disease, prolonged use of ice release will certainly harm the body. In the end, your training methods are too crude. Byakuya didn't want to explain what he remembers from the anime, so he just decided to offer the help in order to avoid future problems. If they will stay in Akatsuki, they would receive better training than now. With their potential, becoming ninja swordsman level shinobi wouldn't be difficult. Hearing this, Zabuza fell into thought, feeling somewhat tempted by Byakuya's proposal. Although he claimed that Haku and Kimimaro were just tools, the two had been with him for a long time. If his second attempt to assassinate the Mizukage failed, he would have no choice but to entrust them to Byakuya. But if he accepted Byakuya's help, even if the fourth Mizukage were taken down, Kirigakure would still never be truly free. It would only be a change of one puppet master for another. Shaking off the distractions in his mind, Zabuza stopped overthinking. He hadn't even set foot on the land of water yet. Why worry so much? The more he thought, the more passive he would become, which could affect his plans. A few hours later, Byakuya and Zabuza's group boarded a ship to the land of water. After 2 days and nights at sea, they arrived in the land of water. The land of water was an archipelago nation, consisting of hundreds of small islands. Kirigakure was located on the largest of these islands. Once they departed from the port of the land of water and stepped onto its land, Byakuya was hit with a strong scent of the sea, fishy and salty, which made him feel a bit uncomfortable. The others, however, seemed unaffected. As ninjas of the land of water, they were used to the climate and environment. Coming back to the land of water felt like returning to familiar territory. Continuing their journey on land, they reached the outskirts of Kirigakure in less than a day. Compared to the other great shinobi villages, Kirigakure's buildings had a strong cement feel. Both the Mizukage Tower and the other buildings were made from steel-reinforced concrete, giving it a more modern vibe compared to other villages. It made sense, though, being near the ocean, Kirigakure couldn't afford to lag behind. After the Fourth Great Ninja War, although Kirigakure didn't develop super technologies like chakra cannons or airborne fortresses, it did have a chakra-powered naval fleet. As they gazed at the distant Kirigakure, Zabuza and Juzo became somewhat lost in thought. It felt as though they had been away for a long time, but it also felt like they had only left for a few hours. The village was the same as they remembered, with little difference. They had once left for various reasons, but now they were back. However, this time, they weren't returning to Kirigakure. Instead, they were challenging the current Mizukage, aiming to overthrow him and the hidden forces controlling him. Byakuya glanced at Zabuza and Juzo, saying lightly, "Stop spacing out. Figure out a way to uncover the true face of the Mizukage. I'm giving you 1 week. After that, I'll handle the fourth Mizukage and the masked man myself. If it affects Kirigakure, that's not my concern. During this time, I'll stay nearby to take care of Haku and Kimimaro." Hearing this, Zabuza and Juzo exchanged glances, then began walking toward the village boundary. They easily crossed the border and entered the heart of Kirigakure. Watching Zabuza and Juzo leave, Byakuya turned to Kimimaro and Haku. "You two have sensitive identities, so don't cause trouble. Just stay here with me and watch the show of assassinating the Mizukage." Kimimaro and Haku were more concerned about Zabuza's safety after hearing this. But after spending some time with Byakuya, they had a better understanding of his personality. Although Byakuya was powerful, he wasn't a cold, stern person and could even joke around. After a brief pause, Haku turned to Byakuya and asked, "Byakuya-sama, do you think Zabuza-sama can really succeed? Has the fourth Mizukage really been controlled?" Byakuya glanced at Haku before responding, "The Mizukage has indeed been controlled, but whether Zabuza can deal with the fourth Mizukage, I'm not sure. Ultimately, it depends on whether the ninjas of Kirigakure want a new Mizukage." Chapter 338, The Former Mentor. After infiltrating Kirigakure, Zabuza and Juzo didn't immediately head for the Mizukage's office. Having failed in his assassination attempt once, Zabuza was well aware of the vast power gap between him and the fourth Mizukage. Even if he and Juzo teamed up this time, they still wouldn't stand a chance. They needed more allies if they wanted to overthrow the fourth Mizukage and uncover the mastermind behind him. Juzo, on the other hand, had no such complex plans. He was simply there to support Zabuza. In his mind, the only ones capable of saving Kirigakure were Akatsuki, specifically Nagato, and Byakuya. After changing into fresh clothes at an old hideout, the two of them walked onto Kirigakure's main street. Before taking action, they needed to gather intelligence and see if there was any useful information that could aid their plans. As they strolled down the familiar streets, passing by familiar yet distant villagers and shinobi, their expressions darkened. Kirigakure was not a poor village, but its people lived in terrible conditions. The root cause was the fourth Mizukage's blood mist policy and the purge of bloodline limit clans. These purges had dragged many innocent shinobi and civilians into the chaos, some simply because they had family connections to bloodline limit users. Towards the later stages of the purge, even shinobi with no relation to the bloodline limit clans were accused and executed. It had become an excuse for people to kill each other without consequence. In such an environment, everyone in Kirigakure lived in constant fear, terrified of any association with bloodline limit shinobi. It was for this very reason that Juzo had chosen to leave Kirigakure, and why Zabuza had attempted to assassinate the Mizukage to end Yagura Karatachi's reign. Yet now, after all these years, nothing changed. Zabuza and Juzo had assumed that the fourth Mizukage would have at least restrained himself, but the situation remained the same as before. He still ordered the hunt for bloodline limit users, and the people of Kirigakure continued to live in fear. After spending some time gathering information in the village, Zabuza and Juzo returned to their hideout. Thinking back to the pale, malnourished villagers, and then comparing them to the peaceful citizens of the Land of Fire, Zabuza clenched his fists. Juzo, once we defeat Yagura, we must ensure that Kirigakure's people can live like those in the Land of Fire. We can't let them continue to suffer in fear. Juzo nodded but had a different thought in mind. Instead of Konoha, he pictured Amigakure and said, I think they'd be better off living like the people in Amigakure. That place is the true sanctuary of the ninja world. Amigakure? A sanctuary? Zabuza gave him a skeptical look. I don't know why you joined Amigakure, or what you experienced there, but from what I know, under Hanzo the Salamander's rule, that place was even more brutal than Kirigakure. The climate alone makes it unfit for human habitation, it's practically a living hell. Juzo shook his head. That was before. Ever since Akatsuki overthrew Hanzo and took over, the Land of Rain has changed. Ninjas treat each other like family, and there's barely any separation between shinobi and civilians. Ninja treating each other like family? That sounds like the nonsense Konoha preaches, Zabuza scoffed. Do you really think shinobi raised in a sheltered environment like that can withstand the reality of war? The moment they step onto the battlefield, their legs will turn to jelly. Juzo sighed and explained, Akatsuki's shinobi may not be as battle-hardened as those of Kirigakure, but they aren't abandoned for being too weak. No one is forced into cruel survival tests like ours. Besides, Akatsuki has developed many advanced weapons that allow even low-level ninjas to fight on par with Chunin, or even ANBU. They use chakra technology to make up for their shortcomings. Faced with Juzo's relentless praise of Akatsuki, Zabuza found himself at a loss for words. If Akatsuki was really as powerful as Juzo claimed, why were they still hiding in the tiny Land of Rain instead of openly competing with the 5 great shinobi villages? As for Byakuya's claim that Kirigakure should become a vassal of Akatsuki, Zabuza dismissed it as a joke. Of course, if Zabuza had known that Akatsuki had already seized control of the northern continent and was secretly influencing the Land of Wind, his perspective might have been different. Still, hearing about Akatsuki's internal structure did make him a little envious. Back in his days at the Ninja Academy, Zabuza had made many friends, but they had all died during the graduation exam. And it was Zabuza himself who had killed them. Shaking off his distracting thoughts, Zabuza sighed and said, Fine, fine. Let's say everything you said is true. Even if Akatsuki is great, it has nothing to do with Kirigakure. Let's focus on our own business first. Didn't your Byakuya-sama tell you to assist me? At least for now, you're still a Kirigakure shinobi. This time, it was Juzo's turn to be speechless. Zabuza had a point. After a long conversation, Zabuza and Juzo left their hideout and each began making preparations to overthrow the 4th Mizukage. Zabuza headed to the residential district to secretly contact his former comrades and subordinates. When these shinobi saw him, they were first shocked, then sighed quietly before asking about his experiences and his reasons for attempting to assassinate the Mizukage. Their tone carried a hint of regret. With Zabuza's talent, he could have easily become one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. And once a member of the 7 swordsmen, he would already be among the upper ranks of the village. If he had simply waited another 10 years, he could have been a legitimate candidate for Mizukage instead of taking such a huge risk. Zabuza didn't waste time with small talk. He directly shared his suspicions about the Mizukage and extended an invitation to them. But when they heard that the 4th Mizukage never left his office and might be under someone's control, they all fell silent. Then, one by one, they looked at Zabuza and gave their answer. Zabuza-sama, what you say makes sense. We, too, have our doubts about Mizukage-sama, but I'm sorry, we cannot follow you on this mission. This is nothing more than a suicide attempt. That was the response from most of the shinobi. While they did have suspicions about the 4th Mizukage and wanted to uncover the truth, risking their lives to follow Zabuza in a coup? That was out of the question. After all, the 4th Mizukage wasn't just the strongest shinobi in the village, he was also the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. Even if they knew the 4th Mizukage was being controlled, so what? Could they possibly deal with the mastermind behind it? And who could guarantee that the next Mizukage wouldn't fall under the influence of another mysterious figure? Still, they couldn't bring themselves to stop or expose Zabuza either. Perhaps it was because they were completely disillusioned with the 4th Mizukage, or perhaps they were hoping for a hero to appear and free them from this living hell. Only a very small number of people were willing to follow Zabuza in his attempt to overthrow the 4th Mizukage. Over the course of an entire day and night, Zabuza sought out more than a dozen capable ninja, but in the end, only 2 or 3 agreed to join him in his assassination attempt. These 2 or 3 were ninja with no ties left, or rather, the only thing they had left to care about was the village itself. These people could easily assassinate high-ranking nobles from the great nations, but when it came to assassinating the 4th Mizukage, they stood no chance. By the time Zabuza returned to the temporary hideout, his determination had wavered. He started to doubt whether his plan could succeed. Maybe he really did need Byakuya's help after all. At that moment, Juzo Biwa also returned. Looking at him, Zabuza grew curious and asked, "Juzo, you're one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. A lot of ninjas should have answered your call. How many jonin have you found? How many are willing to follow you?" Juzo shook his head and said, "I didn't seek out any jonin. I just followed Byakuya-sama's instructions and went to find Master Genji." Master Genji? Hearing this name, Zabuza's expression shifted. He frowned and said, "Why are you looking for that old man? He can barely walk anymore. How is he supposed to help us against the 4th Mizukage? Do you really think many ninjas will follow you?" Juzo looked at Zabuza as if he were an idiot. With Master Genji's support, the jonin in the village who are still undecided might not join us, but at the very least, they won't stand in our way. Juzo's words hit Zabuza's sore spot. His influence truly couldn't compare to Genji's. If he had secured Genji's support back then, maybe he really could have overthrown the Mizukage. Thinking of this, Zabuza scoffed and said stubbornly, "That old man might still be of some use, but the 4th Mizukage's purges have been going on for years, and he hasn't stepped in to stop them. I bet he's deliberately trying to destroy Kirigakure." Hearing this, Juzo was somewhat inclined to agree. If Genji had intervened earlier, maybe the village wouldn't have ended up in its current state. But on second thought, if Genji had acted, he likely would have been eliminated by the true mastermind. After a moment of silence, Juzo finally said, "I trust Byakuya-sama's judgment. If we can gain Master Genji's support, this plan will go much more smoothly." Zabuza looked at Juzo, suddenly remembering something. He asked, "If we ask Master Genji for help, that doesn't count as accepting Byakuya's assistance, right?" Juzo shook his head. "Of course not. Byakuya-sama isn't that petty." Zabuza nodded. "Good. That way, we don't have to argue with Byakuya about it. While we wait for Master Genji's response, let's keep reaching out to more people." Inside the elder's residence. After reading the scroll Juzo had delivered, Genji let out a sigh and turned his gaze toward the Mizukage building, his eyes full of melancholy. The contents of the scroll weren't extensive, but the amount of information they carried was enormous. It detailed the various policies the fourth Mizukage had implemented over the years, highlighted several suspicious aspects about him, and ultimately suggested that he might be under Genjutsu control. Faced with this possibility, Genji did not deny it. In fact, he had suspected something was wrong with the fourth Mizukage for a long time. Ever since becoming Mizukage, Yagura had rarely left the Mizukage building, nor had he visited Genji much. Before he became Mizukage, Yagura frequently came to visit under various pretexts. Genji knew that Yagura was seeking his support to gain an advantage in the race for the position of Mizukage. And Genji had been quite satisfied with him, believing that this young man could lead the village to prosperity. But at some point, Yagura stopped visiting him and started issuing one incomprehensible decree after another. It was understandable that he no longer visited. Genji was old, after all. It was natural for him to be discarded after being used as a stepping stone to power. He had even welcomed the peace and quiet, enjoying his retirement. But Yagura's policies had gone too far. Yes, Kirigakure had always upheld the bloody mist ideology, and bloodline clans had often been a source of instability. The simple solution would have been to support one bloodline clan while suppressing another, maintaining the Mizukage's authority. Yet, instead of this, Yagura had chosen to target all bloodline clans, triggering a full-scale purge. After years of these purges, Kirigakure had indeed been cleansed of bloodline clans, and there was no longer any threat from them. But the village had suffered tremendously in the process. It would take at least a decade to recover. If another ninja village decided to take advantage of this period of weakness, Kirigakure's very survival would be in question. As these policies continued, more and more jonin came to Genji to complain. He had also secretly sheltered many who had been persecuted. Gradually, he began to doubt the fourth Mizukage. Had Yagura suffered some kind of trauma that led him to issue such cruel orders? Or was he a spy from another village, working to weaken Kirigakure from within? Or perhaps, he had fallen under Genjutsu control? But suspicions were one thing. Without solid evidence, Genji could not act against the Mizukage. Firstly, because he was the one who had endorsed Yagura's ascension. Secondly, because the Mizukage's authority was absolute. While Genji's seniority meant his influence in the village surpassed even that of the Mizukage, an elder's power should never outweigh the Mizukage's. If an elder ever openly challenged the Mizukage, it would set a dangerous precedent. Kirigakure would descend into even greater chaos, leading to an even worse outcome. Thus, even after reading this letter, Genji still couldn't bring himself to act directly against Yagura. At most, he could continue sheltering ninja who opposed the Mizukage, encouraging them to investigate the truth. Perhaps they could find a way to get close to the Mizukage and uncover the secret behind his condition. Just as Genji was reaching a decision, something in the scroll caught his eye. He picked it up again, and his expression instantly grew solemn. There was hidden text within the scroll's inner lining. Opening the hidden layer, Genji took a deep breath, his face darkening. This information was even more important than the theory that Yagura was under Genjutsu control. It detailed major events that had taken place in Kirigakure over the years. And at the very end of the intelligence report, a symbol appeared. A symbol that had vanished from the ninja world for years. Chapter 339, The Elder's Choice. Faced with a report detailing the major events of Kirigakure over the years, Genji wasn't stupid to be careless. He put on his reading glasses and began to carefully examine the contents. It took him over 10 minutes to go through the report before he finally set it down. The document itself was not long, only a few hundred words, but it contained a detailed account of all major events in Kirigakure since the death of the second Mizukage. Among the key events were the election of the third Mizukage, the birth of the Bloody Mist policy, and the ongoing purge of the bloodline limit clans. But the event that caught Genji's attention the most was the Three Tails Jinchuriki plan. This plan was proposed toward the end of the Third Shinobi World War. At that time, Kirigakure's bloodline limit forces had been driven back by the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, and the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist, whom the village had placed great hopes on, were defeated by an unknown Konoha Jinin. This series of failures made Kirigakure realize the depth of Konoha's strength and solidified their resolve to fight to the death against them. Ultimately, it led the third Mizukage to formulate the Three Tails Jinchuriki plan. The plan was simple: capture a Konoha shinobi, seal Isabu, the Three Tails, inside their body, and then, once that shinobi returned to Konoha, undo the seal, unleashing a tailed beast rampage. The plan seemed promising at first, but many shinobi elites opposed it. If it succeeded, Konoha would indeed suffer heavy losses. However, if Konoha discovered the plan ahead of time, Kirigakure would end up losing a tailed beast. Despite the opposition, the third Mizukage insisted, and the plan was carried out. The ANBU of Kirigakure launched a full-scale operation, capturing Noara Rin of Minato's squad and transforming her into the Three Tails Jinchuriki, then forcing her to move toward Konoha. But plans rarely go as expected. The night before the plan could come to fruition, Noara Rin died, along with all of Kirigakure's ANBU involved in the mission. The devastating loss left Kirigakure crippled, stripping it of its ability to compete with Konoha and forcing it to retreat from the Shinobi World War altogether. In the aftermath, the village's official stance was that Minato Namikaze had single-handedly foiled the plan. As the man who had single-handedly held off Iwagakure's assassination squads, Minato could have certainly eliminated Kirigakure's ANBU one by one using the Flying Thunder God. To Genji, this explanation had been conclusive. Only Minato Namikaze could have prevented the Three Tails Jinchuriki plan. There was no one else in the shinobi world who could have done it. However, the report in front of him raised a number of unsettling questions. Why did Kirigakure agree to such an absurd plan in the first place? Why was the Jinchuriki specifically chosen for Minato Namikaze's subordinates? Why wasn't a missed shinobi selected instead? At this point, Genji found himself sharing the same doubts. He report continued, questioning every major event that followed. Why had the third Mizukage suddenly stepped down at the end of the war? Why had the fourth Mizukage continued the bloody mist policy and enacted policies that harmed both Kirigakure and himself? At the end of the document, the author presented a chilling hypothesis, one that connected all the dots. If the bloody mist policy, a policy that blatantly went against Kirigakure's interests, originated during the third Mizukage's reign, then was it possible that every Mizukage since had merely been a puppet under someone's control? The third Mizukage may not have even realized he was being controlled. And once he did, his time was up, leading to the fourth Mizukage's rise. The fourth Mizukage, in turn, perpetuated the same policy, further deepening the chaos within Kirigakure. Now, the real question was, how were these Mizukage being controlled? A Mizukage was far too powerful to be subdued by ordinary Jinjutsu. There was only one possible explanation. A certain clan known for their cursed eyes. After the Valley of the End battle, the demon who had once struck fear into the world died at the hands of the god of Shinobi. But during his years away from Konoha, he must have left something behind. Could the chaos in the Shinobi world all be his doing? Could he be hiding within Kirigakure? Upon reading this, Genji unconsciously swallowed hard. He had a terrifying suspicion about the identity of the author. As he continued, the writing returned to a normal tone. The mysterious figure claimed that Kirigakure was likely the hiding place of Madara Uchiha's remnants. After all, only the Mangekyo Sharingan could control the five Kage. And at the bottom of the paper, a single, unmistakable emblem was drawn. The symbol of the Senju clan. This message had been delivered by Juzo Biwa, but the sender was a Senju shinobi. For a long time, Genji remained silent. The Senju clan had founded Konoha, and Princess Tsunade, who carried their bloodline, was still active across the shinobi world. Yet, there were no longer any shinobi who bore the Senju name. This once mighty clan was now on the verge of extinction. If someone had stood before him and claimed to be a Senju, he would have dismissed them as a lunatic. But the messenger was Juzo Biwa, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Someone powerful enough to have Juzo Biwa deliver their message must be extraordinary. More importantly, the hidden details in the letter contained information that only Kirigakure's top brass should know. That meant this person was unlikely to be a fraud. They might truly be a Senju survivor. But why was this Senju, instead of helping Konoha, which was still embroiled in war, spending all their efforts on hunting down Madara's remnants? Genji couldn't understand. But just then, a realization struck him. Could this Senju be from the second Hokage's lineage? Considering how Konoha had suffered both the Nine Tails attack and the Uchiha massacre in just the past 10 years, it made sense that eliminating Madara's remnants had become their top priority. With this understanding, Genji was faced with a decision. The Senju survivor had informed him that 2 Kirigakure rogue shinobi had been sent to test the 4th Mizukage. If they could push the Mizukage into a desperate situation, they might expose the truth behind his control. They wanted Genji's cooperation to solve this problem once and for all. And they had even extended an invitation to form a shinobi alliance. The first proposal, Genji didn't oppose. He already suspected the 4th Mizukage was being controlled, and having a strong ally to deal with the issue was welcome. But the second? Genji rejected it outright. A shinobi alliance? What kind of nonsense was that? If Kirigakure were to join the shinobi alliance in the same way as the other villages, it would only be a matter of decades before the village's existence became nothing more than a historical footnote. This was a brutal thought for someone like Genji, who had witnessed the rise, development, and decline of Kirigakure firsthand. He pulled his wandering thoughts back together, feeling a complex mix of emotions. He would certainly agree to cooperate with the Senju descendant. It wasn't because the Senju name was so prestigious, but because the impact of Uchiha Madara on the world left an indelible mark. Back in the day, Madara had never considered cooperating with the other villages. He wanted all the shinobi villages to submit to Konoha to make it the sole, unchallenged village in the world. If Hashirama hadn't intervened, the first great ninja war would have happened a decade earlier than it did. With that thought in mind, Genji waved his hand and said to a trusted ninja, "Call Meitarumi and Ao over. I need to discuss something with them." The trusted ninja nodded and, with a flash of the body flicker technique, disappeared. About 10 minutes later, Meitarumi and Ao arrived at the elder's residence. Meitarumi was a bloodline limit user, possessing both lava release and boil release, and was one of the most promising candidates to contest for the position of 5th Mizukage. According to the policies of the ongoing purge, a bloodline limit user like Meitarumi would normally have been imprisoned or closely monitored by Kirigakure's ANBU. However, Genji had protected her, ensuring she was unaffected by the purge and able to focus on improving her strength. In contrast, Ao was much older, nearing his 40s. He was the leader of the Kirigakure Jonin class, a high-ranking figure within the village. The reason Genji had called him over, however, wasn't just because of his position in Kirigakure's hierarchy. More importantly, Ao possessed a Byakugan, a rare treasure acquired from the Hyuga clan during the Third Great Ninja War. It was the strongest sensory ability within Kirigakure, and if they were to investigate whether the 4th Mizukage had been controlled, Ao was the one to turn to. After entering the elder's residence, Meitarumi and Ao exchanged a glance before addressing Genji. "Genji-sama, you've called for us. What is it that you need to discuss?" Instead of answering immediately, Genji asked, Ao, what do you think of the 4th Mizukage's actions these past few years?" Both of them were taken aback by the question. After a long pause, Ao cautiously replied, "The 4th Mizukage has been very mysterious lately. He spends all his time at the Mizukage building and rarely leaves. The policies he's enacted also seem strange." Meitarumi, hands on her hips, didn't hold back. The 4th Mizukage is clearly not suffering from old age yet he continues to make foolish decisions. Sometimes, I even wonder if he's been hit by an explosive tag and has lost his mind. At that point, Mei seemed to realize what she said and quickly added, "Genji-sama, I didn't mean any offense. You're much older than the 4th Mizukage, but you don't seem to be suffering from any senility." "Well, thank you for that." Genji smiled wryly at her. He had watched Meitarumi grow up, and their relationship was more like that of a grandfather and granddaughter. Genji didn't mind her attitude, but he couldn't help but wonder how Mei Terumi would ever find a husband with that personality. An awkward silence hung in the air for a while until Mei looked at Genji and asked, "Genji-sama, since you've mentioned the fourth Mizukage, are you planning to unite the jonin of the village to impeach him and force him out of the Mizukage position? If you lead the effort, I'm sure the fourth Mizukage would be removed," Mei continued. Genji shook his head. "I won't take action against the fourth Mizukage, but there are indeed plans to do so. Just a few hours ago, I met with Juzo Biwa and the letter he brought with him." "Juzo Biwa came?" Mei Terumi and Ao exchanged wary glances before saying, "Juzo Biwa is a rogue ninja now." "He didn't harm you, did he?" "Of course not." Genji chuckled. "Perhaps it's my old reputation that still holds some sway in the village, but Juzo Biwa did bring me some important information." "What information?" Mei Terumi and Ao were immediately curious. After a brief pause, Genji explained, "Juzo Biwa has allied with Zabuza Momochi and is planning an assassination attempt on the fourth Mizukage. They suspect that the fourth Mizukage has been placed under Jinjutsu control." Mei Terumi and Ao were stunned. Juzo Biwa and Zabuza plotting to assassinate the Mizukage was shocking enough, but to come to Genji for support? It seemed like a suicide mission. How could Genji possibly ignore rogue ninjas threatening the village? Then, they heard the second part of the message, which made their shock even greater. A rogue ninja assassination attempt to save the village? The idea was so absurd, it was almost laughable. But then, the more they thought about it, the more they realized it wasn't entirely out of the question. The fourth Mizukage's recent policies were so erratic, they seemed more like the work of a low-level genin than a seasoned politician. Policies that put bloodline limit clans at risk, allowed squad leaders to kill teammates to protect secrets. It was as if a strategy had been devised by someone with no understanding of how to govern. Looking at the stunned Mei Terumi and Ao, Genji said, "I know Juzo Biwa's words sound far-fetched, but I too have begun to suspect that the fourth Mizukage might really be under some kind of control." Mei Terumi and Ao slowly responded, "Genji-sama, are you suggesting?" Genji took a deep breath and said, "My plan is to allow Juzo Biwa and Zabuza Momochi to carry out their mission to test the fourth Mizukage. We won't interfere too much. During this time, I need you to gather as many ninjas as possible and maintain communication with them. If the fourth Mizukage really has been controlled, we'll confront both him and the person controlling him. If not, we'll follow the village's tradition and remain neutral during their conflict." After giving his orders, Genji seemed to lose his energy. He looked as though he had aged years in an instant. By issuing these orders, it felt like he had already abandoned any hope of the fourth Mizukage. Whether the Mizukage was under control or not, Genji knew that Juzo Biwa's mission would lead to the end of the fourth Mizukage's reign. Chapter 340, Kisame and Obito. Hearing Genji's orders, Mei Terumi and Ao exchanged glances, seeing shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. As ninjas who were protected under Genji's wing, they understood exactly what his words meant. Genji chose to abandon the fourth Mizukage completely. Years ago, it was Genji who had personally helped Yagura Karatachi rise to power. If not for the fact that Yagura's actions had disappointed him to the extreme, Genji would never have issued such an order or personally involved himself in the coup against Kirigakure's leadership. But for them, this was good news. They had long been dissatisfied with the fourth Mizukage rule, believing that Yagura was utterly unfit for the position. Unlike those who dared to raise their blades against the Mizukage outright, however, they had always hesitated, staying under Genji's protection and waiting for the right opportunity. After all, as long as Genji did not oppose the Mizukage, any of their efforts would be in vain. Now that he had spoken, everything had changed. After revealing his decision, Genji felt weary. Waving a hand, he signaled for Mei and Ao to leave. They were elite jonin he had nurtured for Kirigakure, and now it was time for them to take the lead. Upon leaving the elder's residence, Mei and Ao first glanced behind them, then found a secluded spot to discuss what had just transpired. Mei turned to the older Ao and asked, "Ao, should we contact Zabuza and Juzo Biwa immediately? If we reach out too soon, the ANBU might take notice." But if we don't, it'll be difficult for them to pose a real threat to the village. Ao thought for a moment before replying. Genji-sama's instructions were clear. We can't contact them openly, but we can send someone to reach out discreetly. As for how to handle things from here, that depends on you, Mei. Do you want to become a high-ranking figure in Kirigakure? Or do you want to be the next Mizukage? Mei fell silent. With her ambitious nature, she certainly wanted to become Mizukage, to prove herself and to protect their fractured village. But if she wanted to secure enough merit to claim the title, she would have to take a stand against the fourth Mizukage herself. Could she truly defeat Yagura? Had he really been placed under Genjutsu control? With Zabuza and Juzo Biwa leading the charge, was it worth taking such a risk? Mei hesitated, unable to give an immediate answer. Seeing this, Ao sighed inwardly. Mei still lacked decisiveness. If she was to be lifted to the position of Mizukage, he would have to help her take that step. But he had no right to criticize her. After all, even he had lacked the courage to act sooner. With his Byakugan, Ao should have noticed that something was wrong with the fourth Mizukage long ago. Yet he didn't dare to step into the Mizukage's office, instead seeking shelter under Genji's guidance. Now, the time for hesitation was over. Later that night, sensing that something was amiss, Zabuza returned to their hideout earlier than usual. Inside, Juzo Biwa was casually eating fruit, as if he had been waiting for him all along. Hearing footsteps behind him, Juzo flashed an innocent smile at Zabuza. Zabuza fixed his gaze on Juzo, trying to discern what felt wrong about him. Something seemed off, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Feeling uneasy under Zabuza's scrutiny, Juzo turned to him and asked, "How did things go tonight? Did you manage to recruit more people, or was it as difficult as before?" Zabuza shook his head and replied, "Something is definitely wrong. The number of ninjas willing to join our coup has increased several times over. In just half the night, over a dozen have agreed. I suspect the letter you sent to Genji is working. We must have his support." Juzo smirked and said, "No need to guess. Genji-sama definitely supports us. He must have secretly informed those neutral ninjas, otherwise, there's no way so many people would suddenly join you." Zabuza frowned and asked, "If Genji-sama is backing us, why hasn't he sent someone to contact us directly? We could confront the fourth Mizukage in public and test whether he's really under Genjutsu. If the mastermind is nearby, they wouldn't dare reveal themselves." Juzo shook his head. "Genji-sama won't do that. This is about the Mizukage's dignity. Yagura may be under control, but the fourth Mizukage must be given a respectable conclusion. If word got out that Yagura had been manipulated by Genjutsu for years, Kirigakure would become a laughingstock." Juzo paused slightly before continuing. "That's why we can never be recognized as legitimate rebels. We have to attack as rogue ninjas. It's the only way to preserve both the Mizukage's and the village's reputation." Zabuza's expression darkened. "So even with Genji's support, we'll still be treated as traitors? If we fail, we'll just be remembered as outlaws?" Juzo nodded, watching Zabuza carefully. "The moment I set foot back in the land of water, I was already prepared for this. You should be too, Zabuza-senpai." To Juzo, this was his final duty to Kirigakure. If he could help the village escape the Blood Mist era, he would sever all ties with it and dedicate himself fully to Akatsuki. And if he failed, then at least he would have died trying, fulfilling his duty as one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist. As for Kirigakure's future, that was not his concern. Zabuza pulled out a kunai, pointing it at Juzo's face. "I was ready to die the last time I tried to assassinate the Mizukage. I'll show you that I'm more fit than you to be one of the 7 swordsmen, more fit to wield the executioner's blade." Juzo raised an eyebrow and sighed. "You want the executioner's blade?" Pausing, he then smirked. "For the courage you've shown in raising your blade against the Mizukage, whether you succeed or fail, I'll give you the executioner's blade myself." Meanwhile, at the Mizukage's office, Obito Uchiha sat in the Mizukage chair, reviewing official documents. Beside him stood a small figure, the fourth Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi. Ever since using his Mangekyo Sharingan to control Yagura, Obito had frequently appeared in the Mizukage's office, taking his place. Partly to ensure that the Jinjutsu held strong, preventing Yagura from breaking free. If Yagura ever escaped his control, things would become very troublesome. Back then, Obito had taken him down in an instant using his Kamui, a first strike kill. But if Yagura regained his senses now, it wouldn't be so easy. On the other hand, it was also to enjoy the taste of power and relax his tense demeanor. Over the years, he had been active in the shinobi world under the identity of the masked Uchiha Madara, often forgetting his own dreams and even who he truly was. Adding to that bastard Byakuya was always sabotaging his plans, stealing his achievements, making him grit his teeth in hatred, yet there was nothing he could do about it. The reason was simple: he didn't have the power to counterbalance Byakuya. Byakuya was closer to Nagato, who possessed the Rinnegan. Byakuya also knew about the infinite Tsukuyomi plan. Byakuya even had the means to counter his Kamui. His only remaining advantage over Byakuya was his Uchiha bloodline. If Byakuya had also been an Uchiha, perhaps even Uchiha Madara wouldn't have chosen him back then. He might have chosen Byakuya instead. After all, in every aspect, Byakuya was the superior replacement. With all these factors combined, the only place where he could truly let loose was in Kirigakure. Sitting in the Mizukage's seat, Obito casually flipped through intelligence scrolls, selecting one at random to review and approve. The first matter concerned the policy of purging bloodline clans. Many jonin of Kirigakure believed that the bloodline clans had already been thoroughly weakened and no longer posed a threat to the village's order. While bloodline shinobi had the potential to go out of control, they were still an important combat force for the village. It was time to rescind the order for the Great Purge and allow the village to return to normal. Obito would never agree to such a request. He still remembered what the bloodline clans did to the Uchiha during the Third Shinobi World War, let alone the fact that Kirigakure was responsible for Rin's death. For that reason alone, he could never forgive Kirigakure. Kirigakure had to remain weak at all times for him to feel satisfied. But weren't these jonin under Genji's protection getting a bit too arrogant? If not for Genji's overwhelming influence, he would have dealt with him long ago. The second piece of news came from Kirigakure's Umbu. They had failed in their pursuit of the Six-Tails Jinchuriki, Utakata. For Obito, this failure was entirely expected. After all, he was the one who had secretly sabotaged the mission. It was better for Kirigakure's Jinchuriki to remain outside the village than within it. If a Jinchuriki disappeared inside the village, it would immediately draw the attention of all the Kirigakure shinobi. However, if one vanished outside, the reaction would be much smaller. This was all part of his careful planning. He was the one who had contributed the most to the Eye of the Moon plan. The third piece of news concerned Konoha and Iwagakure. After half a year of war, both sides were reaching their limits and seemed likely to negotiate peace soon. Upon seeing this, Obito's expression darkened. Not because Konoha and Iwagakure were ending the war too soon, but because this battlefield had been orchestrated by Byakuya. The timing of Iwagakure's attack on the Land of Fire was too close to the Uchiha massacre. It had to be connected to Byakuya. The thought that Byakuya was handling the Eye of the Moon plan better than him left Obito feeling uneasy. Why was it that every time he surpassed one genius, another would appear in front of him, as if it were some kind of curse? And Byakuya's contributions to the Eye of the Moon plan didn't stop there. Obito had also heard that Sunagakure had recently appointed a new Kazekage, and the one who took the seat was none other than the Red Sand Scorpion, one of Byakuya's subordinates. On top of that, Byakuya had already collected the Two Tails and Seven Tails and had influence over many smaller nations. At times, Obito even wondered, was Byakuya's goal of gathering the nine-tailed beasts and creating a tailed beast weapon to dominate the shinobi world just a lie? After all, even without the 10 tails, Byakuya already controlled nearly a quarter of the shinobi world. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. But in the end, no matter how much Byakuya contributed to the Eye of the Moon plan, the one who would claim the final victory wouldn't be Byakuya, it would be him. So what if Byakuya had control over the tailed beasts and the Rinnegan? The secret to controlling the Ten Tails was known only to himself and Uchiha Madara. Once he seized control of the Ten Tails, everything Byakuya had done would ultimately benefit him. Knock, knock, knock. At the sound of knocking, Obito furrowed his brows. He motioned for the fourth Mizukage to hide behind the cabinet, then used the transformation jutsu to take on the Mizukage's appearance before calling out, "What is it?" "It's me, Mizukage-sama." Recognizing the familiar voice, Obito opened the door and saw the towering, shark-like shinobi standing before him. Slowly, he asked, "What is it, Kisame?" The shark-faced man before him was Kisame Hoshigaki. He was Obito's most important subordinate in Kirigakure, the only one in the village who knew his true identity. Obito had invested no less effort in Kisame than he had in Itachi Uchiha. Even when Kisame was still under the command of Fuguki Suikazan, Obito had already taken an interest in him. After witnessing Kisame kill his superior, subordinates, and even the person he admired in order to complete a mission, Obito was certain that Kisame would be one of his most useful subordinates. When Obito revealed his identity to Kisame, he gained his unwavering loyalty. For Kisame, loyalty was a simple matter. He didn't care who he served, he simply needed someone to follow. Whether it was the fourth Mizukage or the enigmatic masked man, it made no difference to him. In this world full of lies and betrayal, all he needed to do was carry out his missions with diligence. After a moment of contemplation, Kisame said to Obito, "Mizukage-sama, the people around Genji have been moving about frequently. I suspect they're plotting something against you." Chapter 341, The Battle of Kirigakure. Frequent movement on Genji's side? You suspect they're going to make a move against me? Hearing this, Obito frowned slightly, glancing in the direction of the elder's residence before chuckling. He didn't believe that Genji and his ragtag group could pose much of a threat to him. Though Genji was highly respected in Kirigakure, the shinobi world ultimately revolved around strength. Perhaps decades ago, Genji possessed power comparable to the 5 Kage, but how much of that strength remained now? Not every shinobi was like Konoha's third Hokage, still capable of battling the Nine Tails despite being in his 50s or 60s. As for the group under Genji's command, Obito paid them even less mind. Even Meitarumi, who possessed 2 Kekei Genkai, seemed quite unremarkable to him. The only one he was slightly wary of was Ao, the Jonin who had transplanted a Byakugan. At that moment, Kisame spoke. "Mizukage-sama, things are different this time. It seems that group has begun to suspect your identity. Also, according to the intel I obtained, the missing ninja Zabuza and Juzo Biwa have secretly infiltrated the village." "Zabuza and Juzo Biwa have entered the village?" Obito's expression shifted, his tone growing heavier. "Are you certain? Did your men see them with their own eyes?" Kisame nodded. As a former member of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen of the Mist, his information network was extensive. He had even personally received an invitation from Zabuza to join their plan to overthrow the 4th Mizukage, but he had firmly refused. Obito knew Kisame wouldn't lie, but he still found the situation troubling. After confirming the intel, he fell silent for a few seconds, his expression darkening. As the supreme leader of Kirigakure, he had a thorough understanding of the village's jonin, especially well-known figures like Zabuza and Juzo Biwa. Zabuza was a promising young jonin who had even attempted to assassinate the 4th Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, not long ago. Though that attempt had ultimately failed to harm Yagura, it had momentarily weakened Obito's control over him, almost allowing Yagura to regain his senses. After the assassination attempt, Obito repeatedly sent operatives to hunt down Zabuza. However, the ANBU he sent had been completely outmatched, allowing Zabuza to escape time and again through various means. As for Juzo Biwa, there had been no direct conflict between them. After his protests fell on deaf ears, Juzo had voluntarily left the village, becoming a rogue ninja, though not one officially marked for capture. But the problem was that Juzo Biwa later joined Akatsuki. Theoretically, this meant they were both part of the same organization. So why was Juzo working with Zabuza? After pondering for a moment, Obito's expression became even more uncertain. He began to suspect the true reason behind their alliance. He began to wonder, was the mastermind behind this operation someone familiar? Could it be Byakuya once again? It was one thing for Byakuya to fight him over control of the Uchiha clan. That was still a fair competition. Obito's chosen pawn, Itachi Uchiha, had lost to Shisui Uchiha simply because he wasn't skilled enough. That, he could accept. But Kirigakure had long been within his grasp. He had been waiting for the right moment to harvest the Three Tails and Six Tails Jinchuriki. And now, at this crucial stage, Byakuya wanted to steal his achievements? Kisame, observing Obito's silence, finally spoke, "Mizukage-sama, should we take action against them in advance?" Pulled back to reality, Obito shook his head slightly. "Not for now. I want to see how much effort they will put into overthrowing the fourth Mizukage. Against such a formidable opponent, they'll have no choice but to put aside their differences and work together." Kisame was slightly puzzled but still asked, "Then what should we do next? Just sit back and watch them go after Yagura?" "Of course not." Obito glanced at Kisame and then said, "How is the mission I assigned to you going? Have you found Utakata's exact location?" Kisame nodded. "Utakata is currently hiding his identity and residing on Mushi Island." "Mushi Island, huh? Looks like it's time to pay Utakata a visit." Obito nodded slightly, then seemed to remember something and turned to Kisame. "One more thing, we'll be leading Kirigakure soon. I won't be the fourth Mizukage any longer. From now on, you should address me as Madara Uchiha instead." Kisame was momentarily stunned, looking up at Obito. Was he really abandoning Kirigakure? But why? Even though the village was currently weak, it was still one of the 5 great shinobi villages. It could still play a significant role in executing the Eye of the Moon plan. There was no reason to abandon it now. But despite his doubts, Kisame did not question the order. He wasn't the kind of ninja who needed to understand his superior's reasoning. No matter how much he thought about it, he wouldn't be able to figure it out anyway. Better to just follow orders. Obito noticed Kisame's expression and felt somewhat gratified. Kisame was one of his greatest acquisitions from Kirigakure, second only to the Three Tails and Six Tails Jinchuriki. He was a truly valuable asset. By contrast, Itachi Uchiha was far more cunning. Even after agreeing to serve Obito, Itachi had continued secretly gathering intelligence on him, looking for ways to pass it to Konoha. But Itachi would never realize he was just another pawn in Obito's game. And Shisui Uchiha, who had replaced Danzo within Konoha, was merely another person's pawn. This time, Obito and Byakuya would engage in a new battle within Kirigakure. This time, he would not lose. Even if he had to abandon Kirigakure, he would ensure that his subordinates defeated Byakuya's. 1 week later. Time flew by, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. In that time, Zabuza and Juzo had gathered over 20 shinobi who were willing to overthrow the fourth Mizukage. All of them were victims of the blood mist policy, harboring deep hatred for the fourth Mizukage. They believed that only by overthrowing him, only by sending him to the executioner's block, could they save Kirigakure and make it great once more. Seeing so many like-minded comrades, Zabuza was very satisfied. It wasn't just about increasing their chances of success, it was about knowing that so many people shared his vision and were willing to follow him. His gaze swept across the gathered shinobi before settling on Juzo. Unlike before, he could now sense a deeper resonance with Juzo. The man truly wanted to see him succeed, to see the fourth Mizukage's tyranny end. Taking a deep breath, Zabuza addressed the group, revealing their plan. The attack on the Mizukage's office would begin at 4 a.m. That was when the ANBU and guards would be at their most exhausted, maximizing their chances of success. As the minutes ticked by, 4 a.m. soon arrived. A thick mist rolled in from the sea, blanketing Kirigakure. Using the fog as cover, Zabuza and his group quickly approached the Mizukage's office. Just as expected, the guards were dozing off. Now was the perfect time to strike. After issuing an order to avoid unnecessary killing, Zabuza slipped into the building. By the time the ANBU and guard shinobi realized something was amiss, they had already been subdued and stuffed into sacks. From the shadows, Kirigakure's ANBU noticed something was wrong, only to be swiftly taken down. In the face of Zabuza, a veteran of the Umbu, the average Umbu ninja stood no chance. After just a few exchanges, the defenses of the Mizukage building were completely wiped out. However, despite how easily the guards were dealt with, Zabuza didn't feel any joy. Instead, he became even more serious. The defensive forces of the Mizukage building shouldn't be this weak. Compared to his last infiltration, the defenses had actually been reduced significantly. This made him uneasy, something felt off. Could it be because of the assistance from the former elder? Even after retiring for so many years, the elder was still able to influence the deployment of the Mizukage building's forces. He had underestimated the old man's influence. Shaking off these stray thoughts, Zabuza led his subordinates to the end of the corridor. All he had to do was push open the door before him, and he would be face to face with the fourth Mizukage. The last time he made it this far, he was immediately surrounded by the fourth Mizukage and Umbu forces. Who knew what the chances of success would be this time? Knocking on the office door, Zabuza and Juzo Biwa positioned themselves on either side, ready to strike at a moment's notice. A calm voice came from inside the office. "It's so late. Who's looking for me? Is there something important to report?" "The door isn't locked, just come in." Hearing this, Zabuza immediately pushed open the office door. Walking straight up to the fourth Mizukage, he was soon followed by Juzo Biwa and the other ninjas. Seeing Zabuza and Juzo Biwa enter, the fourth Mizukage was momentarily surprised before smiling. "Well, if it isn't Kirigakure's rogue ninja, Zabuza. Are you here to assassinate me again? Was the lesson I taught you last time not enough? And Juzo-senpai, you're a veteran of the village. Do you really need to align yourself with a traitor like Zabuza?" Juzo Biwa glanced at the fourth Mizukage and responded. "I don't want to turn against the Mizukage, but your actions these past years aren't those of a true Mizukage. For the sake of Kirigakure, I have no choice but to join forces with Zabuza." The fourth Mizukage sighed softly. "Even you, Juzo-senpai, can't understand my intentions? Are my policies really wrong? I accomplished something no previous Mizukage ever could. I eradicated the bloodline clans from the village. From now on, there will be no more civil wars caused by the conflict between bloodline limit users and ordinary ninjas." Zabuza could no longer tolerate it. He drew his massive blade and pointed it at the fourth Mizukage. "Enough nonsense. We suspect that you aren't even the real Mizukage. Someone must be impersonating you. The real fourth Mizukage wouldn't be like this." Before he even finished speaking, Zabuza swung his blade and charged forward. The fourth Mizukage calmly picked up the green staff at his feet, raising his arm to effortlessly block the attack. With a sigh, he spoke. "I really didn't want to fight my own village's ninjas, but since you've put a blade to my throat, it seems the 7 ninja swordsmen will have to lose another member." With that, the fourth Mizukage swung his staff. The seemingly light staff contained immense force. Just a casual swing was enough to make Zabuza's hands go numb and cause the ground beneath him to cave in slightly. Seeing Zabuza fall into a disadvantage, Juzo Biwa joined the fray. Using the body flicker technique, he appeared behind the fourth Mizukage, his Kubikuri Bocho aimed at the Mizukage's neck. His blade struck, but instead of flesh, it sliced through a wave of water. The fourth Mizukage had already dissolved into a stream of water, swiftly pulling back. Water release, water mirror technique. Instantly, a water mirror formed. From it, 2 perfect water clones emerged, mimicking Zabuza and Juzo Biwa's exact movements. The clones launched an attack identical to their own, possessing the same speed and strength. When their real bodies clashed with the water clones, Zabuza and Juzo Biwa's expressions changed. The water mirror technique was the fourth Mizukage's signature move, capable of perfectly copying an enemy's actions and techniques. It was one of Kirigakure's most formidable jutsu. During the past ninja wars, he had used this technique to slay numerous high-ranking ninjas. However, it wasn't without flaws. If the enemy fought in total darkness or obscured vision, the water mirror technique would be ineffective. Being a master of silent killing, Zabuza immediately deployed the hidden mist technique, allowing the thick mist to flood the Mizukage building, reducing visibility to just 2 meters. Seeing the thick mist envelop the area, the fourth Mizukage frowned. He immediately leaped back and shattered a window to escape the office. He didn't want to fight an assassination expert in a confined space. Landing gracefully outside, he quickly formed hand seals and muttered, "Wind release, passing typhoon." A sudden gust of wind erupted, sweeping across the battlefield and dispersing the mist in an instant. Now, the fourth Mizukage stood alone in the clearing, surrounded by Zabuza and his gathered allies. With a light chuckle, the Mizukage said, "Do you honestly think you can defeat me? Even if you all attack together, you still don't stand a chance." As he spoke, he began channeling the chakra of the three tails, entering a partial tailed beast transformation. A dark red chakra cloak enveloped his body, and 3 long tails emerged from behind him. His eyes locked onto Zabuza and Juzo, a flicker of hesitation in them. But in the next moment, his expression turned cold. In an instant, he disappeared from where he stood. The power of the tailed beast transformation granted him immense speed, strength, defense, and chakra reserves. If there was ever a chance for Zabuza and Juzo to succeed, it had vanished the moment the fourth Mizukage tapped into the three tails' power. This was the difference between a Mizukage and the 7 ninja swordsmen. This was the foundation of the fourth Mizukage's reign. Chapter 342, The Stance of a Perfect Jinchuriki. Facing the fourth Mizukage in his tailed beast transformation, Zabuza and Juzo didn't dare show any carelessness. They planned to keep a safe distance and use ninjutsu to deal with him from afar. However, the tailed beast cloak's defense rendered their water release techniques completely useless. They couldn't even slow him down, let alone break through his defenses. Exchanging glances, Zabuza and Juzo decided to engage in close combat instead. Zabuza would feint while Juzo used the Kirigakure to break through the Mizukage's defenses, forcing him into a life-threatening situation that might weaken the illusion controlling him. A few moments later, Juzo found a perfect opening. He swiftly closed the distance and landed a solid hit on the fourth Mizukage with his Kirigakure. However, the Mizukage took the strike head-on without flinching. At the point of impact, coral-like formations began spreading across his wound, creeping toward both the Kirigakure and Juzo himself. This was a secret technique that could only be used after entering a tailed beast state. It caused the enemy's body to slowly turn into coral upon contact, a condition that persisted until the target was either purified or killed. Realizing the danger, Juzo immediately broke off the affected portion of his blade and stared at the Mizukage with a serious expression. Zabuza's face was equally grim as he approached Juzo and asked, "Juzo, is the intel you got real or fake? Wasn't the fourth Mizukage supposed to be under someone's control? Didn't they say that putting him under enough stress would break the Jinjutsu?" Juzo's face darkened as he frowned. "The intel can't be wrong. The only thing that's off is us. We don't have the strength to push the fourth to his absolute limit." "Are you saying we're too weak?" Zabuza almost spat blood in frustration, but he had to admit that Juzo was right. Compared to their last assassination attempt, the fourth Mizukage was much stronger this time. And from the way he handled the situation, it seemed like he had already known about their plan and had been waiting for them in his office. Juzo nodded and continued, "We may be weak, but we don't need to defeat him. We just need to stall him here. Master Genji's men should be watching from nearby." Zabuza glanced around, sensing faint presences lurking in the shadows. He scowled, "Those damn fence-sitters. They're just going to watch? Aren't they afraid that the fourth might go full-tailed beast mode and wipe out the entire area?" Annoyed as he was, Zabuza had no time to dwell on it. His only choice was to continue fighting and make the Mizukage feel a real threat to his life, otherwise, there was no chance of breaking his control. Juzo had the same thought. Right now, all he cared about was the fight. A few hundred meters away, Mei Terumi and Ao were crouched on a rooftop with several dozen subordinates. Since Zabuza infiltrated the Mizukage building half an hour ago, the two of them had been stationed here, observing his actions. Something about the infiltration struck them as odd. The Mizukage building should have been heavily guarded. It shouldn't have been this easy for Zabuza and Juzo to sneak in without a major battle breaking out. This could only mean one of two things. First, Master Genji had secretly helped Zabuza infiltrate the building, and second, the fourth Mizukage himself had allowed them in. Master Genji might have supported their actions, but he wouldn't have directly intervened. That left only one possibility: the fourth Mizukage had anticipated Zabuza and Juzo's movements and prepared accordingly. And from the way he reacted, this theory was practically confirmed. Just then, a thunderous roar shook the night. The tailed beast-transformed Mizukage lunged at Zabuza and Juzo, his mere movement tearing through the ground and leaving deep scars in the earth. Seeing this, Ao couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The fourth is just as strong as ever. If not for him back then, we would have suffered an even worse defeat against Konoha. Mei narrowed her eyes, clearly displeased. Ao, now is not the time to reminisce. Use your Byakugan. Can you see if the fourth is actually being controlled? Ao's expression grew solemn. He activated his Byakugan, then sighed deeply. Zabuza and Juzo were right. Aside from his own chakra and the Three Tails chakra, there's a third presence inside the fourth. Ao's face then turned grim. He really has been turned into a puppet all these years, wreaking havoc in Kirigakure under someone else's control. Mei's expression hardened as she locked eyes on the Mizukage in the distance. Ao, is there any way to break the Jinjutsu on him? There are multiple ways to break a Jinjutsu, but all of them require us to subdue the fourth first. Then what are you waiting for? Mei formed hand seals, preparing to use the body flicker technique to join the fight, but Ao stopped her. Wait! Let's observe for a bit longer. Mei glared at him. Are you saying we should let Zabuza and Juzo weaken him first? That might reduce our casualties, but if this fight escalates further, the entire village will be caught in the crossfire. Ao smiled bitterly and explained his real concern. I'm not stopping you from going. With your strength, you could easily turn the tide of the battle. But think about it, breaking the fourth Jinjutsu isn't actually the most important thing here. Our real target isn't the Mizukage. It's the one controlling him. That person is probably watching us right now. Mei's expression changed. Ao's theory made too much sense. But if the Mastermind was truly invincible, they wouldn't have needed to rely on stealth and Jinjutsu. If they could just wake the fourth Mizukage up, everything could be fixed. Ao, stay here and be ready to support us. I'm going in. With that, Mei vanished in a blur. Within moments, she had crossed the rooftops and reached the battlefield. Ao watched her leave, his gaze flickering as he sighed. I really am getting old. I hesitate over things that younger ones charge into without fear. He paused, then clenched his fists and muttered to himself, but rushing in blindly won't accomplish anything. We need to prepare for the worst. If the Mastermind forces the fourth to fully transform into the Three Tails, we'll have a real disaster on our hands. Back at the Mizukage building. With Mei joining the battle, the pressure on Zabuza and Juzo eased significantly. Although Mei was a woman and had less battlefield experience than them, her dual Kekkei Jinkai made her an elite among Jonin, on par with the 7 ninja swordsmen. Now, even the tailed beast-enhanced fourth Mizukage couldn't fully dominate the fight. Taking advantage of the moment, Zabuza smirked and called out, Big Sis Mei. I never thought you'd actually help us. I figured you'd just keep watching from the sidelines. At the words Big Sis, Mei's expression darkened. She shot Zabuza a dangerous glare. Say that again. I dare you. I'm only 26, right at a woman's prime. Zabuza, unfazed, responded, 26 isn't old? Most kunoichi in the village already have kids running around by that age. Mei's eyebrow twitched violently. She absolutely hated when people mentioned her age. After forming the hand seals, Mei Terumi spat towards Zabuza. Though it looked like mere saliva, it was actually a powerful acidic lava release technique, even more corrosive than sulfuric acid. Blocking the attack with his sword, Zabuza stared at the corroded blade, feeling a chill in his heart. This woman was still as terrifying as ever. No wonder she was still unmarried at her age. However, forcing the fourth Mizukage into a desperate situation required Meiterumi's Kekei Jinkai. Adjusting his mindset, Zabuza said, "Eternally 18-year-old sis Meiterumi, let's not fight among ourselves. We should work together to break the Jinjutsu on the fourth Mizukage." Hearing the eternally 18 remark, Juzo Biwa looked surprised, but Meiterumi was quite pleased and gave a slight nod. After exchanging eye contact and hand signals to finalize their battle strategy, the three of them charged at the fourth Mizukage once more. While Zabuza and Juzo engaged in close combat to restrict the fourth Mizukage's movements, Meiterumi formed hand seals and unleashed a massive cloud of superheated steam. The intense heat caused the fourth Mizukage significant discomfort. Just as he prepared to counter with a wind release technique, Meiterumi followed up with lava release. A corrosive liquid splashed onto the fourth Mizukage, rapidly melting through his tailed beast cloak. Within moments, his bare skin and muscles were exposed. Witnessing this, both Zabuza and Juzo were shocked. Although their combat prowess wasn't far behind Meiterumi's, they were nowhere near her level in terms of sheer destructive capability. No wonder Master Genji had gone to such lengths to protect her. Her power alone was worth safeguarding. For a Mizukage, being the strongest in the village wasn't enough, they also had to be capable of subduing tailed beasts. Otherwise, just dealing with the two-tailed beasts within the village would be an overwhelming burden. Noticing Zabuza and Juzo's stares, Meiterumi was secretly pleased. She was determined to become the next Mizukage, and on that path, she wouldn't allow any blemishes on her record. She had to claim the title honorably, leaving no room for others to find fault. After this brief moment of self-reflection, Meiterumi focused back on the fourth Mizukage. With his tailed beast cloak destroyed and his skin corroded, the fourth Mizukage's cold and indifferent gaze became clouded with confusion. He looked around uncertainly before turning to Meiterumi and the others. "Meiterumi. Zabuza, why are you here?" Seeing this, Zabuza and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Their attacks had worked. Faced with a life-threatening situation and the chaos of his disrupted chakra, the fourth Mizukage seemed to have broken free from the Jinjutsu's control. With that in mind, Zabuza stepped forward and said, "Fourth Mizukage, you are under Jinjutsu. You issued numerous harmful orders, throwing the village into chaos." The fourth Mizukage touched his head, then muttered, "Is that so? It feels like I've been trapped in a dream, only now am I fully awake. Can you tell me what year it is? What exactly happened?" Zabuza nodded and took a step closer. But just before he reached the fourth Mizukage, he suddenly halted and said coldly, "There's no point explaining everything. You wouldn't be able to atone for what you've done, even if we talk for 3 days straight. Just take responsibility and die." "Die?" Meiterumi was momentarily stunned, not understanding why Zabuza would say such a thing. Juzo, however, immediately caught on and locked his eyes onto the fourth Mizukage. The fourth Mizukage's expression darkened as he responded, "At least tell me what I did wrong before sentencing me to death. I am still the fourth Mizukage of Kirigakure. If I die, who will protect the village?" The arrogance in his tone made Meiterumi realize what was going on. The fourth Mizukage hadn't actually broken free from control. Right now, it wasn't him speaking, it was the mastermind behind the scenes, trying to deceive them and launch a surprise attack. Understanding this, Meiterumi glanced at Zabuza and gave him a thumbs up. Even though she was often annoyed by the way Zabuza addressed her, she had to admit he had an exceptional ability to analyze situations. He had sensed the fourth Mizukage's deception right away. Zabuza, feeling slightly awkward under Meiterumi's gaze, cleared his throat. The truth was, he hadn't been testing the fourth Mizukage at all, he genuinely wanted him dead. Whether he had been controlled or not, the fourth Mizukage needed to die. As the leader of Kirigakure, he had a responsibility to the village, and for his failures, he had to pay the ultimate price. As Zabuza stared down the Mizukage, another gaze was also fixed upon them, the one controlling him from the shadows, Obito Uchiha. After a few moments of heavy breathing, Obito could clearly feel that his Jinjutsu was beginning to unravel. If the battle continued at this intensity, Yagura and Isabu would inevitably break free. Rather than waiting for that to happen, he decided to use the last of his remaining eye power to force a final move. Taking a deep breath, Obito exerted his remaining Mangekyo Sharingan chakra, commanding Yagura and Isabu into full-tailed beast transformation, initiating their rampage. As the Jinjutsu activated, the fourth Mizukage's body became engulfed in a massive surge of chakra. His form rapidly expanded, transforming from a childlike figure into the full form of Isabu, the Three Tails. In an instant, a towering behemoth, the size of a small mountain, loomed over the battlefield. This was the true form of the Three Tails Isabu, the ultimate state of a perfect Jinchuriki's transformation. Chapter 343, The Vanishing Bloodline Limit. Facing the massive Three Tails, as large as a small mountain, Zabuza and Juzo Biwa wore grim expressions. Their expertise lay in close combat, but the Three Tails' carapace alone was a meter thick. Such heavy armor left them with only a few weak points to target, such as the neck and eyes. But getting close to the Three Tails was easier said than done. Though it appeared sluggish, its movement speed rivaled that of a high-ranking Jonin, capable of covering several hundred meters in mere seconds. Gritting their teeth, Zabuza and Juzo charged in once more. Mei Terumi continued her assault with lava release and boil release, attempting to corrode the Three Tails' armor. As its weak points came under attack, the Three Tails curled up into a ball and began rolling across the battlefield. Its massive body effortlessly crushed the Mizukage building, flattening everything in its path as it barreled toward the outskirts of Kirigakure. Seeing this, Ao, who had been observing from the sidelines, grew visibly tense. He hadn't expected the Jinjutsu on the fourth Mizukage to be this powerful. Even after such an intense, prolonged battle, it remained unbroken. Nor had he anticipated the fourth Mizukage to be so overwhelmingly strong, rendering even Juzo and Mei Terumi helpless. Even if they managed to push the fourth Mizukage back, the mastermind behind the scenes could still drive him into a rampage, unleashing indiscriminate destruction. Letting out a quiet sigh, Ao removed his eye patch. As his Byakugan activated, his vision pierced through the Three Tails' body, locking onto the fourth Mizukage inside. His expression softened slightly. The Jinjutsu was already gone. Once the fourth Mizukage had fully transformed into the Three Tails, the illusion had naturally dissipated. This was good news for Kirigakure. If they could stop the Three Tails' rampage, the fourth Mizukage could regain his senses and stand with them once more. But subduing the Three Tails was a different matter entirely. At present, Kirigakure had very few shinobi capable of standing against a tailed beast. Aside from Zabuza, Juzo, and Mei Terumi, only Mangetsu Hozuki and the newly inducted member of the Seven Ninja Swordsmen, Kisame, remained. According to the Hozuki clan, Mangetsu was gravely ill and no longer able to fight. But Kisame should still be in Kirigakure. So where was he? Had he left on a mission? Or had he been intercepted by the mastermind? After a brief moment of contemplation, Ao issued the order to assist Mei Terumi. There was no time to dwell on the mastermind's whereabouts. If they failed to stop the fourth Mizukage, Kirigakure would be reduced to rubble. Soon, dozens of Kirigakure shinobi arrived at the scene. They began setting up a sealing formation around the Three Tails. As long as Mei Terumi and the others could suppress it, they would be able to seal it away. Several kilometers away, Byakuya stood with Haku and Kimimaro, observing the battle. When they saw the fourth Mizukage lose control and transform into the Three Tails, Haku and Kimimaro couldn't help but gasp. They had always known that, as one of the five Kage, the fourth Mizukage was powerful, but they hadn't expected him to be this powerful. Even setting aside his abilities, his sheer size alone was enough to devastate an entire nation. After their initial shock, Haku and Kimimaro grew increasingly worried for Zabuza's safety. They suspected he wasn't a match for the fourth Mizukage at all. This so-called assassination mission seemed no different from throwing an egg against a rock. Unlike the anxious Haku and Kimimaro, Byakuya remained completely unfazed. Compared to the one tail and two tails, the three tails was relatively weak. Not only was it failing to utilize its water-release chakra nature, but it wasn't even casting any jutsu. Its combat effectiveness was truly underwhelming. Then again, considering the three tails' true form was that of a turtle, this kind of behavior did suit its nature. If this battle continued, Kirigakure's shinobi might be able to handle the three tails on their own, restoring the fourth Mizukage to his senses without his intervention. At that moment, the three tails let out a deep roar and began gathering chakra, forming a tailed beast ball. The instant it appeared, everyone on the battlefield turned pale. The tailed beast ball was a jutsu exclusive to the tailed beasts. It didn't involve any flashy techniques, only pure, overwhelming destructive power. It was precisely because of this power that the five great nations maintained a fragile balance. No matter how fierce the wars between them became, they refrained from indiscriminately slaughtering civilians, preserving a semblance of mutual restraint. A few seconds later, the three tails' attempt to fully form the tailed beast ball was forcibly interrupted. Even so, the incomplete attack resulted in a massive explosion. A devastating shockwave swept across the battlefield at supersonic speeds. Even Byakuya, standing several kilometers away, felt the tremors. Blocking the incoming shockwave with one hand, he mused, Zabuza and Juzo still need more training. If it were me, I wouldn't have given the fourth Mizukage the chance to enter tailed beast mode in the first place. But I suppose there's no harm in letting them play with the little turtle for a while. It's not like tailed beasts are all that strong anyway. Hearing Byakuya's casual remark, Haku and Kimimaro's expressions turned strange. To them, tailed beasts were walking disasters. But to Byakuya, they were mere pets. Maybe we're the ones in the way here, we should just leave quietly. Suppressing their complaints, Haku and Kimimaro approached Byakuya, lowering their heads as they pleaded, Byakuya-sama, will you intervene against the fourth Mizukage? If this continues, Zabuza-sama and Juzo-sama will die. Byakuya glanced at them and said, Zabuza and Juzo are experienced shinobis. Their reaction speed and agility are 7 times that of an average shinobi. Haku and Kimimaro exchanged confused glances, unsure of what he was getting at. What I mean is, even though they can't defeat the three tails, if they truly wanted to escape, the three tails wouldn't be able to stop them. They're choosing to stay and fight, maybe for Kirigakure, maybe for themselves. If they don't want to run, why should I interfere? Byakuya shrugged. Besides, I already offered Zabuza a position as my subordinate. I would have handled his problems for him. But unfortunately, he turned me down. Haku and Kimimaro finally understood Byakuya's meaning. After exchanging glances, they bowed deeply. Byakuya-sama, we won't ask you to intervene. But at least, let us go help them. Byakuya chuckled. Let you rush in and throw your lives away? Maybe when you're adults, you'll have the strength to fight the three tails, but right now, you're useless. Haku and Kimimaro nodded. We know we aren't strong enough, but we still want to go. Even if it means dying, we want to die fighting alongside Zabuza-sama. Their determination was unwavering. No matter how powerful the fourth Mizukage was, they refused to abandon Zabuza. Had he not protected them in the past, they would have long since become corpses left for the wild dogs to feast upon. Byakuya studied them for a moment before suddenly smiling. I admire your courage and loyalty, but I told you, right now, you don't have the strength to fight the three tails. Unless? Haku and Kimimaro looked at him in confusion. Unless you obtain the power of an elite jonin right here and now. Pausing briefly, Byakuya continued, and as it happens, I can lend you that power. After thinking for a moment, Haku and Kimimaro looked at Byakuya with determined eyes and said, Byakuya-sama, if you lend us your power, what price must we pay? Their childhood experiences had taught them that nothing in this world comes for free. Byakuya looked at Haku and Kimimaro with a meaningful expression and said, I require your loyalty. I can grant you power, but from now on, you must swear allegiance to me. Haku and Kimimaro hesitated for a moment before asking in confusion, Byakuya-sama, isn't your goal to bring all of Kirigakure under your command? When that happens, we will naturally be your subordinates. Byakuya shook his head lightly. You are Zabuza's subordinates, not Kirigakure's. And I see great potential in you. Rather than indirect allegiance, I prefer to lead you directly. Hearing this, Haku and Kimimaro thought for a while before nodding in agreement. Seeing how quickly they accepted, Byakuya didn't waste words. He directly formed 2 would-release seeds and placed them on Haku and Kimimaro's shoulders. Haku and Kimimaro were a little confused, but they soon noticed the seeds transforming into vines and wrapping around their wrists. Byakuya explained, these are would-release seeds, a secret technique of the would-release bloodline limit. Their effect is simple, they provide you with the chakra reserves of an elite jonin. In critical moments, they can also save your life. This is your reward for joining me, and also the only aid I will provide you. Haku and Kimimaro carefully felt the changes in their wrists and realized that the would-release seeds were continuously supplying them with chakra. Their hearts filled with joy, and they bowed respectfully to Byakuya. Then, without hesitation, they leaped from their high vantage point, diving toward the battlefield where the Three Tails was rampaging. Watching them leave, Byakuya shook his head slightly, admiring their loyalty. In the original timeline, both of them were outstanding shinobi who remained devoted to their superior until their deaths. And right now, loyal subordinates were exactly what he lacked. The Akatsuki was full of talent, but none of them were truly trustworthy. Kakuzu was obsessed with money. Haiden worshipped his so-called god. Sasori had to be won over using puppetry. And Hirako only joined to exact revenge on Konoha. As for Orochimaru, he was a notorious traitor who would betray anyone unless he was in charge. If Byakuya ever let his guard down, Orochimaru would surely turn on him. His subordinates were far from reliable. Reflecting on the state of the Akatsuki, Byakuya turned his gaze back toward the Three Tails, eager to see how Haku and Kimimaro would perform. The would-release seeds he had given them were, in truth, an application of spore technique. This secret ability, derived from Black Zetsu's White Zetsu, could drain chakra from its host, or supply them with chakra when needed. It was an extremely potent jutsu. His recruitment of Haku and Kimimaro wasn't just because of their loyalty and potential, he also wanted to test the limits of the spore technique, seeing how strong Ice Release and Shikatsumiyaku could become when granted a vast chakra reserve. Pulling his thoughts back to the present, Byakuya surveyed the battlefield. The fight between Zabuza and the 4th Mizukage had gone on long enough. If Obito had any intelligence at all, he should have realized what was happening by now. So why hadn't he shown up yet? Could it be that Byakuya had coincidentally chosen a time when Obito was absent? With the power of the would-release seeds boosting them, Haku and Kimimaro used body flicker technique repeatedly. In just a few minutes, they reached the battlefield. At that moment, the battle between Kirigakure's forces and the Three Tails had reached a critical stage. The Three Tails had crushed numerous Kirinin with its sheer size and tailed beast balls, but it had taken some damage in return. Its head and limbs bore injuries, and even its shell had a noticeable crack. Sensing movement behind them, the Kirinin quickly turned to look. When they saw that Haku and Kimimaro weren't wearing Kiri forehead protectors, their expressions darkened. They immediately fixed their eyes on the 2 unexpected intruders. At this critical moment in the fight against the Three Tails, any unknown factor could be dangerous. Just as Ao was about to lead his men to confront Haku and Kimimaro, Zabuza and Juzo B1 noticed them as well. Zabuza retreated a few steps, approaching Haku and Kimimaro with a frown. Why are you two here? Didn't I tell you not to interfere in the Mizukage's affairs? Haku and Kimimaro stared at Zabuza, silent. Meitarumi glanced over and smirked. Zabuza, these 2 are your subordinates? I have to admit, they're pretty loyal to come all the way here for you. Zabuza's expression darkened. He said coldly, loyal? These 2 idiots disobeyed my orders and ran here anyway. What use do I have for such useless subordinates? Mei raised an eyebrow but smiled knowingly. She understood, Zabuza was trying to push them away for their own safety. Who would have thought that the infamous demon of the hidden mist actually had such a soft side? Haku lifted his head and looked Zabuza straight in the eyes. "We are not useless. We now have the power to fight the Mizukage. We can help you, Lord Zabuza." As he spoke, Haku raised his hand, and in an instant, dozens of ice needles formed in the air and shot skyward. Kimimaro activated Shikatsumiyaku, and sharp bones protruded from his body, reflecting the morning light with a chilling gleam. Ice release and Shikatsumiyaku? The Kirigakure shinobi around them were visibly shaken, their expressions changing as they turned to Zabuza. The demon of the hidden mist had been secretly harboring the remnants of the Yuki and Kage clans? And judging by their proficiency in bloodline limit, they had already reached the level of a Jonin. Even Zabuza's face changed slightly. Just 3 days ago, Haku and Kimimaro had only been Chunin level at best. How had they suddenly become as strong as Jonin? They weren't lying, they truly were strong enough to join the battle. But Zabuza absolutely would not let them. Chapter 344, The Fall of the Fourth Mizukage. Zabuza wanted to stop Haku and Kimimaro from joining the battle. In his eyes, even if they had gained more power, they still lacked the corresponding battle experience. Rushing recklessly into a fight against the Three Tails would only create more trouble for him. More importantly, he didn't want to see Haku and Kimimaro lose their lives here. Even though they were from Kirigakure's bloodline limit clans, they had never been protected by the village. Instead, they had been victims of the blood mist policy. In this situation, it was Kirigakure that had wronged them, not the other way around. Just as Zabuza was about to persuade them to retreat, the Three Tails suddenly moved. Its massive body shifted as it charged toward him. Opening its mouth wide, it fired a water sphere the size of a house. The water sphere tore through the air with a sharp screech, speeding toward them. This was the C-rank water release, iron cannonball technique, a jutsu naturally wielded by the Three Tails. While a normal iron cannonball wouldn't be threatening, the power of a jutsu never depended on its rank alone. Its effectiveness was determined by chakra quantity and nature transformation. Facing the incoming attack, Zabuza stepped forward, placing himself in front of Haku and Kimimaro, sword in hand. He could already feel the immense power of the iron cannonball, but he still chose to shield them. Even if he were to be severely injured, it was better than letting them die. Haku and Kimimaro didn't try to stop him. Instead, they exchanged a glance and activated their bloodline limit. Forming hand seals, Haku pressed his palm to the ground. Drawing from the moisture in the air, he created an ice wall, 10 meters tall and 1 meter thick. The massive ice wall barely withstood the impact, cracks spreading across its surface. Meanwhile, Kimimaro's body flickered to the Three Tails' side. Like a sharpened spike, he drove his bone blade deep into the beast's foot, staining the ground with its blood. As the attack against Zabuza was intercepted, Haku jumped onto the ice wall, summoning massive ice spears and launching them toward the Three Tails. He wasn't aiming to kill it, his goal was to force it into a water-rich environment, where he could freeze it completely. Sensing the increasing chill in the air, the Three Tails' expression changed. Despite its title as a walking natural disaster, it could still feel how ice release restrained its power. If it didn't eliminate this ice release user quickly, it might lose its freedom again. Just as the Three Tails began forming a tailed beast ball, another sharp pain shot through its leg. Kimimaro, despite his small size, was managing to wound the tailed beast, even posing a real threat to its life. Watching Haku and Kimimaro fight head-on against a tailed beast, Zabuza was stunned. Nearby, Meitarumi and Ao, who had been preparing to assist, also froze in shock. All the Kirigakure ninjas turned their eyes toward the two young warriors, their expressions filled with disbelief. As Kirigakure shinobi, they were no strangers to ice release and Shikatsumiyaku. In both the Yuki clan and the Kage clan, once a shinobi awakened their bloodline limit, they could easily surpass Jonin and Chunin ranks, reaching Jonin level within the village. However, even Jonin struggled to wield techniques of this scale, let alone face the Three Tails head-on. The power Haku and Kimimaro displayed was comparable to the leaders of their respective clans in the past. But the most terrifying part? They were still just children. Their potential for growth was immense. Reaching the Kage level in the future wasn't impossible at all. Realizing this, everyone turned to Zabuza. They hadn't forgotten how Haku and Kimimaro had addressed him as their leader. No one had expected that after his failed assassination attempt on the Mizukage, Zabuza had secretly raised two monsters like them. Mei Terumi approached Zabuza, her expression unreadable. "Zabuza, why didn't you send these two out from the start? With their help, we might not have needed to fight the fourth Mizukage at all." Or, she smirked, "Were these two meant for us instead?" Her words were spoken half in jest, but the suspicion in her tone was real. This was exactly what Ao was thinking. Seeing Haku and Kimimaro's strength, they fully realized Zabuza's cunning. He had secretly nurtured two bloodline limit geniuses, not just to deal with the fourth Mizukage, but to secure his own influence within Kirigakure. Recruiting them had been simple. Both of their clans had been exterminated under the fourth Mizukage's orders. By offering them revenge, Zabuza had easily won them over, making them his most valuable assets, and potentially his key to becoming the next Mizukage. They had underestimated Zabuza, and underestimated the man who dared to attack the Mizukage. At this moment, Zabuza was still in shock. He looked toward Haku and Kimimaro, unsure how to explain this to Mei Terumi and Ao. When he had taken them in, they had barely been Genin level. Even after training them, he had only expected them to reach Chunin strength at best. But now? They had completely surpassed Jonin, even approaching elite Jonin level. Still, despite their newfound power, their combat style remained inexperienced. Something wasn't adding up. With a puzzled expression, Zabuza turned toward Juzo Biwa, who happened to be looking at him at the same time. Meeting each other's gaze, they immediately understood the truth. Byakuya. Under normal circumstances, Haku and Kimimaro's strength shouldn't have improved so drastically. But over the past few days, they had been staying near Byakuya. And that man didn't follow normal logic. If Byakuya had intervened, then it wasn't surprising at all that Haku and Kimimaro had grown so powerful in such a short time. But if they had gained Byakuya's power, didn't that mean Zabuza had lost his bet with Byakuya? Didn't this prove that Kirigakure couldn't handle this crisis on its own? Realizing his loss, Zabuza didn't dwell on it for long. Haku and Kimimaro had already made their deal with Byakuya, and now they were fighting against the Three Tails. He couldn't afford to hold them back. More than that, he refused to be an incompetent leader. Glancing around at the Kirigakure ninjas, Zabuza's expression turned cold. "There's no point in discussing the past. Our goal is to defeat the Three Tails and save the fourth Mizukage." With that, he gripped his sword and charged toward the Three Tails. Mei Terumi watched his back in confusion before exchanging a glance with Ao. Then, without hesitation, they followed after him. Zabuza was right, now wasn't the time for mistrust. The only way to end this battle was to defeat the Three Tails and free the fourth Mizukage. With Haku and Kimimaro, two elite Jonin, joining the fight, the battle's balance shifted in Kirigakure's favor. The Three Tails was driven into a lake, where Haku froze the entire surface, trapping its limbs. Kimimaro's bone spikes pinned it in place, preventing it from escaping. Zabuza, Mei Terumi, and the other Kirigakure ninjas then launched a coordinated assault, draining the beast's stamina and chakra. Finally, after half an hour of battle, the Three Tails shrunk and vanished, leaving behind the exhausted fourth Mizukage, kneeling on the ice. "Are you the Mizukage, or someone else?" The fourth Mizukage lifted his head. His eyes showed neither confusion nor surprise. He sighed lightly and said, "I am the center of Kirigakure. You may call me whatever you wish." Zabuza and Mei Terumi exchanged puzzled looks. As if understanding their confusion, the fourth Mizukage explained, "For all these years under the control of the masked man, I was indeed trapped by his jinjutsu, but that doesn't mean I was completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world. I personally reinstated the blood mist policy. I personally ordered the extermination of the bloodline clans. I issued numerous commands that harmed Kirigakure. Even if those orders were ultimately the masked man's doing, the blame still falls on me. Zabuza took a step forward, staring at the fourth Mizukage. Since you admit it's your fault, what do you plan to do now? Announce to the world that you were just a manipulated puppet, then commit seppuku? And seppuku is a kind of samurai suicide where a samurai/warrior honorably commits suicide. The fourth Mizukage shook his head. Suicide won't atone for my mistakes. The village is already in chaos and cannot afford to lose its Mizukage. The three tails within me is also unstable. For now, I have no choice but to remain in Kirigakure. Besides, we must deal with the threat of the masked man. He could return at any moment. Hearing that the fourth Mizukage had no intention of committing suicide, Zabuza's expression shifted slightly. He snorted coldly but ultimately said nothing more. The fourth Mizukage was right, Kirigakure still needed its Mizukage. If he were to die now, the village would fall into further turmoil as people fought over the Mizukage's position. Meitarumi and Ao had no objections to keeping the fourth Mizukage alive. They had not personally suffered under his rule and understood his importance to the village. With both sides reaching an agreement, the fourth Mizukage looked towards Zabuza and the others, his tone somber. To be honest, after Kisame's defection, I thought I would never escape the masked man's control. I never expected Meitarumi to grow so strong so quickly, nor for Zabuza to have trained two promising bloodline limit users. Even Juzo Biwa returned to the village at a critical moment. You are all heroes who have saved Kirigakure. Faced with the fourth Mizukage's praise, no one reacted much. Suddenly, Zabuza and Meitarumi seemed to realize something. They turned to the fourth Mizukage and asked, "Fourth, what did you just say?" "I said you are the heroes who saved the village." Zabuza shook his head and pressed further, "No, before that, you mentioned a traitor. Are you saying another Kirigakure ninja has joined the masked man?" Kisame betrayed the village. Halfway through his sentence, Yagura's face changed slightly. He looked at Zabuza and Biwa Juzo and asked, "Before you infiltrated the Mizukage's office, did you deal with Kisame first?" "No, we never even encountered Kisame." The fourth Mizukage's face turned pale in an instant. His voice faltered as he said, "If you didn't run into Kisame, and you didn't see the masked man, then where are they now?" At those words, everyone froze, a chill creeping down their spines. Just then, a light breeze swept across the frozen lake, and a shadow appeared beneath the ice. A hand shot out, grabbing the fourth Mizukage's ankle and yanking him down toward the water. Already weakened, the fourth Mizukage had no strength to resist. He plunged into the icy lake, losing all ability to fight back. Just as the shadow was about to drag him away, Kimimaro intercepted them. Sharp bone spikes erupted from his body, clamping onto the fourth Mizukage and lifting him back to the lake's surface. With that done, Kimimaro turned to attack the shadowy figure. The figure glanced at Kimimaro before phasing through the ice and stepping onto the surface of the lake. It was none other than the mastermind behind the fourth Mizukage's control, the true ruler of Kirigakure, Obito Uchiha. Now that he had reclaimed the fourth Mizukage, Obito found himself surrounded by the Kirigakure ninja. Despite being outnumbered, he showed no sign of fear. He surveyed his surroundings before speaking in a mocking tone, "You've done well. After much struggle, you finally defeated my puppet. But tell me, what makes you think that just because you defeated a mere puppet, you have the right to challenge me? Do you believe in the strength of these bloodline remnants? Or are you relying on those weak little swords?" Hearing Obito's taunts, Zabuza and Meitarumi's faces darkened. For Kirigakure, nothing was more humiliating than having their Mizukage controlled by Jinjutsu. If anything could be worse, it was the fact that they hadn't realized it for years. Seeing their grim expressions, Obito decided to twist the knife further. "What are you waiting for? Why aren't you attacking? Are you too afraid to die? Or perhaps, you fear your Mizukage's shadow? After all, for all these years, I was the true Mizukage. Yagura was nothing but my puppet." Zabuza sneered, countering, "If you were truly that powerful, you wouldn't have needed to hide behind the Mizukage. And you certainly wouldn't have let me escape that day." You're not as strong as you claim to be. You only controlled the Mizukage through trickery, nothing more than a pathetic coward. You don't even have the guts to remove your mask and show us your true face." Zabuza's words sparked agreement among the surrounding Kirigakure ninja. They quickly joined in, hurling insults at the masked man. "That's right. You're just a coward who hides his face. If you really have the guts, take off your mask and show us who you are. Or is your face so hideous that you can't bear to show it?" Obito, already irritated, turned red with anger at their jeers. But he couldn't remove his mask, he couldn't risk revealing his identity. Since he couldn't win with words, he would use force. In a flash, he vanished, reappearing right beside Zabuza, launching his attack. Chapter 345, Uzumaki? Facing Obito's attack, Zabuza gritted his teeth and swung his blade toward him. Obito merely flickered to the side, easily dodging the strike. With a sidestep, he closed the distance and delivered a punch to Zabuza's stomach. The powerful impact sent Zabuza stumbling back several meters before dropping to one knee, staring at Obito ahead. Obito hadn't even used his full strength, but if Zabuza had been at his peak, he might have been able to defend himself. However, after his battle with the fourth Mizukage, his stamina was down to almost nothing. He could still hold his own against weaker opponents, but against someone of Obito's caliber, he could only endure the blows. Seeing Zabuza injured, Haku and Kimimaro rushed to his side, helping him up before stepping in front of him to guard against Obito. Obito glanced at Haku's ice blade, then at Kimimaro's bone blade, his brows furrowing slightly. Something about them felt off, familiar, even, but he couldn't immediately place why. Engaging them in a few rapid exchanges, he quickly realized the truth. No wonder they felt familiar, they had white Zetsu attached to them. That traitor, Black Zetsu, must have transferred control of some white Zetsu units to Byakuya. Byakuya had then used white Zetsu's abilities to empower these two ninjas to fight against the fourth Mizukage, whom Obito had carefully cultivated. Did Byakuya really want to steal the credit that badly? The retrieval of the Three Tails and Six Tails was supposed to be Obito's task. Still, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. The faster Byakuya collected the tailed beasts, the quicker the Eye of the Moon plan could proceed. And once the tailed beasts were secured, Byakuya's usefulness would end. Regaining his composure, Obito looked at the Kirigakure ninjas before him. His objective had already been achieved, so there was no need to linger. However, taking a few Kirigakure ninja down before leaving wasn't a bad idea. With that thought, Obito attacked again. This time, he activated his intangibility. No matter how much Haku's ice blade or Kimimaro's bone spears slashed at him, they couldn't touch him. Seeing this, Haku and Kimimaro became visibly shaken. With the enhancement of the wood release seed, they thought they had become strong enough to compete at the highest level in Kirigakure, strong enough to even fight against a tailed beast. But now, faced with the true mastermind, they couldn't even land a hit. Materumi gathered a large amount of acidic mist, hoping to bypass Obito's defenses, but he effortlessly dodged every attack. He was like a ghost, untouchable, and seemingly unreal. At that moment, after observing for a while, Ao spoke up, "The masked man's chakra has vanished. He likely possesses some sort of space-time ability, hiding his body in another dimension. That's why none of our attacks are landing." Materumi asked, "Then how do we fight him?" Ao thought for a moment before answering, "Space-time techniques aren't invincible. If he hides in another dimension, he can't attack either. As long as we keep our eyes on him and don't let up, he'll eventually be forced to return to this space." Hearing this, Obito's expression immediately darkened. What the hell is wrong with the ninja world these days? Why was it that every time he used a technique, someone could see through it? Was his space-time ability really that obvious? Not wanting to reveal the 5-minute limit of his intangibility, Obito voluntarily cancelled it. Walking into the middle of the group, he sighed lightly. "Originally, I wanted to keep playing with you using my intangibility. But since you've figured it out, I'll have to keep it a secret, by killing all of you." With that, Obito raised his hand and activated Mokuton, piercing stakes, launching into close combat. Before Meitarumi could even react, a wooden stake grazed her, tearing her clothes and leaving a deep scratch on her skin. Ao, standing nearby, wasn't as lucky. His thigh was pierced straight through, crippling his mobility. In mere moments, half of the Kirigakure shinobi collapsed, while the remaining few were too injured to fight. Haku and Kimimaro tried to retaliate, but they soon realized that the chakra in their would-release seeds had been exhausted. The only ones left with any fighting strength were Biwa Juzo and Zabuza. Looking at the battered shinobi around him, Obito sneered. "You talk big, but your strength is pitiful. If you don't have some secret trump card, I'll just kill each of you one by one and reclaim Kirigakure. After all, for over a decade, your Mizukage has been nothing but my puppet." Saying this, Obito laughed, a loud, unrestrained, arrogant laugh. The Kirigakure shinobi's expressions darkened. But at this point, they had lost nearly all their strength. Any further resistance would only land them on the rogue ninja list before their inevitable deaths. But if they lost here, Kirigakure would return to the past. Nothing would change. The Bloody Mist policy would continue. Kirigakure Academy students would still be forced into brutal survival battles. Teams of ninja would still distrust and betray one another. That was not the future they wanted. That was not what Kirigakure should be. With this thought, Zabuza struggled to his feet. Dragging his sword behind him, leaving a trail of blood, he walked toward Obito. When he got close, he lifted his head, grinning as he said, "Don't underestimate my village. Even if the Mizukage becomes your puppet, there will always be a demon like me to chop off the puppet's head." Obito glanced at him and casually flicked his wrist, sending a wooden stake flying towards Zabuza. To him, killing Zabuza at this point was no different from crushing an ant, just a matter of choice. Zabuza's current state reminded him of himself back at the Canopy Bridge. The sight made him feel sick. The ninja world's law is survival of the fittest. Any resistance before absolute power is meaningless. Only in dreams could a ninja become truly strong, only in dreams could true peace exist. But just as the wooden stake was about to hit Zabuza, a black-haired figure intercepted it mid-air. Zabuza looked at the newcomer in surprise, sighing before saying, "So, in the end, we still have to rely on you. I must have disappointed you, both me and Kirigakure." The black-haired figure shook his head and replied, "You and the Kirigakure shinobi have done well. You successfully lured out the masked man. Now, leave the rest to me. This is my fight with him, and the grudge between our clans." Pausing, the newcomer turned to Haku and Kimimaro, saying, "Haku, Kimimaro, here are some medical scrolls and medicine. Treat the injured and fall back." Haku and Kimimaro took the scrolls and medicine, then retreated to tend to the wounded. After finishing all this, the black-haired figure looked toward Obito in the distance and activated the body flicker technique. The black-haired figure was none other than Byakuya, who had been watching for quite some time. He had arrived near the battlefield as soon as Obito made his appearance. However, he didn't act immediately. Instead, he observed Obito and the Mist Ninjas, assessing their strength. Only when the Mist Ninjas were all defeated and Zabuza was about to be killed did Byakuya step in to save him. This way, he could maximize his favorability with Zabuza, making it easier to bring the Kirigakure under his control. As he flashed to Obito's side, Obito furrowed his brows and locked eyes with Byakuya. He hadn't expected Byakuya to appear without any disguise this time, showing his true face in front of so many people. Did this move have some hidden meaning? After staring at each other for a few moments, Byakuya suddenly raised his voice, "Masked man, after hiding for so many years, you've finally shown yourself. Ever since our last encounter in Kirigakure, we've been searching for your whereabouts, from the land of fire all the way to the land of lightning. I never expected you to be hiding in Kirigakure all this time, secretly controlling the fourth Mizukage. But now that the fourth Mizukage has been defeated and you're trapped here, it's time to settle the decades-long grudge between our two clans. Every last heir of Madara Uchiha must be eliminated." Obito's eyes flashed with confusion as he stared at Byakuya in disbelief. It was true that he was a successor to Madara, But had Byakuya lost his mind today? Why was he talking about eliminating Madara's heirs? There had never been any major feud between the Uchiha and the Uzumaki clans. Before Obito could think further, Byakuya had already charged at him, unleashing advent of a world of flowering trees. Countless vines shot up from the ground, instantly transforming the lake into a dense forest, completely reshaping the terrain. Faced with Byakuya's attack, Obito dared not be careless. Byakuya had defeated him 3 times in the past. He was the one person in the ninja world who understood Kamui almost as well as Obito himself. Was Byakuya planning to eliminate him today and execute the Eye of the Moon plan on his own? Clenching his teeth, Obito barely held his ground for a few exchanges before gradually regaining his composure. Taking advantage of the cover provided by advent of a world of flowering trees, he called out to Byakuya. Byakuya, what exactly is your plan in Kirigakure? If you tell me, I can cooperate with you. Byakuya lunged at Obito again, responding with a serious expression. What Byakuya? What plan? Evil successor of Madara Uchiha, I'm here to eliminate you today. Your wicked schemes have threatened the entire ninja world. As a descendant of the Senju, I must remove this threat and restore peace to the world. Obito was speechless. After phasing through Byakuya's cutting sprigs technique, he frowned and said, Byakuya, I remember you being an Uzumaki. Since when did you become a Senju? Besides, you've recruited so many Uchiha yourself. You're more like the head of the Uchiha than I am. Byakuya remained calm, looking at Obito with an indifferent expression. I have no idea what you're talking about. Didn't Itachi Uchiha already wipe out the Uchiha clan? What does that have to do with me? Besides, as a Senju descendant, I have solid proof that you orchestrated the Nine-Tails attack and controlled the Mizukage. I cannot betray the will of my ancestors by conspiring with Madara Uchiha's heir. Seeing Byakuya feign ignorance, Obito had no choice but to use his trump card. If you keep pretending, I'll expose everything to Black Zetsu, and at the same time, I'll make sure the entire ninja world learns about Danzo's role in Shusui's disappearance. Hearing this, Byakuya paused and looked at Obito. Masked Man, if you expose the truth about Shisui, does that mean you're giving up on hunting the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Or are you planning to quit Akatsuki and go solo? I'm not. Obito started to deny it, but then suddenly realized something. He frowned and said, then what exactly is your plan? With your intelligence network, you should know that Kirigakure is under my control. If we wait for the right moment, I can make a move on the 3 tails and 6 tails and complete the organization's mission. Byakuya looked at Obito and said, your plan may seem perfect, but it has many flaws. The 3 tails Jinchuriki is the 4th Mizukage. If you attack him, you'll alert Kirigakure. The successive disappearances of the tailed beasts will also raise alarms in the 5 great nations. When that happens, capturing the remaining tailed beasts will become much more difficult. Obito frowned, displeased. Then what better method do you have? Why insist on targeting Kirigakure? Don't you realize your actions have exposed me and the tailed beast's plan? How am I supposed to carry out my missions now? Byakuya continued, your identity was already compromised. In the future, I plan to let you and the tailed beast hunt be fully exposed to the 5 great nations so that the entire world knows an organization is secretly collecting the tailed beasts. Why? Obito stared at Byakuya, clearly displeased. To him, Byakuya was acting like a traitor. Byakuya smiled and said, once the hunt for the tailed beasts begins, how long do you think you can keep it hidden from the great nations? Rather than trying to cover it up, it's better to expose the plan early and direct their attention toward you. This time, I'm confronting you as a Senju to ensure the ninja world sees us as enemies. That way, when you attack the Jinchuriki in the future, I can use the opportunity to infiltrate the 5 great nations from within. The safest place is often the most dangerous one. The 5 great nations would never expect this. Obito fell into deep thought after hearing Byakuya's plan. It was indeed a clever strategy, but there was one glaring issue. Why should he be the one lurking in the shadows, drawing all the hatred as Madara's successor, while Byakuya could walk in the light, becoming a hero who stood against the Eye of the Moon plan. As if sensing Obito's thoughts, Byakuya spoke casually, "Honestly, I don't want to pretend to be a Senju and act as a spy in the 5 great nations either. But the problem is, you attacked Konohagakure, controlled the 4th Mizukage, and just so happened to be the heir of Madara. You're the perfect scapegoat to attract all the hatred." Pausing for a moment, Byakuya added, "Don't hesitate. Didn't you want to become the greatest contributor to the organization? This is your best opportunity." Obito remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. "If you had this plan all along, why didn't you tell me earlier? Do you not trust me?" Byakuya nodded and replied matter-of-factly, "Of course, I don't trust you. I've always worked with you using my real identity, while you've always hidden behind a mask. I don't even know who you really are. Are you just Madara's successor, or Madara himself? My identity doesn't matter. I've already forgotten my past." Obito gazed at Byakuya and, in a quiet voice, asked, "And besides, I may wear a mask, but at least I know I am an Uchiha. But you, an Uzumaki, are you really an Uzumaki?" Chapter 346, The Bond Between Senju and Uchiha. Byakuya's identity was that of an orphan from the Uzumaki clan, wandering in the Land of Rain. After joining Akatsuki, he quickly became the organization's second-in-command and, in the battle against Hanzo of the Salamander, rose to the position of Akatsuki's leader. All along, Byakuya had identified himself as a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. His vast chakra reserves and natural talent in both ninjutsu and jinjutsu further confirmed his Uzumaki heritage. Aside from lacking red hair, Byakuya possessed all the traits of an Uzumaki ninja, making him a true descendant of the clan. However, just now, Obito had begun to suspect him. He doubted whether Byakuya was truly an Uzumaki. It was true that the Uzumaki clan was known for their immense chakra reserves. However, another clan in the ninja world also shared this trait, the Senju, who had been entangled with the Uchiha for 1,000 years. The Senju were distant relatives of the Uzumaki, also possessing vast chakra reserves. Moreover, compared to the Uzumaki, the Senju had even greater talent in ninjutsu and taijutsu, otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to suppress the Uchiha for nearly a millennium. The reason Obito began to doubt Byakuya's identity was simple. Byakuya's talent in wood release was far too extraordinary. He had surpassed even Obito, a Uchiha, and had even outperformed most white Zetsu. Such talent was beyond the capability of an Uzumaki, it was a power only a Senju could possess. Once the seed of doubt was planted, Obito couldn't stop questioning whether Byakuya had been telling the truth. His mind was filled with countless possibilities. According to Madara's accounts from the past, Tobirama Senju had always plotted against the Uchiha, keeping a close watch on the happenings of the ninja world. With Tobirama's abilities, he must have noticed that Madara had faked his death and was still lurking in the ninja world. However, before Tobirama could take action, he was taken down by Kinkaku and Ginkaku of Kumogakure. Of course, Tobirama might not have actually died at the hands of Kinkaku and Ginkaku. It was also possible that Madara himself had eliminated this formidable enemy of the Uchiha. Yet, even Madara had not foreseen that after Tobirama's death, another cunning Senju would inherit his will, continuing to oppress the Uchiha in the ninja world, repeatedly interfering with his plans, and even infiltrating the Eye of the Moon plan. That person was none other than the dark-hearted and enigmatic Byakuya Senju. Shaking off his scattered thoughts, Obito continued watching Byakuya, ready to flee at a moment's notice. He knew he wasn't Byakuya's match, but with Kamui at his disposal, no one in the ninja world could stop him from escaping. As Obito stared at Byakuya, Byakuya also fixed his gaze on him. When Obito remained motionless and directly questioned whether he was truly an Uzumaki, Byakuya furrowed his brows and responded, "Masked man, why do you doubt that I am an Uzumaki? Do you think I am a Senju? I, too, have had such doubts. The Senju and Uzumaki have intermarried for generations, so it's possible that I carry Senju blood as well. However, whether Senju or Uzumaki, both clans have already perished. The only way to avoid extinction is to wield the strongest power in the ninja world. Let's continue executing our plan, I don't want to waste any more time. Hearing this, Obito did not completely set aside his suspicions, but he still nodded. He didn't want to lose Byakuya as an ally, nor did he particularly care whether Byakuya was Senju or Uzumaki. To him, as long as a ninja could hunt tailed beasts, they were a useful ninja. After some simple medical treatment, the Kirigakure ninjas were not fully recovered but could at least walk. They raised their heads and looked toward the battlefield where Byakuya and Obito were fighting. When they saw the massive forest that had risen from the ground, their eyes filled with shock. As ninjas from Kirigakure, they were naturally familiar with the wood-release bloodline limit, once wielded by the god of Shinobi, Senju Hashirama. However, wood release had supposedly been lost for decades. How had it suddenly reappeared? And not just with one user, there were two. One was the masked man who had manipulated the Mizukage. Judging from his Sharingan, he was likely an Uchiha. The other was Byakuya, a high-ranking figure from Amigakure. How had he also mastered wood release? From what Byakuya had said, it seemed he had been hunting the masked man for years. Unable to make sense of the situation, Meitarumi turned to Zabuza and Juzo Biwa. Her instincts told her that they knew the truth but had been hiding it. She asked, Zabuza, Juzo, you don't seem surprised by Byakuya's appearance at all. Do you know something? Have you been keeping secrets from us? Juzo Biwa remained silent, but Zabuza sighed lightly and said, this has nothing to do with you. It's a deal between me and Byakuya-sama. In the end, it comes down to my own weakness, that's why Byakuya-sama had to intervene. Byakuya-sama? It seems your deal with him is quite extraordinary. Narrowing her eyes, Mei looked toward the distant battlefield where Byakuya and Obito were fighting. With a casual tone, she said, tell me about this deal. At this point, there's no reason to hide it anymore. Zabuza took a deep breath before explaining, I gambled the entire Kirigakure on a bet with Byakuya. If we managed to rescue the fourth Mizukage and defeat the mastermind behind the scenes, he would form an alliance with the new Mizukage. But if I failed, he would take action against the masked man, and all of Kirigakure would become his subordinates. Upon hearing this, Mei took a sharp breath. Zabuza, are you an idiot for betting the entire village? Do you even have the authority to make that decision for Kirigakure? Zabuza glanced at her and replied, I had no choice. If Byakuya hadn't informed me about the fourth Mizukage being under Jinjutsu control, I never would have known. Besides, even if I lost the bet, Kirigakure would only be swapping one master for another. From being ruled by a masked man hiding in the shadows to being under the command of Akatsuki's leader, Byakuya. Mei fell silent for a few seconds. She could understand Zabuza's reasoning and wondered if he even had another option, perhaps he had no choice but to make this deal with Byakuya. And looking at the current situation, if Byakuya hadn't intervened, they all would have died. Kirigakure alone was no match for the masked man. At that moment, Mei suddenly thought of something. She turned to Haku and Kimimaro, then asked, so their power isn't their own either? That's why you were so surprised. Zabuza smiled bitterly and nodded. You guessed right. Haku and Kimimaro's strength also came from Byakuya. Just days ago, they were only at Chunin level. After hearing Zabuza's explanation, not only Mei but even Ao fell silent. One man controlled the Mizukage with Jinjutsu, while another could temporarily grant Chunin the strength of the seven swordsmen of the mist. How had such powerful figures emerged in the ninja world, treating even the five Kage as mere pawns? Mei and Ao exchanged glances and sighed simultaneously, feeling a deep sense of unease. A few minutes later, as the ground trembled violently, Byakuya and Obito emerged from the wood-release forest, appearing in an open space. Obito's clothing was in disarray, and his movements seemed frantic. He glared at Byakuya with murderous intent, as if he wouldn't rest until he tore him apart. Compared to Obito, Byakuya was in much better condition. He held his sword and pointed it at Obito, speaking righteously. Evil masked man, your scheme in Kirigakure has already been foiled by me. If you still refuse to surrender, are you planning to be completely cut down by my blade? Obito's expression flickered, and he let out a cold snort. Easy for you to say, but if you really could kill me, would you have waited until now? With my space-time abilities, I stand in an invincible position. I will never lose. Obito grinned, but you are different. If you fail even once, you lose completely. You have no chance to escape. Byakuya's expression changed slightly, but he soon smiled. Unfortunately for you, you don't have the strength to defeat me. In all our clashes, you've never won even once. Every time, you've been forced to flee in embarrassment. Hearing this, Obito's face twitched. He knew that he and Byakuya were playing a game of wits, but the truth was, he really had never won against Byakuya. Every single time, he had been defeated, this time was no different. Cursing Byakuya in his mind, Obito gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, I lost to you this time. But do you really think you've won? Aside from defeating me, what else have you gained?" Byakuya looked at him calmly. "Thwarting your plans is my greatest victory." Obito sneered. "Is that so? Do you really think you've won? Guess what? I knew about Kirigakure's movements these past few days. Do you think I didn't notice those ridiculous little insects sneaking around? Do you know why I didn't stop them?" Byakuya's face darkened. "You knew I was hiding nearby?" Obito smirked, his gaze filled with meaning. "While you were busy in Kirigakure, I took a little trip. I attacked Utakata, the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails. Of the two-tailed beasts in Kirigakure, I've already secured one, and as for the other, don't think you can protect it either." With that, Obito's figure flickered as he rushed toward the fourth Mizukage. Haku and Kimimaro, who were guarding the fourth Mizukage, immediately moved to stop him, but Obito simply phased through their attacks with Kamui and reached the Mizukage's side. He swiftly struck a few pressure points near the heart. The already weakened fourth Mizukage's vision darkened, and he completely lost consciousness. Just as Obito was about to take him away, Byakuya appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Obito glanced at Byakuya, let out a cold snort, and sank into the lake's waters, leaving behind a final remark before disappearing into the dark depths. "Oi Senju scum, our battle has only just begun. I have plenty more surprises in store for you." Byakuya watched Obito's retreating figure, his face dark and unreadable. A storm of emotion swirled within him, and an ominous pressure radiated from his body, as if he could explode at any moment. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Zabuza and Mei quickly approached him, speaking carefully. "Byakuya-sama, did the masked man escape? What about the fourth Mizukage's condition?" "The masked man was severely injured by me and fled. He won't be able to cause any trouble in the ninja world for a while." After a brief pause, Byakuya looked at the fourth Mizukage and let out a soft sigh. "As for the Mizukage, his condition is dire. Not only was he under Jinjutsu control, but Obito also left several hidden effects within his body. These effects will be difficult to remove. Even if he regains consciousness, his strength and lifespan will be greatly reduced. He likely only has a few months left to live." "A few months?" Hearing this, Zabuza and Mei were momentarily stunned. The fourth Mizukage had only just broken free from Obito's control, yet now he was nearing the end of his life. However, for them, this outcome was not entirely unacceptable. Given the severity of his injuries, even if he fully recovered, he would never return to his peak strength. And during his rule, the chaos of the Bloody Mist policy had wreaked havoc. Someone had to take responsibility for it. It couldn't be Obito, so the burden would have to fall on the fourth Mizukage himself. During the next Mizukage election, they would have to ensure that Lord Genji established a new rule. Even Kirigakure's leader, the Mizukage, would be required to undergo regular inspections by sensory-type Jonin to prevent such incidents from happening again. As her thoughts settled, Mei sighed with emotion. "We really owe Byakuya-sama for his help this time. If not for you, who knows how much longer the fourth Mizukage would have remained under control. We will make sure this never happens again." Zabuza also nodded. "I will be more cautious from now on. I won't let something like this happen again." Byakuya looked at the two of them with a half-smile. Zabuza, Mei, do you really think the fourth Mizukage was the only puppet in Kirigakure? This question made both Zabuza and Mei freeze, their expressions shifting to alarm. What do you mean? Are you saying there are other ninja in the village who are still under control? Byakuya shook his head. You two are still too slow-witted. Let me ask you, while the fourth Mizukage continued the bloody mist policy, who was the one that first implemented it? The one who first started the bloody mist policy was the third Mizukage, right? Before Zabuza and Mei could fully process the implications, an aged voice answered the question first. Upon hearing the voice, the assembled Kirinin turned to look behind them. An elderly man, leaning on a cane and accompanied by a dozen Kirigakure shinobi, stepped onto the battlefield. It was none other than Genji, the second most powerful figure in Kirigakure and one of the village elders. At his arrival, Mei and the others immediately bowed in respect. Even Zabuza, usually defiant, inclined his head slightly as a gesture of acknowledgement. Genji walked up to Byakuya and studied him before speaking. So the rumors don't do you justice. You're much younger than I expected, heir of the Senju clan. Heir of the Senju clan? The surrounding shinobi were visibly shocked. In the ninja world, the name Senju carried immense weight. Even the highest-ranking officials of the great ninja villages would react cautiously upon hearing it. But wasn't Tsunade supposed to be the last surviving Senju? The rest of the Senju clan had either died on the battlefield or erased their identities. While some still carried Senju blood, none had the strength or influence to uphold the clan's legacy. Zabuza and Juzo were equally stunned. They knew Byakuya possessed would release, but they hadn't expected him to be connected to the Senju clan, and even more surprising was that Genji acknowledged him as such. Byakuya looked at Genji and chuckled. Age doesn't mean much. I was simply fortunate to attain my current strength. Compared to you, Genji-sama, I still have a long way to go. But since you've shown yourself, I assume you've made up your mind about our cooperation? Chapter 347, The Masked Man's Conspiracy. Byakuya and Genji-sama knew each other and even secretly collaborated? Zabuza was briefly stunned upon hearing this, but after thinking it through, it made perfect sense. Byakuya might not have been the leader of Amigakure, but his strength was immense, easily ranking among the top 3 in the ninja world. Moreover, Akatsuki operated across multiple nations, and its leader held a status on par with the Mizukage. In Kirigakure, the only ninja qualified to discuss cooperation with Byakuya, aside from the fourth Mizukage, was Elder Genji, who wielded Mizukage-level authority. It was entirely logical for them to communicate in secret. Meanwhile, Meitarumi recalled something Genji had said to them a few days ago and suddenly understood. No wonder Genji-sama had instructed them to assist Zabuza. It turned out that the person supporting Zabuza from the shadows had reached an agreement with Genji to work together against the mastermind controlling the fourth Mizukage. Realizing this, Mei let out a breath of relief. She had thought Kirigakure was just a bunch of fools being played, but in truth, everything had been under Genji's control all along. She had underestimated his foresight. Genji smiled at Byakuya's mention of their cooperation and extended his hand. The matter of cooperation can be discussed anytime. But Byakuya-sama, do you truly intend to negotiate in the middle of nowhere? Why not return to Kirigakure with me? We will properly welcome you, and then we can discuss our cooperation in detail. Byakuya nodded. He had no reason to refuse Genji's invitation. Inside the elder's residence. A short while later, Byakuya followed Genji to his residence. Since the Mizukage building had been destroyed, this was the only suitable place for their discussion. After some brief pleasantries, Genji dismissed everyone else. Ao hesitated, wanting to speak up, but Genji shot him a sharp look, forcing him to stay silent. With the fourth Mizukage gravely injured and unconscious, Genji was now the sole authority in Kirigakure. If something happened to him, the village would be left leaderless. However, if Byakuya had truly harbored any ill intentions, he wouldn't have needed to arrange a private meeting, he could have acted at any time. Once the room was cleared, Byakuya and Genji sat facing each other. Seeing the questioning look on Genji's face, Byakuya spoke first. Helping your village defeat the masked man should be enough to prove my sincerity. Before we formally begin discussing cooperation, do you have any questions, Genji-sama? Genji raised his head and looked at Byakuya before asking. First question, are you a descendant of the Senju clan? Second, was the masked man truly a successor of Uchiha Madara? Third, why did the masked man control the Mizukage and abduct the Jinchuriki? What exactly is his goal? That's not one question, Byakuya said, giving him a glance. But he still answered. I am a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, but I do have Senju blood in my veins. I also inherited the Senju's teachings and awakened the would-release bloodline limit. The Uzumaki clan. Genji muttered to himself. He had assumed Byakuya was a direct descendant of either Hashirama or Tobarama Senju, but it turned out he was merely a branch descendant from the Uzumaki side, not a true Senju heir. However, considering Byakuya had inherited the Senju legacy and awakened would-release, it wasn't inaccurate to call him a Senju successor. After all, among the many Senju, only Hashirama had ever naturally awakened would-release. With that in mind, Genji moved on to the next question. Who exactly is the masked man? Could he really be Uchiha Madara? Byakuya shook his head. I don't know his true identity. I can't say whether he's a Konoha Uchiha or a remnant of Madara's bloodline. But he is definitely not Madara himself. Most likely, like me, he's just a successor to that legacy. I've studied the historical records of all the great ninja villages. I know what Madara's true power was like. If he were really Madara, he wouldn't be skulking around in the shadows, he would have openly declared war on the entire ninja world. Hearing this, Genji nodded. He and Byakuya shared the same belief, the masked man could not possibly be the real Uchiha Madara. But then why had he gone through the trouble of controlling both the third and fourth Mizukage? This time, Byakuya answered before Genji could even ask. I've fought the masked man multiple times. His ambitions are far greater than just controlling Kirigakure. Most likely, he saw the village as a base for a much bigger plan. Byakuya's casual remark about Kirigakure being small made Genji twitch slightly, but he pressed on. Then what do you think his ultimate goal is? Byakuya thought for a moment before replying. His target is the entire ninja world. But since he lacks the power to take on the 5 great nations directly, he's been working to weaken them through various schemes. You remember the Nine-Tails attack on Konoha, don't you? That was one of his moves against the Leaf Village. Genji nodded and continued asking, but even if he weakens the 5 great nations, that alone wouldn't allow him to rule the ninja world. No matter how weakened they are, he's still just one man. Byakuya took out a scroll he had been carrying and unrolled it. Of course, he couldn't do it alone. But what if he had the power of the tailed beasts? The Sharingan has the ability to control them. A single pair of Sharingan shouldn't be able to control all the tailed beasts, Genji pointed out. Besides, the masked man has controlled Yagura for years, but he never used the 3 tails for anything extreme. And this time, he only captured the 6 tails. Byakuya pointed at the scroll, which depicted all 9-tailed beasts. I don't know exactly why he's collecting them, but I do know that the 2 tails, 6 tails, and 7 tails are already in his hands. He may have found a way to control multiple tailed beasts at once, or perhaps he has discovered a method to merge them together. A method to merge the tailed beasts? Genji's eyes widened in disbelief, his body trembling slightly. Even a single-tailed beast can determine the outcome of a regional war. If he manages to collect all of them, wouldn't that mean he could annihilate entire villages with a single attack? Byakuya's face darkened, and he nodded. That is precisely why I've been hunting him down. If we let him succeed in gathering all the tailed beasts, the consequences will be unimaginable. I had hoped to take advantage of his presence in Kirigakure to eliminate him once and for all. But unfortunately, he saw through my ambush, left ahead of time to hunt the 6 tails, and then used his intangibility to escape. Hearing this, Genji sighed, feeling regret for Byakuya's failed attempt. At that moment, Genji seemed to remember something and spoke up. Byakuya-sama, you just said the masked man's goal is the tailed beasts. Doesn't that mean he will return to Kirigakure to target Yagura Karatachi again? Byakuya nodded noncommittally. The masked man was injured in our recent battle, so he won't be a threat for the next few months. But beyond that, I can't say. That will be up to Kirigakure to handle. Genji frowned, his expression turning anxious. Byakuya-sama, what do you mean by that? Didn't we agree to cooperate? Why is Kirigakure suddenly left to deal with the masked man alone? Byakuya sighed in slight frustration. It's not that I don't want to help Kirigakure, but I can't stay here indefinitely. If I leave my organization for too long, the masked man will likely target Akatsuki instead. Besides, I'm an outsider. I can't just remain in Kirigakure without a proper reason. Genji picked up on Byakuya's unspoken intent and decided to make an offer. Byakuya-sama, would you be interested in becoming an honorary jonin of Kirigakure? You would receive high-ranking privileges, and when encountering Kirigakure shinobi, you would have the authority to give them orders. Byakuya shook his head. I have no real interest in becoming a Kirigakure ninja. What I need are allies capable of dealing with the masked man. Instead, why don't you and Kirigakure join Akatsuki? As a subordinate organization, Kirigakure would receive protection, and I would naturally assign people to safeguard the 4th Mizukage. Having Kirigakure join Akatsuki. Genji furrowed his brows. Byakuya saw his hesitation and continued. As a subordinate group, Kirigakure would still function independently. Unlike other major organizations, we wouldn't interfere in your village's affairs. The only time we would exercise authority is when dealing with the masked man. Genji's expression relaxed upon hearing this. If it was merely a nominal affiliation with Akatsuki, then it wasn't entirely unacceptable. After all, Akatsuki wouldn't have the power to issue commands to Kirigakure, making their relationship similar to that between the village and the Land of Water. After a moment of contemplation, Genji spoke. If we only need to follow Akatsuki's orders in matters concerning the tailed beasts, then both Kirigakure and I are willing to join Akatsuki to fight against the masked man. As soon as Genji agreed, a crisp system notification rang in Byakuya's mind. Kirigakure has joined Akatsuki. You have obtained mastery of water release. Shadow-level warrior Genji has joined Akatsuki. You have obtained. Before the system could finish, Byakuya cut it off. Now was not the time to claim his rewards, there were still important matters to discuss with Genji. However, this also revealed how deeply Genji had hidden his true strength. He appeared to be an elderly man struggling to walk, yet he possessed shadow-level power and could still fight for Kirigakure one last time. Thinking about it, Byakuya wasn't surprised. Genji looked to be over 80 years old, an elder who had survived the Warring States period and had fought for decades until the establishment of Kirigakure. If he hadn't reached shadow-level strength, he would have perished long ago in the brutal ninja wars. This also explained why, despite Obito controlling the 4th Mizukage, Kirigakure had never fully fallen under Akatsuki's control, because the real leader of the village was standing right in front of Byakuya. Obito's influence over Kirigakure had always been incomplete because he hadn't gained Genji's allegiance. Only by convincing Genji to willingly join Akatsuki could Kirigakure truly become a part of the organization and contribute to Byakuya's path to power. Had Byakuya attempted to support Zabuza or Meitarumi as Mizukage a few weeks ago, he would have only gained rewards related to them. Even if the truth about the 4th Mizukage being controlled had been exposed, neither Zabuza nor Mei had the true authority to rule Kirigakure. Pulling himself out of his thoughts, Byakuya extended his hand. As he firmly shook hands with Genji, he smiled. Genji-sama, joining Akatsuki will be the best decision you've ever made. Genji remained somewhat distracted, taking a deep breath before asking. Byakuya-sama, how does Akatsuki plan to deal with the masked man in the future? And how should we protect the Three Tails Jinchuriki? The masked man is elusive. Aside from when he hunts tailed beasts, he rarely reveals himself. But he will have to resurface eventually to complete his collection. We can set a trap by intentionally exposing a weakness and waiting for him to take the bait. Pausing, Byakuya then addressed the matter of the three tails. As for protecting the Jinchuriki, the fourth Mizukage is already in poor condition. Soon, he and the three tails will die together. No matter how powerful the masked man is, he can't do anything to a dead-tailed beast. Genji's mouth twitched. Byakuya's method of protection was certainly unique. After a moment of thought, Genji responded seriously. Kirigakure cannot afford to lose the three tails. If the fourth Mizukage truly cannot hold on, I will have to consider selecting a new Jinchuriki. I assume you understand the importance of a Jinchuriki, Byakuya-sama? Byakuya nodded, his expression solemn. I know exactly what a Jinchuriki represents. If Kirigakure were to lose its tailed beast, the other four great nations would see it as an opportunity to strike. It could even trigger another war. This is all the first Hokage's fault. If he hadn't distributed the tailed beasts, the great nations wouldn't rely on Jinchurikis so heavily. Hearing Byakuya criticize the first Hokage, Genji coughed lightly. Hashirama-sama's decision to distribute the tailed beasts had its merits. If not for that, the Ninja World Wars would have happened far more than just 3 times. Byakuya glanced at Genji and said, or perhaps Konoha simply wanted to gain the upper hand and slowly consume the entire ninja world? Genji was momentarily speechless. After all, if Hashirama and Madara had truly decided to conquer the entire ninja world together, there might have only been one village left standing today. Seeing Genji's silence, Byakuya sighed softly. What's done is done. I don't want to see Konoha's parasites ruling the ninja world either. But if there's one thing I'd propose, it would be to hold a 5 Kage summit so that every major village is aware of the masked man's threat. If the 5 great nations worked together, even he wouldn't be able to get his hands on any more tailed beasts. Genji imagined the scenario Byakuya described but then shook his head. Byakuya-sama, with all due respect, even if the other 4 great nations learned about the masked man's existence, they wouldn't take him seriously. To them, the greatest threat comes from each other, not from some mysterious figure in the shadows. Even in Kirigakure's case, if we hadn't personally experienced the manipulation of both the 3rd and 4th Mizukage, we wouldn't have committed ourselves to fighting the masked man either. Byakuya sighed again after hearing Genji's words. I know. That's precisely why I haven't openly warned the other villages about him. Who knows when the 5 great nations will finally be able to sit down and have an honest discussion. Chapter 348, System Reward. After an anxious half-hour wait, Meitarumi and the others finally saw Byakuya and Genji appearing in the distance. Judging by their expressions, their conversation must have gone smoothly. It was possible that they had already reached some sort of agreement between Kirigakure and Akatsuki, forming an alliance. Looking at Mei and Ao, the cane-wielding Genji slowly said, I had a pleasant conversation with Byakuya just now. I've decided to have Kirigakure join Akatsuki and become a subordinate organization. Hearing this, Mei and Ao widened their eyes in disbelief. They knew that Zabuza had promised Byakuya that Kirigakure would join Akatsuki, but they hadn't expected Genji to actually agree to it. Kirigakure was one of the 5 great shinobi villages. How could it so easily become a subordinate village? Despite their doubts, they knew this was not the time to question it. The rest of the people present also found it hard to believe, unwilling to accept that Kirigakure had become a subordinate village of Akatsuki. However, no one dared to challenge Genji's decision. Genji was an elder from the village's founding days, a stabilizing force akin to an anchor for Kirigakure. Even if he were to clash with the Mizukage, most people would side with him. After all, the Mizukage might betray Kirigakure, but Genji never would. Having secured the agreement for Kirigakure to join Akatsuki, Byakuya didn't linger. Instead, he exchanged a glance with Juzo Biwa and then left. Zabuza and Juzo noticed Byakuya's look and followed him. Once Byakuya and his group had left, Mei and Ao exchanged a glance before asking Genji, Genji-sama, why did you decide to have Kirigakure join Akatsuki? Won't this damage the village's reputation? Genji let out a bitter smile. Mei, do you really think Kirigakure still has any prestige left? His words left Mei speechless. She couldn't refute him. After enduring the blood mist policy and the purge of the bloodline clans, Kirigakure had already become synonymous with chaos in the eyes of other nations. After a brief pause, Genji continued, "Moreover, my decision for Kirigakure to join Akatsuki was made after careful deliberation, not on a whim. Right now, even though the Mizukage has broken free from the masked man's control, the years of manipulation have left him physically and mentally drained. On top of that, he's seriously injured. There's no telling when he'll recover his combat strength. If I refused Byakuya's proposal and didn't make Kirigakure a subordinate of Akatsuki, what would we do if the masked man attacked again? Do you think we could defeat him?" "No." Mei shook her head slightly, her tone filled with gloom. Genji glanced at her, sighed, and said, "During our conversation, I also learned another piece of intelligence about the masked man from Byakuya. The masked man controlled the Mizukage and captured the Six Tails in order to collect tailed beasts and create a weapon capable of destroying entire villages in one strike. Only by joining Akatsuki and uniting every possible force can we stop his scheme." Hearing this, Mei's eyes widened before she quickly said, "If the masked man's target is the nine-tailed beasts, we could bypass Akatsuki and cooperate with the 4 great shinobi villages." She stopped halfway, realizing how unrealistic her idea was. The 5 great shinobi villages were riddled with conflicts. Now that Kirigakure had lost its tailed beast and was weakened, the other villages would only act like wild dogs scenting blood, eager to seize Kirigakure's territory. Realizing this, Mei decisively changed the topic. "Genji-sama, rather than discussing Kirigakure joining Akatsuki, there's another important matter we need to address. Have you decided how to handle the Mizukage?" At the mention of the 4th Mizukage, Genji's expression became somewhat distant. After a long silence, he finally said, "The village has taken many wrong turns over the years, and someone must be held responsible. That person can only be Yagura Karatachi. Once he wakes up, I will hold him accountable and have him relinquish the position of Mizukage. As for the next Mizukage..." Genji fell silent again. Then, as if making a firm decision, he continued, "There is currently no suitable candidate for Mizukage, nor can I think of anyone to recommend. For now, we will leave the position vacant." "A vacant Mizukage position?" Mei and Ao exchanged glances, barely able to accept Genji's reasoning. In any other of the 4 great shinobi villages, a vacant Kage position would be unthinkable. But in Kirigakure, the highest authority wasn't just the Mizukage, Genji himself wielded immense power. Genji could act in the Mizukage's stead, exercising the same authority. Besides, many in Kirigakure had developed a fear of the Mizukage position. Both the 3rd and 4th Mizukage had seemed like polite young men before taking office, only to implement increasingly insane policies afterward. If the 5th Mizukage turned out the same way, Kirigakure might be better off without one. With the Mizukage issue settled, Genji turned to Mei and Ao and said, "I almost forgot, Mei, Ao, like Zabuza, you two are also heroes who saved the village. While the 4th Mizukage is unconscious, the responsibility of leading the village falls on you." Hearing Zabuza's name, Mei frowned and asked, "Genji-sama, isn't Zabuza one of Byakuya's men, like Juzo Biwa? Why are you making him part of the village's leadership?" Genji shook his head. "Juzo Biwa belongs to Byakuya, but Zabuza still cares about the village. The fact that he was the first to raise his blade against the Mizukage proves that he is capable of leading." Then, looking at Mei with a teasing expression, he added, "Mei, you'd better work hard. I know you've always wanted to become Mizukage, but Zabuza has the same goal. Let's see which of you performs better and claims the title." Mei immediately tensed, clenching her fists. Becoming Mizukage requires more than courage and determination. Strength and wisdom are essential as well. I will surpass Zabuza by a wide margin and become the next Mizukage. He's only fit to be the leader of the Umbu." At that moment, Ao suddenly recalled something and turned to Genji. "Genji-sama, there's one more issue. One of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Kisame Hashigaki, has defected. I suspect he might be working for the masked man." Genji nodded. You're right. Kisame has indeed become the masked man's subordinate. However, neither Byakuya nor I know why he chose to join him. Given his betrayal, we will designate him as an S-rank rogue ninja. Any ninja below Jonin level who encounters him may flee without punishment. After leaving the elder's residence, Byakuya led his group to an open space. With a complicated expression, Zabuza turned to Byakuya and said, "Byakuya-sama, I never expected that I would lose our bet after all. You want me to swear loyalty now, right? From now on, I am your subordinate." As for Kirigakure joining Akatsuki, Genji-sama has already agreed to your terms. I can't have Kirigakure joining Akatsuki twice. Byakuya smiled and said, "You don't have to swear allegiance to me. I'm not that interested in you. I just appreciate the courage you showed in striking at the Mizukage. What really interests me are your two subordinates. After the Yuki clan and the Kage clan were wiped out, they are the last inheritors of Ice Release and Shikatsumiyaku. And the power they used when fighting the Three Tails, that was something I temporarily granted them after they swore loyalty to me. They were willing to sacrifice their freedom just to save you." Hearing this, Zabuza fell silent for a few seconds, his expression complicated as he looked at Haku and Kimimaro. After a moment, he sighed softly. "I see. I never expected that the two kids I picked up on a whim would end up saving my life at a critical moment. Fate sure loves to toy with people. But with all of us becoming Byakuya-sama's subordinates, doesn't this feel a little chaotic?" Byakuya was slightly taken aback. Zabuza was actually making jokes now? Was it because the fourth Mizukage had been defeated? At that moment, Zabuza turned to Byakuya and asked, "Byakuya-sama, what do you plan to do with Haku and Kimimaro? Are you sending them to Amigakure as ninjas, or will they remain in Kirigakure?" Byakuya thought for a moment before answering, "I plan to train them in Amigakure. Though they have the strength of Chunin, their foundation is still too weak. They need to return to the Ninja Academy for further studies. Once they reach Jonin level, they can graduate and take the Chunin exams." "You need Jonin level strength just to take the Chunin exams?" Zabuza wondered if he had misheard. Wasn't the Chunin exam supposed to select Chunin? Since when did you need to be that strong just to participate? This was absurd. That said, a period of school life wouldn't be bad for Haku and Kimimaro. From the moment they were born, neither of them had ever experienced a good life, nor did they have any friends their age. Perhaps the Ninja Academy could make up for their lost childhood. As for keeping Haku and Kimimaro by his side in Kirigakure, Zabuza had considered it but ultimately abandoned the idea after careful thought. With his status as a hero of Kirigakure, he could protect them, and with their talents, they could easily rise to the rank of Jonin. But Kirigakure had once hurt them deeply. Forcing them to stay would be unfair to them. With that in mind, Zabuza turned to Haku and Kimimaro. "You two brats, listen well. From now on, obey Byakuya-sama and become his most loyal ninjas. If you don't, I won't forgive you." Haku and Kimimaro nodded repeatedly, promising to follow Byakuya's orders. After dealing with their arrangements, Byakuya took out a wood-release seed from his pocket and handed it to Zabuza. "Since you're my subordinate now, I'll give you a little gift. You already know the effects of this wood-release seed. When that masked man appears, use it. That way, I can rush over to support you. But forget about using it to compete for the 5th Mizukage position. Cheating your way into becoming Mizukage is too much. I don't want the next Mizukage to be a fraud." Zabuza carefully accepted the wood-release seed and tucked it away. At that moment, Juzo Biwa walked over, handing Kubikuri Bocho to him. "Zabuza, as we agreed, Kubikuri Bocho is yours now. Take good care of it and feed it plenty of fresh blood. I don't actually need Kubikuri Bocho. There are other ninja swords in the village." Juzo glanced at Zabuza and said, "Kubikuri Bocho belongs to Kirigakure. I'm no longer a ninja of Kirigakure. It's better for you to keep it. If you really don't want to use it, just store it at home. Either way, I'm not taking it back." After a brief exchange, Byakuya left Kirigakure with Juzo, Haku, and Kimimaro. Everything that needed to be done had been completed. It was time to leave. A few hours later, after they had departed from Kirigakure and boarded a ship leaving the land of water, Byakuya sat on a cushioned seat, finally finding time to check his system rewards. Kage-level powerhouse Genji has joined Akatsuki. Kirigakure has automatically become part of Akatsuki. You have obtained the complete water release ninjutsu collection, advanced water release secret techniques, mastery of water release, and a large amount of chakra. Byakuya glanced at the system panel and found that these rewards were similar to what he had received when he visited Sunigakure. The only difference was that in Sunigakure, he had gained wind release mastery, whereas here, he had obtained water release mastery. Did that mean Sunigakure's wind release expertise was inferior to Kirigakure's water release? After thinking it through, Byakuya realized the key to the issue. Kirigakure specialized in water release and had many jonin proficient in it. Genji himself had mastered many water release techniques. As for Sunigakure, that was a land of magnet release users and puppet masters. What did they have to do with wind release? Honestly, even Sunigakure's strongest wind release user, Temari, was nowhere near the level of Danzo or Naruto Uzumaki. Upon claiming his rewards, a flood of water release knowledge filled Byakuya's mind. He had now fully mastered the nature transformation of water release, and his chakra reserves had increased by about a ton. After digesting these rewards, Byakuya looked at his system panel. Name, Byakuya. Age, 22. Current affiliation, Akatsuki. Chakra nature, lightning, water, earth, wind, fire, yang, yin. Ninjutsu, clone jutsu, basic kunai throwing, mastery of wind release, mastery of water release, mastery of paper release, proficiency in wood release, transformation jutsu, sport technique, mayfly technique. Bloodline limit, basic wood release, basic yin-yang release, magnet release. Bloodline, Azura, Indra. Personal evaluation, peak Kage level. Can easily crush most ninjas, but against true powerhouses, even escaping would be extremely difficult. After scanning the system panel, Byakuya found that there wasn't much change. He was strong, but not strong enough. His current power level was still far from reaching a true breakthrough. To improve further, he had to turn his attention to Konoha and the nine-tailed beasts. That was where the real powerhouses were gathered. Chapter 349, Return and the Cursed Seal. 2 weeks later, Byakuya and Juzo returned to Amigakure with their group. Feeling the damp and cold air, both Byakuya and Juzo Biwa unexpectedly felt a sense of security. Perhaps it was because this was the base of the Akatsuki, a place filled with like-minded comrades. After taking a moment to appreciate their return, Byakuya instructed Juzo to report to Nagato. Meanwhile, he took Haku and Kimimaro to the Amigakure Tower to discuss their placement with Yahiko. Before long, Byakuya skillfully pushed open the office door and saw Yahiko warming his hands with a thermos cup. Yahiko looked up at Byakuya, then at Haku and Kimimaro behind him, and smiled. Byakuya, didn't you go to Kirigakure with Juzo? Why did you bring back 2 kids? Don't tell me you just picked them up on the way? It's pretty much the same as picking them up, Byakuya admitted with a nod. Then he introduced them. This is Haku, a ninja of the Yuki clan who has awakened the ice release bloodline limit. The other is Kage Kimimaro, who has awakened the Shikatsumiyaku. Hearing this, Yahiko was slightly surprised. Ice release and Shikatsumiyaku. Aren't those Kirigakure's bloodline limits? You brought them here, does Kirigakure not mind? Kirigakure won't have an opinion, and even if they did, they wouldn't dare express it, Byakuya said with a pause. These 2 are the last surviving members of the Yuki and Kage clans, both of which were wiped out by Kirigakure. I brought them here to enroll them in the Ninja Academy for training. Upon understanding the situation, Yahiko let out a relieved sigh. He had genuinely worried that Byakuya might have kidnapped them, especially considering how Byakuya had previously picked up half of the Uchiha clan. With that in mind, Yahiko chuckled. You want them to train in the Ninja Academy? That's easy. You could have just gone to Conan directly. She's the one managing the academy, so enrolling a couple of transfer students is no big deal. Byakuya shook his head. They aren't ordinary transfer students. Both of them already have the strength of Chunin, so they'll need specialized training. Plus, Kimimaro has the Kage clan's genetic disease, so he'll need to visit the root base regularly for treatment. Chunin level? No wonder you're informing me about them, Yahiko remarked, glancing at Haku and Kimimaro. He quickly wrote a note and handed it to Byakuya. I'll have people register their identities. Don't worry. Byakuya took the note and created a wit clone to take Haku and Kimimaro to get registered. Once they left, Yahiko turned to Byakuya's real body. Byakuya, how did your mission in Kirigakure go? You didn't install another puppet leader there, did you? If you keep this up, I'll start thinking that all the 5 Kage will become your puppets one day. Puppet leader? What are you talking about? Byakuya frowned. Sasori is Chiyo's grandson, and he saved Sunagakure from Shikaku. If he wasn't given the position of Kazekage, were they supposed to hand it back to Raza, the guy who ordered his own son and brother-in-law to be sacrificed? Besides, wouldn't it be good for us if I actually could control all the Kage? Yahiko sighed, rubbing his forehead. Byakuya made a fair point, but he still wanted to hear the details of the mission. All right, enough dodging the question. Tell me exactly what happened in Kirigakure. Since Yahiko asked so directly, Byakuya didn't hold back. After organizing his thoughts, he began explaining, I originally planned to support Juzo in becoming Mizukage. But on the way, I encountered Zabuza, who had failed to assassinate the 4th Mizukage. From him, I learned about the situation with Yagura. After listening to Byakuya's report, Yahiko frowned. Byakuya's original plan was to help Juzo take power, but instead, he ended up collaborating with Jinjetsu, leading to Kirigakure's integration into Akatsuki as an ally. Byakuya had, once again, demonstrated his overwhelming strength. But what disturbed Yahiko was the revelation that the 4th Mizukage had been under someone else's control. And the one behind it was the masked man. The name and description sounded eerily familiar, like something he had heard before. Then it hit him, this was the same masked man who had attacked Konoha during the Nine Tails incident and later manipulated Uchiha Itachi into wiping out his clan. Why had this person also infiltrated Kirigakure? As if reading Yahiko's thoughts, Byakuya continued, I found it strange as well. I don't understand why the masked man would want to control Kirigakure. However, it was precisely because of Yagura's mind control that I was able to negotiate with Jinjetsu. Using the masked man as a common enemy, I convinced Kirigakure to join Akatsuki. Yahiko thought for a few moments, then asked, and what about the tailed beasts? Wasn't your main goal to collect them? Now that you've saved the 4th Mizukage, how will you handle that? 6 Tails was already taken by the masked man. As for 3 Tails, Yagura is heavily injured, so it won't be long before it's released. When that happens, we'll be able to capture it. Hearing this, Byakuya clenched his fist. And continued, but what I don't understand is, why is the masked man collecting tailed beasts? We have the Rinnegan and the Geto statue, so we can revive the 10 Tails. But why does he need them? Could it be that he also wanted to revive the 10 Tails? At this thought, Byakuya and Yahiko exchanged a heavy look, both realizing the implications. After a moment of silence, Yahiko asked, Byakuya, I think the masked man is after the tailed beasts as well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have attacked Konoha or used Jinjutsu to manipulate Yagura. He paused, then, in a doubtful tone, asked, by the way, is it true that the masked man is a successor of Uchiha Madara, and that you are the heir of the Senju clan? Are you really a descendant of the Senju? After all, only the Senju can use with release. Byakuya sighed. I'm not entirely sure. I might be a descendant of the Senju, but I've always believed I was from the Uzumaki clan. But it doesn't really matter. Both the Senju and the Uzumaki have already been wiped out. Collecting himself, Byakuya continued, Yahiko, you were right to be suspicious. The masked man might have deliberately spread information about the Ten Tails' power to manipulate us into gathering the tailed beasts for him. Yahiko nodded in agreement. That's very possible. He planted those rumors so you would focus on capturing the tailed beasts. Then, once you had them all, he could strike and take them from us. If you hadn't gone to Kirigakure, we might have never realized this. After a moment of thought, Yahiko said seriously, Byakuya, we can't let the masked man get his way. Maybe we should stop collecting the tailed beasts for now. I'm worried that continuing will lead to an all-out confrontation with him. If we lose... His words made Byakuya narrow his eyes. Once we started gathering the tailed beasts, we can't just stop. Besides, the masked man's goal isn't just the tailed beasts, he might also target Nagato. To revive the Ten Tails, he needs both the Geto statue and the Rinnegan. Right now, we have two tailed beasts, the Rinnegan, and the Geto statue. We have no reason to hand the Ten Tails over to someone else. Even if the masked man does have some scheme, we can just crush him directly. Yahiko remained silent for a long time, replaying Byakuya's words in his mind. With Akatsuki's current strength, there was no real reason to fear the masked man. Even without counting Byakuya and Nagato, who were Kage-level powerhouses, the rest of Akatsuki's members were strong enough to surpass any of the 5 great shinobi villages. However, Yahiko wasn't worried about losing the Ten Tails, he was more concerned about Byakuya and Nagato. If the masked man could control the 4th Mizukage without anyone noticing, then controlling Byakuya and Nagato in the same way wasn't out of the question. It was all too dangerous. Akatsuki had already grown powerful, and if they continued on this path, they could eventually form a massive alliance spanning half the shinobi world. At that point, the strength and influence of the alliance would allow them to gradually absorb the major villages of Iwagakure, Kanahadakure, and Kumogakure without shedding a drop of blood, eventually unifying the entire shinobi world. But after much deliberation, Yahiko ultimately chose not to voice his concerns. If Byakuya knew what Yahiko was thinking, he would have simply scoffed. Unifying the shinobi world through alliances? That would require an immortal and undying leader. The only reason Byakuya had been going this route was that he could gain system rewards by bringing villages into the alliance. But true integration of the shinobi world would require a war on the scale of the past 3 great ninja wars. Only a common enemy that threatened the entire world would force the villages to set aside their differences and unite. After completing the identity registration for Haku and Kimimaro, Byakuya brought them back to Akatsuki's base. Compared to Amigakure, the atmosphere at Akatsuki's base was much heavier. Even the patrolling ninja gave off an overwhelming pressure that weighed on Haku and Kimimaro. Stepping into the Akatsuki laboratory, Byakuya found Orochimaru, who was clad in a white lab coat. Due to his nature, Orochimaru rarely stayed at Akatsuki's base, often wandering the shinobi world in search of suitable experimental materials. This time, he had come back because Byakuya had specifically summoned him. And Byakuya's reason for calling Orochimaru was simple, he wanted him to meet Haku and Kimimaro. With their rare, nearly extinct bloodline limit, Orochimaru was bound to be interested. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Orochimaru turned and looked at the 3 of them. His gaze lingered on Haku and Kimimaro for a moment before settling on Byakuya. Then, he slowly spoke, Byakuya-sama, these 2, they are the last inheritors of Ice Release and Shikatsumiyaku? Byakuya nodded and said, that's right. They are Haku and Kimimaro, the last surviving wielders of Ice Release and Shikatsumiyaku. As for this man here, he is one of the 3 legendary Sannin, the infamous Orochimaru. He's also Akatsuki's top researcher. Orochimaru? Upon hearing the name, Haku and Kimimaro were slightly stunned. Orochimaru's name carried significant weight, even more than Zabuza's. And now, this legendary figure was actually one of Byakuya's subordinates? Just how powerful was Byakuya? Orochimaru, on the other hand, swallowed slightly, clearly eager to study these 2. Seeing this, Byakuya frowned and spoke sternly, Orochimaru, these 2 are my subordinates. I won't allow you to experiment on them. You may collect some blood samples occasionally, but you must ensure their bodies remain unharmed. At Byakuya's warning, Orochimaru snapped out of his thoughts and reluctantly looked away. This wasn't his personal lab in Otogakure, it was Byakuya's base. He had long since witnessed Byakuya's terrifying strength, and without absolute confidence, he wouldn't dare provoke him. After refocusing his mind, Orochimaru turned to Byakuya and asked, "Byakuya-sama, I assume you didn't summon me just to collect blood samples?" Byakuya nodded. "Kimimaro has developed the Kage clan's genetic disease. I called you here to see if you can find a cure for him. Aside from that, I also want to ask about the progress of your curse mark research." Shikatsumiyaku's genetic disease? Orochimaru fell into deep thought before responding. As far as I know, every enhanced Kage clan member suffers from this condition, and there has never been a cure. If no one else can cure it, I trust that you can, Byakuya said firmly. After a brief pause, he continued, "After spending time with Kimimaro, I've more or less figured out the cause of the disease. His Shikatsumiyaku is incredibly powerful, but his body isn't strong enough to handle it. If he had a physique similar to mine, he wouldn't have developed the disease at all. It's due to physical limitations?" Orochimaru mused. "Since my leader has spoken, I will do my best to find a solution." He made a mental note before moving on. As for the progress on the curse mark research, the current success rate is still very low. Apart from Yugo, who naturally possesses Sage Body, the success rate for other test subjects is less than 10%. Less than 10%? Byakuya nodded slightly. That's already better than would release, but it's still not viable for large-scale use. So, is there any way to lower the failure rate? Orochimaru shook his head and elaborated on the specific success rates. For ordinary people, the survival rate is 1%. For Genin, it's 10%. For Chunin, it's 20%. Jonin won't die from it. To have a completely side-effect-free transplantation, the subject needs to be at least an elite Jonin. After hearing this, Byakuya fell into deep thought. The problem with the curse mark was clear: the weak had a high risk of death, while the strong found little benefit from it. The curse mark significantly boosted the power of weaker shinobi because it unlocked hidden potential, but this process was extremely dangerous and often fatal. Meanwhile, elite Jonin had already tapped into their full potential, so the curse mark provided little to no enhancement for them. In some cases, it even weakened them. To create a curse mark that could enhance even elite Jonin, the only possibilities were the yet-to-be-perfected Heaven and Earth curse marks or the Sage mode of the three great summoning lands. But the success rate of Sage mode was even lower than the curse mark. It was something only the most talented shinobi could achieve. Pulling himself back from his thoughts, Byakuya patted Orochimaru on the shoulder and said, "Keep working on it. I've always had high expectations for you. Honestly, I believe the curse mark has even greater potential than the Sage mode of the three great summoning lands. Perhaps you, Orochimaru, can develop your own unique Sage mode." Though he knew Byakuya was just flattering him, Orochimaru was still pleased. After all, there weren't many shinobi in the world who truly recognized his talent, and even fewer who were willing to fund his research. Chapter 350, The Reaction of the Four Great Shinobi Villages. A few days later, news of the chaos in Kirigakure gradually spread across the entire shinobi world. Despite Genji and the high-ranking officials of Kirigakure doing their best to suppress information about the internal turmoil, a battle of such scale could not escape the eyes of spies from other villages. Intelligence quickly made its way to the information agencies of each village, landing on the desks of the remaining four Kage. Iwagakure frontlines. The third Tsuchikage was already overwhelmed with the war against Konohagakure. When he officially initiated the war, Inoki had assumed that Konohagakure would be greatly weakened after the loss of the Uchiha clan and that they would be forced to cede some benefits and land to Iwagakure. He had even hoped that some of the surrounding minor nations might fall into Iwagakure's grasp along with the spoils of war. However, to his surprise, as the war continued, Konohagakure miraculously held on. The long-absent Tsunade had returned to the front lines, stabilizing Konohagakure's morale. Moreover, Sarutobi Shinosuke, the head of Konohagakure's Umbu, had sacrificed his life to destroy Iwagakure's supply base. After a series of these setbacks, Iwagakure had already lost its initial advantage. At this point, even holding onto the land they had already taken was difficult, advancing further was out of the question. Internally, Iwagakure faced another issue. Both Rashi, the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, and Han, the Five-Tails Jinchuriki, repeatedly disobeyed Inoki's orders and refused to push deeper into the Land of Fire, preventing Iwagakure from fully utilizing its tailed beast advantage. This left Inoki feeling exhausted, as if fate itself was preventing Iwagakure from rising. The only bit of relief was that Deidara had not caused any problems lately. He had been following orders and using his explosive art along the Land of Fire's border, alleviating Iwagakure's firepower shortage to some extent. At that moment, the frontline captain, Kitsuchi, entered the office and handed a scroll of intelligence to Inoki. Opening it, Inoki found information regarding Kirigakure. According to Iwagakure's spies, Kirigakure had recently experienced a serious internal conflict. The fourth Mizukage, Yagura, had been discovered to be under someone else's control, leading to a battle within Kirigakure. After a fierce struggle and the aid of external reinforcements, Kirigakure barely managed to defeat the fourth Mizukage, though the mastermind behind it all had ultimately escaped. Inoki had never placed much importance on Kirigakure's affairs. Although Iwagakure and Kirigakure were geographically separated by the sea, the two villages had little direct conflict of interest. Both of their priorities were centered on the Land of Fire, the heart of the shinobi world. Besides, ever since the second Mizukage and the second Tsuchikage perished together in battle, Kirigakure had lost the strength to threaten Iwagakure. The so-called five great shinobi villages were not as evenly matched as they appeared. In a one-on-one battle, Sunagakure and Kirigakure simply could not compete with Iwagakure, Kumogakure, or Konohagakure. However, what caught Inoki's attention was the identity of the reinforcement that aided Kirigakure. It was none other than Byakuya, someone he had long regarded as possessing the potential of a demigod. Why had Byakuya gone to Kirigakure? Why had he helped Kirigakure defeat the fourth Mizukage? Who was the shinobi that had controlled the fourth Mizukage? These questions swirled in Inoki's mind, giving him a strong sense of foreboding. He vaguely sensed that beneath the seemingly calm surface of the shinobi world, a massive conspiracy was brewing. In just a few short years, Konohagakure, Sunagakure, and Kirigakure had all undergone major upheavals. Perhaps the next village to be thrown into chaos would be Iwagakure. Worse yet, Inoki had no idea what was coming, nor did he have the manpower to launch an investigation. For now, he could only focus on quickly resolving the current battlefield situation, securing more resources for Iwagakure, and ensuring the village could enter a period of recovery. As for taking advantage of Kirigakure's internal strife to launch an attack, Inoki didn't even dare to entertain the thought. Kumogakure. Compared to the stressed-out third Tsuchikage, the fourth Reikage was much more at ease. It had been 5 years since the war between Kumogakure and Konohagakure ended. While 5 years was not enough time to cultivate a new generation of shinobi, it was sufficient for Kumogakure to recover its strength. Furthermore, the Land of Lightning, located in the mountainous northeastern part of the shinobi world, was naturally easy to defend and difficult to attack. Kumogakure had always been the aggressor in wars, never the one being attacked. As for why the third Reikage had died surrounded by Iwagakure's forces, that was thanks to two cunning old foxes, Inoki and Danzo. Iwagakure had been the one to tear up the peace agreement. After spending a few hours training with his men, the fourth Reikage wiped his sweat with a towel and entered his office. With the help of his assistant, he began reviewing official documents at a leisurely pace. At that moment, he seemed to recall something and turned to Mabui, asking, "Still no news of the Two Tails or Yujito? After all these years, even if Yujito is dead, the Two Tails should have revived by now." Mabui shook her head. "There is still no news of the Two Tails revival. However, I have received intelligence regarding a major disturbance in Kirigakure." "A disturbance?" "Let's hear it," the fourth Reikage said with interest. After carefully choosing her words, Mabui recounted what had happened in Kirigakure, including the revelation that the fourth Mizukage had been controlled, as well as the battle between Byakuya and the masked man. Hearing Byakuya's name, the fourth Raikage furrowed his brows. He remembered Byakuya well. This was a shinobi who could rival him in taijutsu. At the time, he had even considered recruiting Byakuya into Kirigakure. He hadn't expected that in just a few short years, Byakuya would grow into a ninja capable of defeating the fourth Mizukage. However, why did the intelligence report mention that Byakuya possessed would release? Wasn't would release an ability unique to the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama? As if reading the Raikage's thoughts, Mabui quickly explained, Byakuya is a member of the Uzumaki clan, and the Uzumaki and Senju clans intermarried for generations. It's possible that Byakuya inherited Senju blood, which allowed him to awaken would release. The fourth Raikage was momentarily stunned before letting out a laugh. The strongest would release user in the shinobi world isn't even from Konadakure? That's hilarious. Yet, his laughter was short-lived as his expression quickly turned serious. A shinobi as powerful as Byakuya was not good news for Kirigakure. Mabui pulled out a prepared intelligence report and spoke as she handed it over. Fourth Raikage, in addition to temporarily losing the fourth Mizukage as a combat force, there are also rumors that Kirigakure's Six Tails Jinchuriki has gone missing. The Six Tails Jinchuriki is missing? Wasn't he already a runaway? Mabui shook her head and explained, this time, it's not just a case of running away. Some within Kirigakure speculate that the Six Tails Jinchuriki was taken by the masked man. His real goal in infiltrating Kirigakure may have been the tailed beasts. At that moment, the fourth Raikage started to connect the dots. Clenching his fist, he asked, are you saying Yujito isn't actually dead, but was captured, just like the Six Tails Jinchuriki? Mabui nodded. That seems to be the only possibility. If Yujito had truly died, then after all these years, the Two Tails should have already revived. But no traces of the Two Tails chakra have appeared anywhere. The fourth Raikage's face darkened, and he turned to Mabui. Mabui, who do you think is behind Yujito's abduction? Mabui fell into deep thought before responding, it could be the masked man, but it could also be Konadakure or Amigakure. However, what matters most right now is protecting Lord Killer Bee. Jinchuriki that have been taken are nearly impossible to recover. If anything happens to Lord Killer Bee. Before she could finish, the fourth Raikage slammed his fist onto his desk, shattering it in an explosion of splinters. Furious, he roared. I will protect Killer Bee. Pass down my orders, Killer Bee is forbidden from leaving the village without permission. He can only stay within Kirigakure or Thunder Gorge, nowhere else. To the fourth Raikage, Killer Bee was irreplaceable. Not only was he the village's perfect Jinchuriki, but he was also the most important family member A had left. Sunagakure. The fifth Kazekage, Sasori of the Red Sand, also received intelligence from Kirigakure. Unlike the other villages, the one delivering the report was neither a secretary nor an Umbu operative, it was his grandmother, Chiyo. As Chiyo pushed the door open, Sasori briefly glanced at her before setting down the mechanical components he had been working on. His voice was calm, indifferent. Another document that needs my signature and seal, Chiyo? Just leave it here. If it's urgent, you can always issue orders under your own authority as an elder. Chiyo sighed internally as she looked at her reclusive grandson. This boy had either disappeared from the village for over a decade or locked himself inside the Kazekage office for months, burying himself in research on chakra puppet technology. He dumped all of his Kazekage responsibilities onto an old woman like her. That said, to give credit where it was due, Sasori was performing fairly well as Kazekage. He had no interest in handling government affairs, but he had made significant progress in both the economy and diplomacy. Economically, Sasori had discovered oil deposits beneath the Land of Wind and used puppets to automate production, rapidly improving Sunagakure's financial situation. The desert bandits, who once lived by robbing and pillaging, had transformed into wealthy landowners, living off the country's newfound natural resources. Diplomatically, Sasori had taken direct control of the Land of Wind's feudal lord, freeing Sunagakure from political subjugation. The only issue was that Sasori had no intention of marrying or having children. More than that, his body was gradually transforming, advancing toward full puppetization. There was hardly anything left of his original human form. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chiyo addressed the fifth Kazekage. I can't keep signing everything for you. You are the true Kazekage of Sunagakure. More importantly, this intelligence is too crucial, you have to read it yourself. Sasori showed an expression of mild annoyance as he accepted the report. He skimmed it briefly and then remarked. I thought it was something important. Isn't it just Byakuya defeating the controlled fourth Mizukage and saving Kirigakure? I already knew about this. You already knew. Chiyo was momentarily at a loss for words. Then she pressed on. That's not the point. The real issue is that Byakuya used would release. That's the legendary bloodline limit of the first Hokage. Do you understand what this means? Sasori nodded nonchalantly and replied, I've known about his would release for a while now. Would release, magnet release, there's not much difference. If anything, would release is just more environmentally friendly. Maybe we should invite Byakuya to Sunagakure sometime and have him plant some trees in the desert. The masked man, on the other hand, is a more pressing issue. That's something worth paying attention to. As a member of the Akatsuki, Sasori had received intelligence on Byakuya several days ago. He also knew that the entire conflict was staged by Akatsuki itself. Because of this, he wasn't concerned in the slightest. With Gaara now firmly established as his younger brother, Akatsuki had no reason to target Sunagakure anymore. Seeing Sasori's indifferent attitude, Chiyo was left speechless. Then again, Kirigakure's turmoil really had nothing to do with Sunagakure. For now, Sunagakure just needed to keep quietly amassing wealth. Konohagakure. In the Hokage office, the third Hokage also received a report from his intelligence agents. Before this, he had been overwhelmed with managing both internal and external battles. With Tsunade and Jiraiya both returning to the battlefield, Konohagakure had barely managed to hold off Iwagakure's invasion. During the most recent Jonin meeting, he had made numerous concessions to the major clans in exchange for their continued support. Step by step, things were finally starting to move in a positive direction. However, during this time, something happened that left him devastated. His son and daughter-in-law had both died in the war against Iwagakure. More than half of Konohagakure's Umbu forces had also perished on the battlefield. The Hokage's faction was now at its weakest point in history. If the Uchiha clan had not already been wiped out in their attempted coup, the position of Hokage might have already changed hands. What's more, with the death of Shinosuke Sarutobi, his dream of grooming his son to be the fifth Hokage had been completely shattered. Now, aside from his estranged son, Asuma, and his young grandson, Konohamaru, the third Hokage had no remaining family. Heart-heavy with grief, he opened the scroll detailing Kirigakure's situation. Chapter 351, Naruto and Sasuke. After reviewing the situation in Kirigakure, the third Hokage's expression was grim. The chaos in Kirigakure was beneficial, and the fourth Mizukage losing his combat ability was also a positive outcome. This meant that for the next decade or so, Konoha would not have to worry about threats from across the sea. However, upon seeing that the one controlling the fourth Mizukage was the masked man, the third Hokage could no longer remain calm. The masked man was the mastermind behind the Nine-Tails attack on Konoha. If not for that night, the fourth Hokage and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki would not have died, and the wars with Kumogakure and Iwagakure would not have broken out one after another. Had none of this happened, Konoha would have already recovered its strength and be thriving with vitality. But reality had already played out differently, and the fallen shinobi could not be resurrected. Before long, the third Hokage took note of another key figure aside from the masked man, Hanzo's disciple, Byakuya, someone he had encountered once before. The third Hokage had witnessed Byakuya's strength. Unless something unexpected happened, Byakuya was bound to become a Kage-level shinobi in the future. What truly shocked the third Hokage was that, according to the intelligence report, Byakuya had consecutively defeated both the fourth Mizukage and the masked man, all while using the first Hokage's would release. When he saw the mention of would release, the third Hokage even doubted his own eyes. Byakuya was a shinobi of Amigakure. Even if he had Uzumaki blood in his veins, how could he possibly wield the first Hokage's would release? That was a bloodline limit unique to the first Hokage himself, one that even Tsunade and Nawaki had not inherited. The only Konoha shinobi who had learned would release was Yamato, a rare survivor of the would release experiments. Could it be that Byakuya had undergone would release experimentation and was an unknown survivor? However, given the timeline, even if Byakuya had been subjected to such experiments, the one conducting them would not have been Orochimaru. Moreover, according to the report, Byakuya wielded would release with remarkable proficiency. Although he was not on par with the first Hokage, his skill was at least at a Kage-level standard. The thought of an Amigakure shinobi making a name for himself in the shinobi world with would release left the third Hokage feeling as if he had swallowed a fly. It was absurd that something as iconic as Konoha's legacy would now be tied to Amigakure. At that moment, a thought emerged in the third Hokage's mind. If he could recruit Byakuya into Konoha, leveraging his Uzumaki lineage and would release bloodline limit, could he become a future pillar of Konoha and help the village overcome its current struggles? But the third Hokage quickly dismissed the idea. If Byakuya had wanted to join Konoha, he would have done so long ago. If Konoha were to formally extend an invitation now, it would not only fail to recruit Byakuya but also offend Amigakure and Hanzo. After more than a decade of strategic concealment and growth, Amigakure was no longer the weak village it once was. Though limited by its small land and population, Amigakure had, through the shifting power balance, already reached the level of the 5 great shinobi villages in terms of strength. Moreover, Konoha's current relationship with Amigakure was still relatively amicable, and the third Hokage had no desire to jeopardize that. Pushing aside his wandering thoughts, the third Hokage closed the intelligence scroll and gazed out the window, lost in contemplation. Just then, Kakashi knocked on the office door. Upon receiving permission, Kakashi entered the Hokage's office and reported to the third Hokage, "Hokage-sama, Naruto has grown rapidly over the past few months. Not only has he learned many chakra control techniques, but he has also mastered wind-release chakra transformation." Rasengan? The third Hokage tapped his fingers on the desk, deep in thought. Kakashi continued, "Naruto's chakra nature is wind. Other than Rasengan, I don't know what other jutsu to teach him. But since he's still young, shouldn't he train more at the academy before becoming a genin?" The third Hokage glanced at Kakashi, his expression amused. He knew exactly what Kakashi was thinking. Kakashi did not want Naruto to graduate early because he wished to keep him away from war for as long as possible. But as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto was destined to be sent to the battlefield when the time came. With a calm tone, the third Hokage replied, "I won't have Naruto graduate early. Let things progress naturally." Kakashi looked surprised as he stared at the third Hokage. The third Hokage lit his pipe and took a deep puff before saying, "Our conflict with the Wagakure will soon come to an end. Since they haven't deployed their Jinchuriki, we also have no reason to use ours. And recently, a major event has occurred in Kirigakure. The fourth Mizukage being controlled, the six-tails Jinchuriki being captured, Kakashi was utterly shocked by these revelations. He finally understood why the third Hokage was in no rush for Naruto to graduate. Although Naruto had the strength of a Chunin, he was nowhere near the level of Jinchuriki, who were generally Kage level. In Konoha, Naruto was protected by Kakashi and the Umbu, ensuring that the masked man could not easily attack him. But once he left Konoha, his safety would be in jeopardy. At least now, they had confirmed the masked man's true motive for attacking Konoha in the past. It was for the Nine-Tails. Apart from that, Byakuya's outstanding performance in Kirigakure caught Kakashi's attention as well. He still remembered that back in the day, he and Byakuya were evenly matched. Now, Byakuya was capable of repelling the masked man. Sometimes, the gap between geniuses was even wider than that between humans and dogs. At that moment, something occurred to Kakashi. Bracing himself, he said, "Hokage-sama, I have a request." The third Hokage looked at Kakashi and nodded. "What is it?" Taking a deep breath, Kakashi said, "Since Naruto is now capable of protecting himself, shouldn't we tell him about his heritage?" The third Hokage's expression darkened. He exhaled a puff of smoke before saying, "Now is not the right time to reveal Naruto's lineage. The timing is not yet mature." "Then may I ask, Hokage-sama, when will the right time be?" The third Hokage was silent for a few seconds before responding, "Once Naruto becomes a Jonin. Besides, he is no longer being mistreated in the village. With his understanding of the will of fire, he has already earned the villagers' recognition." He paused before continuing, "Whether or not his identity is revealed no longer matters." Kakashi's gaze flickered with a barely noticeable complexity before he nodded. "Since you have decided, Hokage-sama, I have nothing more to say. Please take care of yourself. I will take my leave." With that, Kakashi exited the Hokage's office. After Kakashi left, the third Hokage took a deep drag of his pipe. With his experience, he could clearly see that Kakashi was expressing dissatisfaction with him. But what else could he do? Naruto had already earned the village's recognition through his own efforts. If his lineage as Minato's son were revealed now, it wouldn't significantly change the villagers' attitudes toward him. But it would undeniably leave a stain on the third Hokage's legacy. The villagers and Minato's former subordinates would question his decisions, accusing him of keeping Naruto's identity a secret and allowing him to be unfairly treated. Yet, if he continued delaying, the situation might only worsen, right? Shoving these chaotic thoughts aside, the third Hokage called out, "Bring me intelligence reports on all the major clans in the village." The nodded and swiftly delivered the latest reports. Among Konoha's prominent shinobi clans, the primarily monitored the Uchiha, Hyuga, and the Inoshikacho clans, families that possess the potential to challenge the Hokage's authority. The intelligence on the Inoshikacho remained unchanged. Just like before, they continued to hold positions that, while not particularly high-ranking, were indispensable. They had never shown any ambition to overthrow the Hokage, yet they had never once lost in political struggles. They were always on the winning side. The Hyuga clan, however, harbored aspirations of producing a Hokage. Especially after the Uchiha clan's downfall, the Hyuga had inherited the title of Konoha's most powerful clan, making them the greatest political threat to the Hokage's position. Unlike the extreme tendencies of the Uchiha, however, dealing with the Hyuga clan was far simpler. The caged bird seal had divided the Hyuga into the main house and the branch house. Initially, the main house and branch house existed in a protector and protected relationship, but over time, a deep and intense conflict had developed between the two. In theory, the main house held absolute power over the branch house, with the ability to kill any branch member at will. The branch house had no means of resisting. But the caged bird system could not override Konoha's laws. The third Hokage only needed to periodically express support for the branch house to ensure that the Hyuga clan remained locked in endless internal strife. Following Itachi Uchiha's massacre of his clan, only Sasuke remained in Konoha. This made surveillance easy, just 2 rotating operatives were sufficient. However, the had recently discovered that they were not the only ones monitoring Sasuke. All evidence indicated that the other surveillance team consisted of shinobi from the now-dissolved Root organization. Faced with this situation, the dared not interfere and simply reported it to the third Hokage. The third Hokage merely glanced at the report and dismissed it, silently approving Danzo's actions. As long as Sasuke remained in Konoha, the third Hokage had no interest in meddling with this last Uchiha survivor. He neither cared to interfere with Sasuke's fate nor had any intention of taking action against him. As for why Root operatives were still active despite the organization's official dissolution, the third Hokage couldn't be bothered to dwell on it. Since Root no longer had any legitimate standing, he could suppress or absorb its remnants whenever necessary. For now, Danzo funding and training his own group of Root shinobi wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Itachi Uchiha, however, was a different matter, one that irritated the third Hokage. Before leaving the village, Itachi had sworn that in exchange for allowing Sasuke to be protected, he would provide intelligence on the masked man. Yet, after all this time, Itachi had not delivered a single piece of useful information. The third Hokage still had no concrete details on the masked man's abilities, motives, or the number of subordinates he commanded. Everything about him remained an enigma. At times, the third Hokage even suspected that Itachi had joined forces with the masked man. However, as long as Itachi did not display open hostility toward Konoha, the Hokage had no reason to sever their deal. Having a Mangekyo Sharingan user still loyal to Konoha was already a rare and valuable asset. After waving the Umbu away, the third Hokage picked up Konoha's future strategic plan. Many sections of the plan had already been crossed out. These were all decisions made in recent years that had contributed to Konoha's overall strength. Each one was at least as significant as an S-rank mission. Among them were plans such as annexing the Land of Waves to secure overseas interests for Konoha and organizing a joint Chunin exam to boost Konoha's influence. The official purpose of the joint Chunin exams was to select new Chunin. In reality, however, they were a military showcase between the shinobi villages. The true goal of participating in the exams was not merely to become a Chunin but to demonstrate military strength in front of the feudal lords of various nations, thereby securing more resources and higher-paying missions. Years ago, Itachi Uchiha won first place in the joint Chunin exam, bringing great benefits to Konoha. Currently, due to military conflicts, the exam has been delayed for several months. But once peace was restored, resuming the exam would be a priority. Only by excelling in the Chunin exams could Konoha's shinobi regain their confidence. After leaving the Hokage's office, Kakashi arrived at the training ground. Naruto and Sasuke had already been waiting for a long time. The moment they saw Kakashi, they immediately spoke up. "Kakashi-sensei, you're finally here. You're late again." Kakashi glanced at Naruto before shifting his gaze to Sasuke. Technically, he hadn't been assigned to train Sasuke. But after hearing that Naruto was receiving special training, Sasuke insisted on joining in as well. At first, Kakashi wanted to refuse, claiming that only elite students were eligible for special training. However, Sasuke quickly learned tree climbing and water walking techniques, leaving Kakashi with no choice but to accept him as a temporary student. After all, taking care of one kid was already a hassle. What difference did one more make? As time passed, Kakashi noticed that Sasuke shared many similarities with himself, including his personality and chakra nature. Many of his jutsu were directly applicable to Sasuke's training. As for whether the third Hokage would object to him mentoring Sasuke, the Umbu watching from the shadows had made no move to stop him. That meant the third Hokage was aware of his actions and had tacitly approved. Today's excuse for being late, what is it this time? Helping an old lady cross the street? Sasuke gave Kakashi a sideways glance and said, "All the old ladies in the village have already been helped by Naruto. I doubt there's anyone left who needs your assistance. Or, did you get lost on the road of life again?" Kakashi silently cursed at how easily his excuses had been exposed. He decided to tell the truth instead. "Naruto, you've always wanted to know about your origins, right? I just asked the Hokage about it, but he's still keeping it a secret. He says you're not strong enough yet." "Not strong enough?" Hearing this, Sasuke's expression darkened as he turned to look at Naruto. Sasuke was well aware of Naruto's strength. Even though they had not yet graduated from the academy, both of them were capable of defeating a Chunin-level instructor. If even that wasn't enough to qualify for the truth, then what was? Naruto, however, didn't seem particularly affected. He simply smiled and said, "The Hokage must have his reasons. There's no need for us to force the issue. One day, he'll tell me of his own accord." Chapter 352, The Deal with Kushina. Seeing Naruto's calm and carefree demeanor, Kakashi couldn't help but feel that it was unfair to him. From the moment Naruto was born, he had never done anything wrong. He was like a ray of sunshine in the village, warming both the villagers and his comrades. In the future, he would undoubtedly become one of Konoha's pillars. Was it really so excessive for such a bright and cheerful boy to want to know about his own origins? Or was it that the third Hokage was too afraid of public backlash, deliberately concealing Naruto's identity so that the truth would remain hidden forever? Sasuke could empathize with Naruto, though he was not as composed about it. Naruto had lost his parents, but he had never experienced parental love and had no idea who his enemies were. He was free to live his life however he wanted. Sasuke, on the other hand, had witnessed his parents being murdered and knew exactly who his enemy was. Ever since that night, the night the Uchiha were massacred, he had lost count of how many times he had woken up from nightmares, haunted by the blood-red moon illuminating that night of madness. All he wanted now was to grow stronger as quickly as possible and take revenge on that man. With this in mind, Sasuke couldn't hold back his frustration. "Naruto, how can the third Hokage go back on his promise to you? Let's go find him together and ask about that man while we're at it." Naruto shook his head and said to Sasuke, "Forget it, Sasuke. Even if we go to the Hokage's office, it'll be a waste of time. Instead, we should focus on training and graduating as soon as possible." Naruto looked at Sasuke before narrowing his eyes. "You've always wanted to defeat your brother, haven't you? He's stronger than even Kakashi-sensei." Hearing this, Sasuke fell silent. Without another word, he picked up his training gear and began his daily exercises. Of course, he knew he wasn't a match for Itachi yet. He knew he needed to become stronger. But he was afraid. Afraid that he might grow too comfortable in this peaceful environment and forget his hatred. What Sasuke and Kakashi didn't realize was that Naruto's heart wasn't as calm as it seemed. He had already learned the truth about his origins. Hearing Kakashi's report only deepened his disappointment in the third Hokage. Naruto has read Konoha's history books and understood both the achievements and failures of its past Hokage. Before his father, the fourth Hokage, had taken office, the third Hokage had been a decent leader. But after the Nine-Tails attack, he had never done anything noteworthy again. During the war with Kirigakure, Konoha had barely won, relying on the Uchiha and Amagekyure's assistance. And yet, after the war, the Uchiha received no benefits. Instead, the third Hokage targeted them even more harshly, ultimately leading to the Uchiha massacre, which left Sasuke as the sole survivor of his clan. Although Itachi was the one who carried out the massacre, he was not the one who benefited most from it. That honor belonged to the third Hokage and a certain man who wielded Hokage-level power without the title, the leader of Root. This series of events left Naruto deeply disillusioned. He no longer believed that the third Hokage deserved to remain in power. And in the village's history over the past decade, Naruto kept coming across one familiar name. Byakuya, also known as Byakuya Uzumaki. He was a jonin from Amagekure who had once visited Konoha alongside Yahiko, the current leader of the reign, and had developed a strong friendship with Naruto's parents. During the war against Kirigakure, Byakuya, fighting as an ally, had put on an extraordinary display. He had fought the fourth Raikage, a Kage-level shinobi, to a standstill. He was undoubtedly the most brilliant fighter in that battle. If Naruto ever wanted to make a move within the village, perhaps he would need to establish contact with Byakuya. But how? He was just a small fry who hadn't even graduated from the academy. How could he possibly get in touch with such a powerful figure? Would the third Hokage even allow him to leave the village? Pushing these thoughts aside, Naruto emptied his mind and threw himself into training. He might not be able to leave the village, but that didn't mean Black Zetsu couldn't. That old relic from the Warring States period possessed plenty of lost and forbidden jutsu. A few hours later, Sasuke left the training ground, drenched in sweat. Thinking back to his sparring match with Naruto, his expression darkened with frustration. He had lost to Naruto again. If he couldn't even defeat Naruto, how was he supposed to defeat Itachi? When he got home, he would have to train in secret. That was the only way to surpass Naruto. Soon, Sasuke arrived at his residence. Despite the grand size of his family estate, he felt no joy. Instead, he was overwhelmed by a sense of emptiness. There was no one else here. In fact, He was the only Uchiha left in the entire district. Sometimes, it felt like none of this was real, that he had never woken up after returning to the village that night, trapped in an endless nightmare. Shaking off his wandering thoughts, Sasuke ran a hot bath, intending to train again after washing up. Just then, he noticed something unusual. A scroll had appeared on his dust-covered dining table. On its surface was a clearly visible fan crest, the emblem of the Uchiha. Sasuke glanced around before discreetly hiding the scroll, his mind racing with questions. Where had this scroll come from? Had the people watching him noticed it? Did it contain the information he desperately sought? Sasuke knew he was being watched. Ever since he started learning counter-surveillance techniques, he had been aware of it. And he had a good idea who was behind it. It had to be the third Hokage's men. Only he would have Sasuke monitored at all times, supposedly for his safety as the last Uchiha. Without wasting time, Sasuke slipped into the bathroom and unsealed the scroll. There were no intelligence reports inside. Instead, it contained several high-level fire release jutsu, as well as instructions on using the Sharingan and its secret techniques. But even this much was enough to put Sasuke on high alert. After the massacre, all the clan's advanced fire release scrolls had disappeared, let alone secret techniques related to the Sharingan. Who had sent this to him? And how did they know he had awakened his Sharingan? Sasuke reread the scroll multiple times before finally finding a few handwritten notes at the end. They were simple instructions: train diligently, greet people more often, and so on. Sasuke frowned. It had been a long time since he had heard such caring words. Was it from Kakashi? That actually seemed like something Kakashi would do. Fine. He would accept the scroll and use it to grow stronger. Unbeknownst to Sasuke, two figures hidden in the shadows exchanged whispers. They were none other than members of Root under Shirsue's command. And more importantly, they were Sasuke's parents, Fugaku Uchiha and Mikoto Uchiha. This wasn't the first day they had been watching over him. It was a mission assigned to them by Shirsue, one of the rewards for their loyalty. For them, monitoring Sasuke was more of a blessing than a burden. It allowed them to watch over him up close. The only downside was that they could never reveal their identities. That wasn't too difficult for Fugaku. But for Mikoto, it was agonizing. Seeing Sasuke all alone always broke her heart. Fugaku, do you think Sasuke will be able to master those jutsu? Fugaku crossed his arms and replied, Sasuke's talent doesn't compare to Itachi's, but he should be able to handle those jutsus. Haven't you seen how hard he's been training to take revenge on Itachi? Mikoto's face stiffened at those words. But, what if Sasuke becomes too strong? What if he actually kills Itachi? Fugaku let out a soft sigh and said, this was Itachi's own choice. If he ends up being killed by Sasuke, then he has only himself to blame. We should refrain from interfering too much, after all, we are already dead. Besides, even if we wanted to intervene, Shirsue wouldn't allow it. After the mentioning of Shirsue, his face turned grim. The Shirsue of today is no longer the young genius Jonin who once spoke endlessly about the village. He's now the cold and ruthless leader of Root. Hearing this, Mikoto sighed and said, I don't even know when Shirsue and Itachi started changing like this. They used to be such good friends, but now they're at each other's throats. Even we and Sasuke have become mere pawns in their game. A tear formed in Mikoto's eye, perhaps it's because of their differing ideologies. Fugaku mused, back in the day, the first Hokage and Madara Uchiha were also close friends, but when their beliefs clashed, they fought to the death at the Valley of the End. I believe that deep down, they still considered each other friends. But when the time came, they wouldn't hesitate to kill one another. After a brief moment of reflection, Fugaku continued, Mikoto, let's get back to our mission. While Sasuke sleeps, we need to ensure he remains safe from harm, and also prepare our mission report. After discussing the research direction of the cursed seal with Orochimaru, Byakuya stepped out of the laboratory. There was no doubt that the ultimate form of the cursed seal was Sage Mode. In the original timeline, Orochimaru had succeeded in creating an artificial sage body, allowing Mitsuki to master sage mode from birth. However, Mitsuki's success was similar to Yamato's. It was achieved through transplantation. In fact, Mitsuki was essentially a synthetic human. This method of artificially cloning bloodline limit became widespread in the post-Fourth Shinobi War era, but it also introduced numerous ethical dilemmas. For instance, were synthetic humans mere tools, or were they true shinobi? And what were the moral implications of such creations? Though these issues had yet to surface, they needed to be preemptively addressed to prevent any major crises in the future. Leaving the laboratory, Byakuya received a piece of intelligence. As if recalling something, he turned and walked toward another underground facility, Akane's lab, which focused on medical ninjutsu research and development. After greeting Akane, Byakuya stepped into the deepest chamber of the lab. And, in case anyone forget, Akane is Karen's mother. Inside, a patient was being held. It was none other than the previous Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina Uzumaki. Thanks to Akane's care, Kushina's health was in good condition. However, due to being deprived of sunlight for so long, her skin had become pale, and her complexion wasn't great. Upon hearing footsteps in the corridor, Kushina sensed Byakuya's arrival and spoke with clear irritation. "Byakuya, what brings you here today? Are you here to check in on your prisoner?" Byakuya stared at Kushina and smiled. "Kushina-ne, you're joking. I've never restricted your freedom. I only kept you in the lab out of concern for your health. If it weren't for Akane taking care of you, you'd be dead by now." "Being stuck in this tiny room is no different from being dead," Kushina snapped back. For someone as outgoing as her, being confined here was no different from imprisonment. Hearing this, Byakuya calmly responded, "Haven't you already grown accustomed to this? Back in Konoha, when you were the Jinchuriki, weren't you also locked away and monitored at all times?" Kushina's expression darkened, and she frowned. "Byakuya, what do you really want? So much time has passed, are you still holding a grudge against Konoha?" "I don't hold a grudge against Konoha. In fact, I've saved many Konoha shinobi." After a brief pause, Byakuya continued, "I came today because I just received some news. The war between Iwagakure and Konoha has ended. Naruto won't have to go to the battlefield." "Naruto." At the mention of Naruto's name, Kushina could no longer maintain her composure. "Again with Naruto. If you're not going to let me go, why do you keep bringing him up? What exactly are you trying to do?" Byakuya thought for a moment, then said, "It's simple. I want revenge on the Konoha higher-ups who issued those orders back then. I want them to suffer. I want them to regret their betrayal. As an Uzumaki yourself, you should understand. If Konoha hadn't broken its alliance, Uzumaki would never have been destroyed. Oh, and you probably don't know this yet, Hiruzen still hasn't revealed Naruto's true identity. He's still hiding it from him, not wanting Naruto to know that you and Minato were his parents." Upon learning of Byakuya's true goal, Kushina visibly calmed down. "So you want revenge on Konoha's higher-ups. But what does that have to do with Naruto? With your strength, you could assassinate the third Hokage anytime. Why are you trying to use Naruto?" "It's simple, because I am not a Konoha shinobi. Therefore, I will not act against Konoha myself." Pausing for a moment, Byakuya continued, "Our Uzumaki clan was betrayed back then. Now, it's only fair that Hiruzen Sarutobi experiences betrayal himself. Letting the very ninja he raised shatter his dreams is the only way to make up for what was done to the Uzumaki. And Naruto is the perfect candidate. He's the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, another Minato Namikaze. If even Naruto turns against them, they will truly know despair. And you are the best bargaining chip I have to control Naruto." Kushina was momentarily stunned. Then, she let out a cold laugh. "You're not even trying to hide your plan? You're just laying it all out in front of me? Aren't you afraid I'll tell Naruto everything?" Byakuya smiled and replied, "I'm not worried about you betraying me, nor will I harm you. Because in my plan, Naruto will be the next Hokage. He looked her in the eyes. Kushina-ne, will you really refuse to let Naruto become the next Hokage? Chapter 353, 2 years. After listening to Byakuya's words, Kushina fell into silence. She couldn't understand why he was revealing his plan against the third Hokage to her, nor why he had chosen to imprison her here after saving her. But one thing was clear, when facing Byakuya, she had no power to choose. Whether she opposed his plan or not, Byakuya would go through with his scheme to make Hiruzen suffer. Any resistance or protest would be meaningless. As for the promise of making Naruto the fifth Hokage, Kushina couldn't deny that it tempted her. If Naruto could become Hokage, it meant he had earned the recognition of everyone in the village. That was something good for Naruto, something she couldn't bring herself to refuse. After a moment of contemplation, Kushina looked at Byakuya and asked, "You've said so much, what exactly do you want me to do?" Byakuya glanced at her and replied, "You don't need to do anything. Just return to Konoha at the designated time, take on the role of the Hokage's widow, and present the evidence I've prepared against Hiruzen Sarutobi." Before she could respond, he handed her a scroll filled with text. Kushina took it, scanning its contents, her expression quickly turning strange. The information inside all pertained to the third Hokage. They were real events that had occurred, but the way they were described was utterly outrageous. For example, it claimed that when the second Hokage appointed Hiruzen as his successor, Hiruzen had already anticipated his master's thoughts and had deliberately stayed behind to cover the retreat, gaining the second Hokage's trust through self-sacrifice. Another section alleged that when Konoha's White Fang had a chance to become Hokage, Hiruzen manipulated public opinion to force him into suicide. It even accused Hiruzen of deliberately delaying his response during the Nine-Tails attack, issuing orders that kept the Uchiha clan from intervening, and intentionally putting Kushina and Minato in mortal danger. And during the Uchiha massacre, it claimed that Hiruzen had personally ordered Itachi to slaughter his own clan. After finishing the scroll, Kushina's expression had turned grim. "Byakuya, where did you get all this so-called evidence? Is any of it even true?" Byakuya met her gaze, satisfied with her reaction. "Some of it is true. Some of it is speculation. But whether Hiruzen really did all these things, that doesn't matter anymore. It's because regardless of what the truth was, the outcome is what it is now." Kushina scoffed, then narrowed her eyes at him. "That's rich coming from you. There are plenty of mysteries about you as well. For example, why were you in Konoha the night I gave birth to Naruto? And why did you only reveal yourself after Minato sacrificed himself along with the Nine-Tails?" Byakuya sighed and said, "Kushina-ne, have you forgotten? I'm not a Konoha shinobi. I had no reason to help Konoha fend off its enemies. The only reason I even saved you was because we're from the same clan. If not for the Nine-Tails attack weakening Konoha, how else would Amigakure have risen so quickly?" Kushina was briefly stunned by his bluntness, then let out a quiet sigh. Byakuya wasn't wrong. While Konoha and Amigakure had a friendly relationship, that was only because of Minato's ties with Yahiko and the others. Between their villages, there was no guarantee of eternal friendship, especially considering Konoha's history with Kumogakure. Minato's warm welcome to Yahiko back then had simply been a political maneuver to secure an alliance with Amigakure. Then, Byakuya dropped a bombshell. Besides, the Nine-Tails attack was an internal matter of Konoha. Why would an outsider like me interfere? Internal matter? Kushina frowned, staring at him. What do you mean by that? Are you saying the masked man who attacked Konoha was connected to the village? Wasn't he Madara Uchiha, the one who defected decades ago? Byakuya shook his head. That masked man was not Madara Uchiha. He was a shinobi of Konoha, someone you knew quite well. The first time I fought him, I was so shocked that I actually thought he was the real Madara. A Konoha shinobi that I knew? Kushina murmured to herself before listing names. Was it Mikoto? Fugaku? Or some other Uchiha Jonin? But none of them had awakened the Mangekyo, they couldn't have beaten Minato. Byakuya smirked. Think carefully. Who was the Uchiha you were closest to? A horrible suspicion crept into Kushina's mind. She hesitated before finally whispering, "Byakuya, you don't mean to tell me that it was Obito, do you?" Byakuya nodded. Kushina's eyes widened in disbelief, and she immediately shook her head. "No way. That's impossible. Obito was kind and gentle, there's no way he would have attacked Minato. He wasn't strong enough to fight him, either." Byakuya's voice was calm. "Nothing is impossible. Obito awakened the Sharingan to protect Kakashi. After witnessing the brutality of the shinobi world, it wouldn't be surprising if he awakened the Mangekyo as well." Byakuya then raised a finger before explaining. "At first, I doubted my own conclusions too. But after I heard about Noara Rin's death, I wasn't surprised anymore. For someone like Obito, who had been starved of love since childhood, losing the person he loved most would inevitably break him. As for how he fought Minato, well, let me put it this way, the first time I came to Konoha, I already possessed the strength to rival the 5 Kage." Kushina fell silent. She now believed him. But she still couldn't understand why. Why would Obito attack her? Why would he attack the village? She had always treated him like a younger brother. Sure, she'd scolded him now and then, but that was just because of his mischievous nature. Byakuya seemed to read her thoughts and continued, "You're wondering why Obito would betray Konoha? I wondered the same thing. But now, I have the answer. Obito's goal is to collect all the tailed beasts and resurrect the legendary 10 Tails. He wants to become the second sage of the 6 paths. Only then can he bring Rin back to life and create a world of eternal peace." Kushina was stunned. He's trying to bring Rin back, and bring peace to the world? She fell into deep thought before shaking her head. No matter his reasons, attacking the village just to resurrect Rin is unacceptable. I can't forgive him for that. Kushina then turned towards Byakuya, "But if you know he's hunting the tailed beasts, why don't you stop him?" Byakuya smirked. "Amigakure doesn't have any tailed beasts. Why would I interfere? Every beast he captures weakens the 5 great nations. The more they suffer, the stronger Amigakure becomes. Unless Konoha submits to me, I have no reason to stop him. That's why I need you to expose Hiruzen's crimes and take control of Konoha on my behalf. Do you accept our deal?" Kushina remained silent for a long time before finally nodding. After reading the evidence, she had begun to doubt the 3rd Hokage. Maybe he had started with good intentions, but the results had been disastrous. Under his rule, Konoha had fallen from its former glory into decline. If working with Byakuya meant removing Hiruzen from power, then that was ideal. As for whether she would continue cooperating with Byakuya after returning to Konoha, she would weigh her options then. Even if she became his puppet, at least she and Naruto could be reunited. Seeing her agreement, Byakuya was satisfied. Now, he could begin preparing for his move on Konoha. If he succeeded in taking over Konoha, the next phase of his plan would begin. The 5 great nations, the 9-tailed beasts, he would claim them all. Time passed quickly, and soon, it was time for Naruto and Sasuke to graduate. After the ceremony, the two were assigned to Kakashi's team. Neither of them were surprised. Both were top students in their class, and they had long been acquainted with Kakashi. Becoming his students was only natural. What did surprise them, however, was that Sakura was assigned to their team as well. Her physical skills weren't particularly strong, but her academic performance was outstanding. The 3 top-ranking students in their class being assigned to the same team made them question the fairness of the team distribution. However, Naruto was already used to it. There were no real rules when it came to ninja team assignments. Ultimately, the 3rd Hokage had the final say. From as far back as he could remember, Naruto had already experienced the highs and lows of human nature. He knew that beneath Konoha's seemingly bright and prosperous exterior, a deep darkness lurked. Upon arriving at the training ground, Naruto and Sasuke greeted Kakashi. Unlike usual, Kakashi seemed more serious this time. He glanced at Naruto and Sasuke before speaking in a formal tone. "Nice to meet you." I'm Kakashi, a Jonin of Konoha. Let's start with introductions. Hearing this, Naruto and Sasuke exchanged skeptical looks but still obediently followed the instructions. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I like eating ramen, and my dream is to earn everyone's acknowledgement and become the Hokage of this village. I don't like arrogant people. Sasuke glanced at Naruto, then said, I'm Sasuke Uchiha. There's nothing I particularly like. My goal is to become stronger than the Hokage and kill, never mind. After hearing Naruto and Sasuke's introductions, Sakura spoke up. I'm Sakura. There are a lot of things I like. My dream is to find someone I love and marry them. I don't like people who don't know their limits. After listening to her, Kakashi nodded. He already knew about Naruto and Sasuke's backgrounds since his mission was to protect his sensei's son and the last heir of the Uchiha. Sakura, on the other hand, was an ordinary girl from a civilian family, making her stand out as the most normal one among them. Was it really a good idea to assign a regular girl to this team? Or was the third Hokage deliberately placing a female member in Team 7, hoping that Naruto and Sasuke would compete over her, pushing them to grow stronger through rivalry? This method might have worked in other teams. But were Naruto and Sasuke the type to fight over a girl? Did the third really think these two would get jealous over Sakura? After the introductions, Kakashi habitually took out 2 bells and was about to explain the bell test when Naruto and Sasuke cut him off. Kakashi-sensei, do we really have to do this? You already know our strength. Kakashi raised his brows slightly and said, I know your abilities, but the bell test is a tradition of the village. Could you at least show some respect for me as your Jonin instructor? Kakashi chuckled, it seems I'll have to teach you both a lesson today, so you learn the importance of respecting your teacher. Hearing that, Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances. They weren't trying to disrespect Kakashi, they just didn't want to waste time on something so trivial. But since Kakashi was serious about it, they didn't mind testing their progress against him. After forming the seal of confrontation, Naruto and Sasuke launched their attack. Unlike in the original timeline, Kakashi wasn't foolish enough to handicap himself by standing still or restricting his movements. The moment Naruto and Sasuke rushed at him, he immediately switched to defense. Rasengan. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. As the two finished their hand seals, Rasengan and a large fireball shot toward Kakashi. Kakashi wasn't a taijutsu specialist like Guy, nor did he possess the Hyuga clan's ability to block ninjutsu with sheer physical skill. Sensing the power of the Rasengan and the heat of the incoming fireball, he swiftly dodged, sidestepping both attacks. But before he could catch his breath, Naruto and Sasuke had already closed in, launching a coordinated taijutsu assault. Not daring to let his guard down, Kakashi blocked Naruto's frontal strike while counterattacking Sasuke with a punch, sending him flying backward. Sasuke tumbled several meters before getting back up, unfazed. He clenched his fists tightly, yanking on the steel wire wrapped around Kakashi's body, intending to slice him in half. With a loud snap, Kakashi's body was severed at the waist. The scene unfolded before Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. As a fresh graduate from the academy, Sakura had never witnessed such a gruesome sight. Her entire body trembled violently, and she could barely hold onto the kunai in her hand. She stood there in shock, completely frozen, not knowing what to do. Naruto and Sasuke, however, remained unfazed. Seeing Kakashi's body split apart, Naruto immediately used sensory abilities to scan the area, while Sasuke activated his Sharingan. After searching the surroundings and failing to locate Kakashi's chakra, they called out, Kakashi-sensei, stop hiding. This level of combat should be nothing to you. A moment later, Kakashi stepped out from the nearby bushes, looking at the two with a calm expression. You still saw through it, huh? I thought I could fool you twice with the same trick. Kakashi-sensei, don't underestimate us. The same jutsu doesn't work on an Uchiha twice, that's the power of the Sharingan. Sasuke smirked coldly, gripping his kunai and charging at Kakashi. In his mind, this was his chance. If he could defeat Kakashi here, he'd be one step closer to challenging Itachi. Kakashi remained motionless, then casually lifted his forehead protector, revealing his own Sharingan. "You're not the only one with a Sharingan, Sasuke," he said, activating a Genjutsu. Sasuke's body stiffened, and he collapsed onto the ground. Ignoring Sasuke, Kakashi swiftly formed hand seals, electricity crackling in his palm as he swung his arm backward. With a burst of lightning, Naruto was struck and sent crashing into the ground. With Naruto and Sasuke both incapacitated, Kakashi turned his attention to the last remaining opponent, Sakura. It didn't take much effort to render her unable to fight. Chapter 354, The Journey to the Land of Waves. Just as Sakura thought she would be sent back to the academy for retraining, the defeated Naruto and Sasuke suddenly appeared behind Kakashi, snatching the bells from his belt. Kakashi, now without his bells, gave a helpless smile and looked at Naruto and Sasuke. "You forced me to use a Jonin strength. Among Chunin, your abilities would already be considered outstanding. This assessment is officially a pass for you both. However, having such strength too early isn't necessarily a good thing for you." These words came from the bottom of Kakashi's heart. He had always been conflicted about Naruto and Sasuke's rapid growth. Both of them had unique identities, requiring them to grow stronger quickly to deal with the dangers that came with them. But the stronger they became, the closer they got to even greater dangers, increasing the likelihood of tragedy. If they encountered those beyond their current level, even he might not be able to protect them. Meanwhile, Sakura, who had spent the entire time as a bystander, was completely lost. She didn't understand what had just happened. How had Naruto and Sasuke, who were usually only a little stronger than her, suddenly become so powerful? And did Kakashi-sensei just say that Naruto and Sasuke already had Chunin-level strength? That was way too exaggerated. Kakashi, noticing Sakura spacing out, walked over and said, "Sakura, although your performance wasn't as strong as Sasuke's and Naruto's, you still passed the test. As for why they are so strong, you should have realized it by now. They have been my students for a while." Hearing this, Sakura patted her chest and sighed in relief. She had thought that she simply wasn't working hard enough or wasn't talented enough, which was why Sasuke and Naruto had pulled so far ahead of her. But if she could receive special training from Kakashi, she too could become just as strong as them. After the test, Kakashi prepared to take the three of them to the mission center to report and accept a mission. On the way there, Sasuke kept staring at Kakashi, unable to shake off the doubts in his mind after seeing Kakashi's Sharingan. Why did Kakashi have a Sharingan? Weren't all the Uchiha massacred by Itachi? But thinking back, Kakashi was most likely the mysterious person who had given him the ninjutsu scroll. Without a Sharingan, he wouldn't have been able to teach him how to use it. Still, Sasuke wanted to know the origins of Kakashi's Sharingan. Kakashi noticed Sasuke's concerns and, finding an excuse, pulled him aside to speak privately. "Sasuke, are you wondering why I have a Sharingan?" Sasuke nodded. "The Sharingan is the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit, but you're clearly not one of us. I want to know where your Sharingan came from." His tone was filled with doubt. Kakashi sighed and said, "I'm not an Uchiha. This Sharingan was given to me by a dear friend who passed away. It was his final gift to me." "Why would he give you a Sharingan?" Sasuke was skeptical. Kakashi patted Sasuke's shoulder and said, "You don't need to know that. What you should know is that your father, Fugaku, approved of me having the Sharingan." Sasuke's expression changed. He was eager to uncover the truth. He pressed on, "You knew my father? How much do you know about the massacre? What do you know about Itachi?" "Itachi was once my subordinate, but he's also someone I could never truly understand." After a brief pause, Kakashi continued, "I know you're desperate for answers, but you're still far from being able to defeat Itachi. At your age, he was already a Jonin." Kakashi then sighed, "I don't know why he spared you that night, but seeking him out now would be a mistake. Unless you surpass even me in strength, you'd just be walking to your death." With that, Kakashi turned back toward Naruto and Sakura and continued leading them to the mission center. Sasuke rejoined the group, and Naruto immediately leaned in. "Sasuke, What did you talk about with Kakashi-sensei? Was it about your brother? Sasuke nodded. Kakashi said I'm too weak to go after Itachi. He said I'm not even close to being strong enough. Hearing this, Naruto's expression darkened. My situation is the same. Kakashi and Old Man Third won't tell me anything about my past. I don't even know who my real enemy is. Watching Naruto and Sasuke whispering to each other, Sakura suddenly felt out of place for the first time. Before long, they arrived at the mission center in Konoha. Inside the hall, Kakashi revealed his identity as their Jonin instructor and picked out a few low-rank missions for them. These missions were extremely simple, finding a missing pet for a noble's wife, weeding fields for farmers. You know, basic errands. There were no enemy ninjas involved. The purpose of these missions was to familiarize new Genin with mission procedures and to provide financial support to the veteran Genin who never advanced further. After all, the shinobi world didn't have a regular salary system. If you wanted money, you had to take on missions. Team 7's first mission was to find a missing cat, and their second was to clear weeds from farmland. At first, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were full of enthusiasm, but after half a month of these low-level missions, they grew increasingly frustrated. With their strength, how were they supposed to improve if they were stuck doing chores every day? After finishing another dull mission, Naruto and Sasuke couldn't help but complain to Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, shouldn't we be doing higher-level missions by now? Kakashi glanced at them and casually pushed the responsibility onto the third Hokage. I'd love to take you on higher-ranked missions, but as Genin, the highest you're allowed to take are D-rank missions. And all missions are assigned by the third Hokage. If you want higher-level missions, you'll either have to talk to the third yourself or get promoted to Chunin first. Naruto and Sasuke frowned, and even Sakura looked displeased. They could tell Kakashi was brushing them off. And he was. With his authority, he could easily take a group of Genin on an A-rank mission. But he didn't want them encountering danger too soon, nor did he want them leaving the village prematurely. Of course, the third Hokage wouldn't allow Naruto and Sasuke to leave either. After all, Naruto was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. If anything happened to him outside the village, who would take responsibility? A few hours later, Kakashi still ended up taking Team 7 to the Hokage's office. Upon arriving, Naruto and Sasuke immediately stepped forward and expressed their frustrations to Hiruzen. They no longer wanted to waste time on trivial missions. They wanted real challenges. Hiruzen, ever the benevolent old man in front of most shinobi, initially tried to reject them by saying they weren't strong enough. But Naruto and Sasuke quickly protested. Old Man Third, Kakashi-sensei said we already have Chunin-level strength. We're not kids anymore, we can handle real missions. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked toward Kakashi. Kakashi, is that true? Naruto and Sasuke have Chunin-level strength? Why didn't you report this earlier? For Hiruzen, gathering intelligence on them was a simple task. The third Hokage had long known that Naruto and Sasuke were stronger than the average Genin, but what displeased him was that Kakashi had not reported this and had instead helped them conceal their strength. Kakashi's expression changed slightly before he explained, in terms of combat ability, they have indeed reached the level of Chunin, but their theoretical knowledge and experience are still lacking. I plan to keep them at the Genin level a bit longer to build up their experience. Hearing this, the third Hokage nodded in satisfaction. He flipped through the mission records and pulled out a file. In that case, I actually have a mission that might be suitable for you. What kind of mission? Sasuke and Naruto immediately perked up, eager with anticipation. The third Hokage answered unhurriedly, it's a C-rank escort mission. A bridge builder named Tazuna from the Land of Waves wants to return home to complete the construction of a bridge, so he has specifically requested an escort. Upon hearing that it was only a C-rank mission, the members of Team 7 were visibly disappointed. Although C-rank missions allowed them to leave the village, they rarely involved dangerous enemies. At most, they might encounter wild animals along the way. Such a mission wouldn't give them the kind of real battle experience they were looking for. However, if they didn't accept this mission, they would be stuck doing low-level tasks in the village. Left with no choice, the team reluctantly agreed. Grandpa Third, we'll take this escort mission, but can we get a more challenging one next time? That will depend on your performance. The third Hokage chuckled and led them to meet their client. The client, Tazuna, was a thin and scruffy old man who looked more like a farmer than a bridge engineer. Upon seeing that his escort consisted of a group of kids, he frowned. Hokage-sama, I paid a hefty sum for this mission, and you're sending a bunch of brats to escort me? Are you sure I won't end up protecting them instead? Tazuna's words instantly angered Sasuke and Sakura, who stared coldly at him. Naruto raised his head and retorted, Sir, if you think we're not strong enough, you can cancel your request. The strength of Konoha's shinobi is not something outsiders can question. Tazuna was momentarily stunned, then his face flushed red with embarrassment. He turned to the third Hokage and protested. Hokage-sama, is this how your village's shinobi treat clients? I just made a casual remark, and now they're telling me to cancel my request. Are you trying to drive me away? Naruto. The third Hokage stopped Naruto from speaking further and calmly explained to Tazuna. Tazuna-san, though they may be young, they are exceptionally capable. Their leader, Kakashi, is a renowned jonin. You can rest assured about this escort mission. With this reassurance, Tazuna reluctantly agreed to let Team 7 handle the escort. They set a meeting time at the village gate, scheduled to depart in half an hour. After dismissing Naruto and the others to prepare for their journey, Kakashi turned to the third Hokage and asked, Hokage-sama, is it really safe to let Naruto and Sasuke leave the village now? Naruto is the son of Minato-sensei and the village's Jinchuriki. If word gets out and something happens, what then? The third Hokage glanced at Kakashi and replied, I understand the risks of letting Naruto leave the village, but he cannot remain confined here forever. I've already kept him in the academy for 2 extra years, was that not enough? Though the world seems peaceful on the surface, there are dangerous undercurrents everywhere. If Naruto doesn't quickly grow into a competent Jinchuriki, the village will only become more vulnerable. As for Naruto's safety, you don't need to worry. I will have an Umbu squad secretly follow you. If you encounter enemies beyond your capability, you only need to retreat with Team 7. The Umbu will cover your escape. Hearing this, Kakashi realized there was no way to refuse the mission. However, there was still something bothering him, and he needed an answer. Hokage-sama, Tazuna seemed off. This is supposed to be a simple C-rank escort, but he was oddly picky about his bodyguards. Is there something we don't know? The third Hokage nodded. I investigated Tazuna. There are significant discrepancies in his request. This is definitely more than a standard C-rank mission. You will encounter enemy shinobi. Enemy shinobi? Then that means Tazuna deliberately concealed the mission's true danger. By the rules, we could cancel the mission and confiscate his payment. Kakashi trailed off as a thought struck him. He turned to the third Hokage. The Hokage knew that Tazuna was hiding something, yet he didn't expose him. That could only mean he has an agenda, one that likely involved the Land of Waves. Hokage-sama. Your real target is the Land of Waves and the wealthy merchant Gado, isn't it? This time, the third Hokage did not answer. He merely gave Kakashi a knowing look and said, Kakashi, just focus on your mission. There's no need to overthink the rest. Understanding the implications, Kakashi could only sigh and leave the office, heading toward the village gate. Having served in the Umbu, he was no stranger to missions that involved manipulating small nations or seizing wealth from powerful figures. However, he hadn't expected Team 7's very first real mission to be one of those kinds. Soon, after gathering at the village gate, Team 7 set out with Tazuna, leaving Konoha behind. What they didn't notice was a shadowy figure silently following them. Once they were a considerable distance from Konoha, this figure split into two, one half continued tailing them, while the other rushed toward an unknown small country in the shinobi world. The news of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki leaving Konoha has already been leaked. Chapter 355, Meeting the Two Protagonists. The distance from Konoha to the Land of Waves wasn't particularly far. If the members of Team 7 ran at full speed, they could reach the Land of Waves within a few days. However, their client, Tazuna, was not a ninja. Traveling at a deliberately reduced pace to accommodate him, the journey would take at least half a month. During these days outside the village, Team 7 was filled with curiosity about the world beyond. For the first time, they were seeing the world outside Konoha, a world that didn't belong to shinobi but to ordinary people. In the world of civilians, even a genin was considered a significant figure. A newly graduated genin could easily take down over a dozen strong men in combat. The sheer difference in battle capabilities made common people wary of offending shinobi. For Naruto, this was his first time witnessing how normal people regarded ninja. In Konoha, where jonin were as common as stray dogs and chunin filled the streets, even civilians treated shinobi casually. But outside the village, things were different. Perhaps this was the true essence of the Will of Fire. However, the light of the Will of Fire seemed to shine only on the people of Konoha. It didn't extend to all the citizens of the Land of Fire. This realization made Naruto feel that the ideology of the village was somewhat peculiar. Sasuke, on the other hand, was growing impatient as he observed the passing travelers. This escort mission wasn't what he had expected. He had thought he would encounter rogue ninja, engage in fierce battles, and grow stronger through life and death struggles. But after several days, not only had they not encountered a single ninja, they hadn't even run into bandits. If this peaceful pace continued, how was he supposed to become strong enough to avenge himself against Itachi Uchiha? Kakashi, however, found this situation ideal. His priority was protecting Naruto and Sasuke, and the lack of trouble suited him just fine. That said, he had yet to detect any sign of the Umbu that the third Hokage had supposedly assigned to follow them. He was beginning to suspect that the third had deceived him and never sent an Umbu team at all. As he continued scanning his surroundings for potential threats, Kakashi's gaze suddenly froze upon a familiar figure dressed in a cloak adorned with red clouds. His expression turned serious. The moment the red cloud-cloaked figure noticed Kakashi's gaze, he stood up and waved. Well, if it isn't Jonin Kakashi. Out on a mission? And now leading a squad, I see. Before he finished speaking, his eyes drifted to Naruto and Sasuke, his expression thoughtful. This man was none other than Byakuya, who had traveled from Amagakure. Upon learning that Naruto had left Konoha, he immediately set out, tracking down both Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto and Sasuke were the main protagonists of the original timeline, reincarnations of the sons of the Sage of Six Paths. As Byakuya prepared to break through the Kage-level threshold and reach the heights of the Akatsuki clan, his focus wasn't just on subjugating the tailed beasts and consolidating power over the shinobi world. He also needed to keep a close eye on Naruto and Sasuke. After all, in the latter part of the original storyline, even though they hadn't fully reached the level of the Akatsuki, their combat strength was already on par with them. They had even managed to defeat several Akatsuki who had arrived from beyond the stars. Following Byakuya's gaze, Kakashi's heart clenched as he realized the man was watching Naruto and Sasuke. Could Byakuya know about their true identities? Did he plan to target them? If that were the case, there was no way Kakashi could stop him, not even with the full force of the Umbu. Byakuya had battled the Raikage and defeated the fourth Mizukage. His threat level was already on par with the five Kage. As Kakashi was trying to formulate a plan, Byakuya had already approached them, smiling as he greeted them. Well, Kakashi, you're just as gloomy as ever. Naruto, on the other hand, has grown a lot. You seem different from before. Naruto frowned, searching his memory. You're the guy who was eating ramen at Ichiraku a few years ago? Byakuya nodded. That's me. I didn't think you'd still remember me after all these years. Guess I left quite the impression. His tone was casual, but Kakashi broke into a cold sweat. Byakuya had indeed been to Konoha before, but that was over 10 years ago, long before Naruto was even born. For Naruto to have met Byakuya, there was only one explanation: Byakuya had secretly infiltrated Konoha at some point, and no one had even noticed. That alone was enough to terrify Kakashi. After exchanging greetings with Naruto, Byakuya turned his attention to Sasuke. And that must be Sasuke Uchiha, the last surviving Uchiha in Konoha. Your strength seems decent, though it's still a far cry from Itachi and Shisui. At the mention of the Uchiha, Sasuke took a step forward, glaring at Byakuya. You know me? And you knew Shisui and Itachi? Who are you, and what's your connection to my brother? Byakuya smirked. Who doesn't know the last Uchiha orphan? As for Shisui and Itachi, their names echo throughout the shinobi world. As for my relationship with the Uchiha, you might want to ask your sensei about that. Unwilling to let the matter drop, Sasuke opened his mouth to demand more answers, but Kakashi quickly stepped in, forcing a smile as he introduced Byakuya properly. Sasuke, don't be rude. This is Byakuya-sama, a high-ranking figure in Amigakure. Though he lacks the official title of Kage, his strength and status are nearly equal to the 5 Kage. Team 7 exchanged glances, eyes wide with shock. Byakuya waved his hand dismissively. Nearly equal? That's an understatement. I'm stronger than the 5 Kage. Hearing this, Kakashi wiped the sweat from his brow, his expression turning odd. He had expected Byakuya to be modest and downplay his abilities, but it seemed the man hadn't changed at all, still as audacious as ever. Sensing the conversation had eased some tension, Kakashi cautiously asked. Byakuya-sama, what brings you to the Land of Fire? Are you here to meet the third Hokage? Byakuya shook his head. I'm here hunting the masked man. I'm looking for an opportunity to eliminate him once and for all. At first, I wasn't certain I'd find him. But now that I've met you all, my chances have just increased. Kakashi blinked, then quickly understood what Byakuya meant. Byakuya was after the masked man, Obito. And Obito was actively targeting the tailed beasts across the shinobi world. That meant staying close to Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, would significantly increase Byakuya's chances of encountering him. Realizing this, Kakashi let out a quiet breath of relief. At least Naruto would be safe, for now. After chatting with Kakashi for a bit longer, Byakuya stepped up to Naruto and patted his shoulder. Train hard, Naruto. Right now, you're far from ready for the dangers ahead. If you die, Uzumaki be heartbroken. With that, Byakuya vanished in a flash of speed. Once he was gone, the immense pressure on Kakashi lifted. He collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily. It took him several minutes to finally calm down. Sasuke turned to Kakashi and asked, Kakashi-sensei, who exactly was that Byakuya just now? Why does he know me, and why does he seem so familiar with the Uchiha? Kakashi thought for a moment before answering slowly, I already told you Byakuya's identity. As for his connection to the Uchiha, he was a friend of Shisui. The two of them once fought together and defeated a Jonin from Kirigakure. But as far as I know, he never had any interactions with Itachi. Actually, Byakuya became famous in the ninja world when Itachi was still a student at the academy. Hearing this, Sasuke fell silent for a while before finally speaking. Byakuya became famous before Itachi Uchiha, does that mean he's stronger than Itachi? Kakashi had already guessed Sasuke's train of thought, but he still responded, logically speaking, Byakuya should be stronger than Itachi Uchiha. However, since they'd never fought, the outcome is still uncertain. And don't go getting any ideas about seeking him as a teacher, Byakuya isn't a Konoha ninja. Sasuke's eyes flickered, and it was unclear whether he had truly listened to Kakashi's words. But one thing was certain, he had committed Byakuya's name and deeds to memory, recognizing him as a ninja stronger than Itachi Uchiha. Naruto, on the other hand, was filled with his own doubts. Byakuya had deliberately emphasized the word Uzumaki when addressing him, piquing his curiosity about his own surname. He knew his surname came from his mother, who was from the Uzumaki clan. However, He didn't know much about the clan's history, only that the Uzumaki once had their own independent nation, which was eventually destroyed under the combined attacks of several major ninja villages. Still, he didn't bring up his questions with Kakashi. He didn't trust Kakashi. The only ones completely clueless about the situation were Sakura and Tazuna. One of them could at least tell that Byakuya was incredibly strong, while the other had no idea what was going on at all. After urging the group to rest, he simply wanted them to continue their journey as soon as possible. Under Tazuna's urging, Team 7 quickly left the town and resumed their journey toward Nami no Kuni. Kakashi, weighed down by his thoughts, sent out a shadow clone ahead to gather intelligence while debating whether to report Byakuya's appearance to the third Hokage. Just as he was still hesitating, his shadow clone up ahead was suddenly struck by a powerful attack, tearing it in half. The clone's memories returned to him instantly. After reviewing what had happened, Kakashi immediately rushed toward Naruto and the others. However, upon confirming that there were only two enemies, he slowed down, carefully scanning his surroundings in case there were more hidden threats. Not far ahead, Team 7 remained surprisingly calm even after seeing Kakashi's body get torn apart. They had already seen him use this trick multiple times to mislead enemies. And with only two opponents in sight, they actually had the numerical advantage. The two masked rogue ninjas also noticed the group's reaction and frowned. By all logic, the death of their leader should have made these kids panic and flee. But why did they seem so composed? Could it be that their earlier attack hadn't actually killed the enemy leader? That shouldn't be possible. While they weren't widely known in the black market, both of them were well-trained Shunin. They had even taken down an elite Jonin before. There was no way they couldn't handle this simple escort mission. After all, according to their intel, Tazuna didn't even have enough money to request a high-level commission. As the rogue ninja hesitated, Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances, silently confirming their plan before charging forward, chakra bursting from their legs. Seeing them approach, the rogue ninja smirked and swung their scythes. Even if their earlier attack had failed to take out the squad leader, taking care of these brats would still be easy. Their age was their greatest weakness. No matter how strong they were, they couldn't possibly be Chunin level. In no time, the two rogue ninja disarmed Naruto and Sasuke, knocking the kunai from their hands. All that was left was to take one step closer and finish them off. But what they didn't expect was that Sasuke activated his Sharingan in an instant, catching one of them in a Jinjutsu. Meanwhile, Naruto summoned multiple shadow clones, completely overwhelming the other ninja. The battle ended in less than a minute. Naruto and Sasuke had utterly crushed the rogue ninja. Tazuna, witnessing this, was stunned by their strength. He had assumed these two kids were weaklings, but they had turned out to be incredibly skilled. On the other hand, the one who had looked the strongest, Kakashi, had been taken down immediately. Then, as if suddenly realizing something, Tazuna hurriedly spoke up. "Quick, finish them off. If you don't, their allies will show up soon." Naruto and Sasuke, however, had no intention of following his orders. Instead, they looked past him, at Kakashi, who was casually walking out from the bushes. "Kakashi-sensei, you just stood there and watched us fight without helping?" Expressionless, Kakashi replied, "And you just stood there and watched me die. I thought this time I'd finally scare you guys a little, but I guess you really are a bunch of cold-blooded brats." Naruto and Sasuke exchanged helpless looks. They had seen him pull this trick way too many times. They weren't that gullible. Then, as if remembering something, Naruto turned to Tazuna. "Tazuna-san, there's something wrong with this mission, isn't there? A mission involving ninjas should at least be B rank. Why did you register this as a C rank? According to Konoha's rules, we should cancel this mission immediately, confiscate your commission fee, and blacklist you as punishment." Tazuna looked like he had been struck by lightning. He immediately showed a regretful expression. Kakashi, watching this unfold, fell into thought. Technically, as the squad leader, it was his job to say that. Naruto had completely stolen his line. Now what was he supposed to say? After a brief pause, Kakashi finally spoke. "Naruto is right, Tazuna-san. You violated Konoha's rules. If you can't provide a proper explanation for why you deceived us, we will terminate this mission immediately. Truth be told, Kakashi also wanted to cancel the mission. But the third Hokage had already known about Tazuna's circumstances. This escort mission wasn't actually requested by Tazuna, it had been directly ordered by the Hokage. So, he had to hear Tazuna's justification. Seeing that he still had a chance, Tazuna sat down on the ground and hurriedly said, "It's all because of Gado." Chapter 356, Kisame and Itachi Uchiha. Gado is the most powerful tycoon in the ninja world and the secret ruler of the Land of Waves. By monopolizing transportation, he controlled all the wealth of the Land of Waves, forcing its people into extreme hardship, effectively turning them into his slaves. In an effort to change this, the people of the Land of Waves raised money to build a bridge connecting them to the outside world, hoping to break free from Gado's tyranny. Tazuna returned to the Land of Waves to oversee the construction of this bridge. Since the bridge would break Gado's monopoly, he saw Tazuna as a threat and hired ninjas to assassinate him. However, due to financial constraints, Tazuna couldn't afford a high-level mission request and could only issue a C-rank mission. If Kirigakure withdrew their protection, not only would Tazuna be killed by Gado, but the people of the Land of Waves would continue to suffer under his oppression, with no hope of change. After listening to Tazuna's emotional plea, Kakashi and his team fell silent. Naruto and Sasuke were weighing their options. Naruto wanted to establish himself as a true believer in the will of fire by saving the Land of Waves, while Sasuke was eager to face more enemies and grow stronger through real combat. Kakashi, however, was thinking on a deeper level. He finally understood why the third Hokage had approved this mission. This was never just about escorting Tazuna, it was about helping him and the people of the Land of Waves deal with Gado. If Team 7 could take down Gado, the Land of Waves would not only align itself with Kirigakure, but there was also the matter of Gado's fortune, a staggering amount of wealth ripe for the taking. After a moment of deliberation, Kakashi put on a troubled expression and said, "Tazuna-san, technically speaking, you issued the wrong mission request, putting us in unexpected danger. Under normal circumstances, we should terminate this mission and return to the village. But considering the hardship faced by the people of the Land of Waves, we're willing to make an exception. As long as my subordinates agree to continue the mission, we'll keep our promise and escort you to the Land of Waves." Hearing this, Tazuna's heart leaped with joy. He immediately tried to appeal to Naruto and Sasuke emotionally. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances before agreeing to continue. Seeing that everyone had made their decision, Sakura also nodded in agreement. With the mission back on, the team didn't set off right away. Instead, they turned their attention to the two rogue ninjas, hoping to extract information from them. Sasuke stepped forward, activated his Sharingan, and used a Genjutsu, quickly obtaining valuable intel from them. The two rogue ninjas were actually defectors from Kirigakure, former Chunin. Upon hearing this, Kakashi, Naruto, and Sasuke remained unfazed, but Sakura was visibly shocked. She had already found it astonishing that Naruto and Sasuke had the strength of Chunin, but to see them effortlessly take down actual Chunin-level opponents was even more unbelievable. Did this mean that Naruto and Sasuke, her peers, were already close to Jonin level? The gap between them was so vast, would she ever be able to catch up? The one who hired these rogue ninjas to assassinate Tazuna was none other than Gado. Apart from these two Chunin-level rogue ninjas, Gado had also reached out to several well-known black market ninjas, all with the sole purpose of preventing Tazuna from returning to the Land of Waves. The fact that Gado was behind this was no surprise to Team 7. What did catch their attention, however, was that Gado had hired even more mercenary ninjas from the black market. While Gado himself was no threat to them, rogue ninjas were a different story. Most black market ninjas were either from small villages or defectors, and some of them were dangerously powerful, S-rank missing mean included. If Gado had somehow managed to hire someone like Kakuzu or Orochimaru, Team 7 wouldn't stand a chance. That said, a ninja of Orochimaru's caliber wouldn't even bat an eye at Gado, let alone work for him. After learning more about Gado's situation, Kakashi swiftly eliminated the two rogue ninjas. Normally, they should have been taken back to Kirigakure or Konohadakure, but with the mission still ongoing, there was no time for that. Watching Kakashi kill with such ease left Tazuna shaken. He swallowed hard. As the journey continued, the once stubborn and prideful Tazuna became much more reserved, even proactively trying to get along with Naruto and Sasuke. However, as Naruto looked at Tazuna's back, he couldn't shake the doubts forming in his mind. Naruto was no longer a simple-minded hot-blooded youth. After learning the truth about his identity, he read extensively, and common sense told him that even if the bridge was completed, it wouldn't be enough to free the land of waves from Gado's control. If Gado could monopolize all transportation, controlling a single bridge would be effortless for him. And even if he allowed Tazuna to complete the bridge, destroying it afterward wouldn't be difficult either, allowing him to maintain his grip over the region. Then, suddenly, it clicked for Naruto. Tazuna wasn't just building a bridge to connect to the outside world, he was challenging the myth of Gado's invincibility. By defying Gado and proving that he wasn't some untouchable god, he was planting the seed of rebellion in the people's hearts. And perhaps escaping Gado's rule wasn't impossible after all because they were here. To the people of the Land of Waves, Gado was an all-powerful ruler. But to the third Hokage, no matter how wealthy Gado was, he was nothing more than a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. If anything happened to him or Sasuke in the Land of Waves, Gado would pay with his life. Realizing this, Naruto couldn't help but admire the third Hokage's methods. If he hadn't met Black Zetsu and learned to think independently, he would have been foolishly carrying out the mission without understanding the bigger picture. After several more days of travel, Team 7 finally arrived at the eastern coast of the Land of Fire. As the salty sea breeze filled the air, they looked across the mist-covered island in the distance and the half-finished concrete bridge that connected the coastline to it. The bridge, spanning several kilometers, was already more than halfway complete from the Land of Fire's side. Only a few dozen more meters remained before it would be finished, officially linking the Land of Fire and the Land of Waves, breaking Gado's stranglehold over the region. After taking it all in, the team turned to Tazuna, considering how to cross the strait. As ninja, they could walk on water to reach the other side, but Tazuna, being an ordinary man, couldn't possibly swim across. Just as they were debating, a thick fog suddenly rolled in over the sea. Moments later, a small boat emerged from the mist, gliding towards them. The ferryman cautiously called out, "Are you the ninja and Tazuna-san?" Tazuna nodded and shot Kakashi a smug look. In Konohadakure, he was a poor country bumpkin, but in his homeland, he was a hero who dared to defy Gado and build a bridge. Just then, as the waves surged, the small boat was overturned by a massive wave. Two figures emerged from the dense mist, blocking the shoreline. Their eyes first landed on the target, Tazuna, before shifting to Kakashi and his team. Upon spotting Kakashi, one of them showed a complex expression and said in a low tone, "Kakashi, I didn't expect us to meet again." The moment Sasuke saw this man, he gritted his teeth, raised a kunai, and charged forward. Because the ninja standing before him was none other than his elder brother, Itachi Uchiha, the man responsible for wiping out the Uchiha clan overnight. Kakashi extended a hand to block Sasuke. "Sasuke, don't be reckless, you're not his match." Sasuke knew he wasn't strong enough to defeat Itachi, but his killing intent remained unchanged as he locked eyes with his brother. Meanwhile, Naruto turned his gaze to the towering figure beside Itachi. The man had a shark-like face and radiated an aura of overwhelming strength. Naruto's instincts screamed that this man was extremely powerful. After glancing at both Itachi and Kisame, Kakashi's expression turned grim. He had worried earlier that Gado might have hired a powerful figure like Orochimaru, but to his shock, instead of Orochimaru, Gado had enlisted Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki. Itachi's power needed no explanation. His Mangekyo Sharingan and the annihilation of the Uchiha clan had made him infamous across the ninja world. As for Kisame, although he had no dazzling achievements, the massive blade Samahata in his hands spoke for itself. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist had no weaklings, the weakest among them was at least Jonin level. Faced with such a terrifying duo, Kakashi felt immense pressure. He could only hope that Umbu would detect their presence soon and send reinforcements. Otherwise, not only would the escort mission fail, but Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura would be in grave danger. Forcing himself to remain calm, Kakashi looked at Itachi and said, "Itachi, it's been a long time. I always thought it was a pity that you became a rogue ninja. If you hadn't made that choice, you might have become the captain of the Konoha military police force by now." Hearing this, Itachi chuckled. "The position of police captain is just a title, it holds no real benefit for me. But you, Kakashi, why are you still in Kirigakure? Do you really have a reason to stay?" Kakashi's expression darkened slightly before he replied, "You don't need a reason to stay in Konoha." "So, are you saying you came here as Gado's subordinate to kill my client, Tazuna?" "Not entirely." Itachi glanced at Sasuke before continuing, "Before I saw you all, eliminating Tazuna was my top priority. But now that you're here, you have become my main target. Kakashi, the copy ninja. Uzumaki Naruto. And my dearest little brother. If I take you all down in one move, Konoha will suffer a major blow." Kisame raised an eyebrow at Itachi and murmured, "Itachi-san, aren't we revealing too much information? We're here to capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, but this mission was just about eliminating Tazuna." Due to the distance, Kakashi couldn't hear Kisame's words, but that didn't stop him from remaining on high alert. Pulling out a kunai, Kakashi shielded Tazuna behind him and instructed, "Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, take Tazuna and retreat. I'll buy you time." Having been through battles before, Naruto and the others didn't hesitate. They immediately grabbed Tazuna and began their escape. Watching Tazuna being led away at high speed, Kisame unsheathed Samahata and was about to pursue them when Itachi spoke calmly, "Kisame-san, leave Kakashi to you. I'll take care of the remaining ninja." Kisame trusted Itachi completely. He nodded slightly and slowly advanced toward Kakashi, cutting off his escape route as he said, "I've long heard of the famous Kakashi Hatake. Let me see what you're capable of today." Seeing himself cornered, Kakashi had no choice but to raise his kunai and face Kisame. Nearly a decade of service in Umbu had honed his abilities, elevating him from a Jonin to an elite Jonin, one of the strongest in Konoha. But even so, he wasn't confident he could defeat Kisame. The 7 ninja swordsmen were simply too formidable. Without any hesitation, Kakashi pulled up his headband, revealing his permanently activated 3-tomo Sharingan. This Sharingan allowed him to use Raikiri, Lightning Blade, without restraint but also left his chakra consumption unstable. If he wanted to defeat Kisame, he had to end the fight quickly. The longer it dragged on, the more likely he was to lose. Forming hand seals rapidly, Kakashi's hand erupted with crackling lightning, and in the next instant, he launched forward with body flicker technique. The dazzling lightning forced Kisame to squint, so he raised Samahata to block. With a deafening boom, Raikiri struck Samahata head-on. However, to Kakashi's dismay, Samahata remained unscathed. Its defensive capabilities were far beyond what he had anticipated. If he couldn't bypass the sword and strike Kisame directly, then any attack would be meaningless. And against Kisame, conventional ninjutsu might not even work. If he truly wanted to defeat Kisame, he needed to come up with a precise strategy in a short time. Meanwhile, Kisame also found himself in a tough spot. As an elite jonin of Kirigakure, Kisame excelled in water release ninjutsu and taijutsu. His mastery over water release was so profound that he considered himself second only to the Mizukage. However, this particular battlefield posed an unusual challenge. His taijutsu strength was superior to Kakashi's, but his speed was slower. Hitting Kakashi cleanly was difficult, making it hard to land a decisive blow. Although they were close to the sea, where his water release should be at full power, there was a critical problem. Kakashi specialized in lightning release. If Kisame flooded the battlefield with water, he would only be helping Kakashi by enhancing his lightning jutsu. Given the circumstances, he could only defend and look for an opening. As long as he could land one attack, Samahata's chakra-draining ability would allow him to finish off Kakashi instantly. At the same time, Kisame hoped that Itachi would finish his battle quickly. If Itachi could defeat the others and return to help, then capturing Kakashi would be effortless. Not only would they complete their mission by eliminating Tazuna, but they could also capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki in one go. Snapping out of his thoughts, Kisame raised Samahata once more and continued his defense. Chapter 357, The Mysterious Ninja. Team 7's speed was already inferior to Itachi Uchiha's, and with Tazuna as a burden, their pace slowed even further. It didn't take long for Itachi to catch up to them, blocking their path of retreat. Tazuna, who still had no idea what was happening, turned to Naruto and Sasuke and asked, "What's going on? Are they also under Gado's command? Why are you running away? Weren't those two assassins taken down by you in an instant?" Naruto, with a grave expression, explained, "Itachi is different from the two ninjas we faced earlier. He alone can annihilate an entire clan in a single night, a clan far stronger than the Land of Waves." Hearing this, Tazuna's expression changed drastically as he instantly grasped the magnitude of Itachi's power. Retreating behind Naruto, Tazuna cautiously said, "What do we do now? Are we going to die here today? I can't die yet since the Great Naruto Bridge still needs me to complete it." Sasuke glanced deeply at Tazuna and said coldly, "If you don't want to die, stop talking. Naruto, you and Sakura take Tazuna and retreat. I'll handle Itachi." Naruto looked at Sasuke, furrowing his brows, and said, "You're no match for Itachi. I can't just watch you throw your life away." Sasuke nodded and replied, "Splitting up gives us a better chance than staying together. Besides, I have many questions I want to ask him." Hearing this, Naruto hesitated no longer and left with Tazuna. Sakura glanced at Sasuke, then at Itachi. Noticing the resemblance between Itachi's face and Sasuke's, she followed Naruto's lead. Itachi was Sasuke's older brother, after all. He probably wouldn't kill Sasuke. Watching Naruto and the others leave, Itachi made no move to stop them. His primary target was Tazuna, but Sasuke mattered more to him than anything else. The two brothers locked eyes, and in the next moment, they both vanished from sight. Facing the demon who had slaughtered their parents and entire clan, Sasuke held nothing back. From the very beginning, he went all out, determined to kill his sworn enemy. After locking onto Itachi's position with his Sharingan, Sasuke created distance, formed hand seals, and shouted, "Fire style, great fireball jutsu." In an instant, a massive fireball took shape and surged toward Itachi. Itachi also formed hand seals and unleashed a fireball of the same scale. The two fireballs collided, exploding upon impact and turning the surrounding land into scorched earth. Seeing that the great fireball technique had no effect, Sasuke quickly changed his strategy. He planned to set up a trap using kunai, wire, and explosive tags, but before he could complete it, Itachi saw through his plan. Refusing to give up, Sasuke channeled his ocular power and launched a Sharingan Jinjutsu at Itachi. Seeing Sasuke use Jinjutsu, Itachi felt a hint of surprise but stood still, allowing Sasuke to cast the illusion. However, against the overwhelming difference in ocular power, Sasuke's Jinjutsu had no effect on Itachi. With his ninjutsu, taijutsu, and Jinjutsu all countered by Itachi, a sense of despair welled up in Sasuke's heart. He regretted coming out here. If only he had trained a bit longer and raised his strength to the level of a Jonin, he wouldn't feel so powerless now. Seeing the despair in Sasuke's eyes, Itachi felt a sense of satisfaction. Although Sasuke's strength didn't match his own at that age, it was still commendable for his current stage. If he could provide Sasuke with enough mental stimulation, Sasuke might awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan sooner than expected. At this thought, Itachi slowly walked toward Sasuke, speaking in an emotionless tone, "Sasuke, you've disappointed me. I thought the lesson from that night would leave a deep impression on you, something you could never forget. I didn't expect you to become complacent and forget what you're supposed to do." Hearing this, Sasuke gritted his teeth and said, "Itachi, who told you I've forgotten what happened that night? I can never forgive what you did. I've always wanted to tear you to pieces. But I'm curious, why didn't you kill me back then?" Itachi smiled faintly and replied, "Of course, to cultivate an opponent for me. I am a man of great vision among the Uchiha. I look forward to the day you grow strong enough to bring me new surprises. Sasuke frowned and said, "It's not that simple, is it? If that were the case, you wouldn't have needed to kill our parents and the entire clan." Itachi smirked with amusement. "I didn't expect you to figure that out. But I never intended to hide it from you. I'll tell you openly, I killed our father, mother, and the clan to push my Sharingan to a higher level. Only extreme pain can allow the Sharingan to evolve into the Mangekyo Sharingan. After annihilating the clan, I awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. The reason I spared you is simple: you possess something I need, something that can help me advance further. Hate me with all your might. If you ever forget your hatred, I'll come back and kill you." Before Sasuke could respond, Itachi cast the Tsukuyomi technique on him. Watching Sasuke collapse to the ground, Itachi turned and left without looking back. Sasuke reached out his hand, trying to grab Itachi, but he was already trapped in the Jinjutsu. Under the blood-red moon above, Sasuke became that child again, running home from school, only to find himself in a blood-soaked street. The once blurry memories grew clearer and clearer. A few minutes later, Itachi caught up with Naruto and the others. Seeing Naruto holding a kunai with a serious expression, Itachi felt a dilemma. According to his agreement with the third Hokage, he couldn't take action against Konoha, especially not against Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. But the orders he received from the masked man were to capture the tailed beasts. This created a conflict. If he let this perfect opportunity slip, the masked man would undoubtedly grow suspicious, making it difficult for him to continue his undercover mission. Should he abandon this mission for now and go support Kisame? But he knew Kisame's strength well. Kakashi-senpai's abilities were at best evenly matched with Kisame's. If Kisame accidentally defeated Kakashi, the village would lose an important asset. With neither side willing to make the first move, the situation became somewhat stiff. After a moment of silence, Naruto spoke up, "Itachi, what did you do to Sasuke?" Itachi glanced at Naruto and said indifferently, "I cast a Jinjutsu on him, leaving him unconscious." "Why? Are you worried about Sasuke? Are you asking his enemy about his well-being?" Naruto's expression shifted slightly. To him, Sasuke was indeed an important comrade. Unlike the hypocritical villagers and ninjas in the village, Sasuke shared a similar pain with him and was one of the few who treated him as an equal. Seeing this, Itachi felt a pang of emotion. Sasuke had found his own companions. It seemed the third Hokage and Shisui had truly honored their agreement with him. The plan to nurture Sasuke was progressing steadily. After this moment of reflection, Itachi decided to take action against Naruto. He could fail to capture Naruto for various reasons, but he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Otherwise, it would surely raise the masked man's suspicions. Just as Itachi was about to approach Naruto, a squad of Konoha ANBU intervened, standing between the two. The sudden appearance of the ANBU shocked everyone present. After seeing the ANBU captain display his identification mark, Naruto and the others breathed a sigh of relief. The ANBU captain stared at Itachi for a moment, then spoke in a complex tone, "Itachi, it's been a long time. Unfortunately, this time we're enemies." Itachi also recognized the man and nodded, "It's been a while, Yamato." Itachi and Yamato had both served in Konoha ANBU. While they weren't close, they had crossed paths a few times and knew each other's identities and some of their abilities. After the brief exchange, Yamato said to Itachi, "Itachi, I'll give you two choices. Either I take you back to Konoha, or you leave now." Itachi shook his head and said, "I have no intention of surrendering, nor do I plan to leave." Hearing this, Yamato sighed and quickly formed hand seals, shouting, "Wood style, advent of a world of trees." As the seals were completed, the ground split apart, and towering trees erupted from the earth, transforming the surrounding area into a dense forest. After altering the terrain, Yamato didn't rush to attack. Instead, he turned to Naruto and said, "You kids, stop standing around. Get out of here quickly. I won't be able to hold out for long. Escaping is up to you now." Even would release isn't a match for Itachi? Sakura was utterly shocked. This was her first time witnessing would release, but she was well aware of its legendary reputation. The first Hokage used would release to bring peace to the warring era and end the warring states period. Yamato's expression shifted, and he said, "My would release isn't as powerful as the first Hokage's. Being able to delay Itachi for a while is the best I can do. Besides, having you kids around will only hinder my performance." Naruto and Sakura looked embarrassed. In high-level battles like this, they had become liabilities. But thinking about it, it made sense. In fights where the terrain could be altered so easily, they really couldn't contribute much. Outside the forest, facing the sudden would release advent of a world of trees, Itachi felt a sense of relief. He had finally found a reason to let Naruto go. Although Yamato wasn't very old, he had made a name for himself in the ninja world in recent years, earning the title would release Yamato. If it weren't for that monster, Shiroya, Yamato would arguably be the foremost would release user in the ninja world. Pulling his thoughts back, Itachi focused on dealing with Yamato. He also wanted to test his skills against a top-tier ninja and see how much he had improved over the years. Having resolved not to hold back, Itachi formed hand seals. A massive fireball, 5 times larger than the previous one, took shape and hurtled toward the forest. The fireball exploded upon impact, igniting a raging inferno. Based on the spread of the flames, the entire forest would be consumed in less than 5 minutes. However, to Itachi's surprise, the flames extinguished themselves after spreading a certain distance. Yamato, hidden within the forest, had used a water release technique to douse the fire. At this moment, Itachi remembered that Yamato wasn't just a master of wood release, he was also skilled in water release. With wood release and water release complementing each other, fire release could no longer serve as wood release's weakness. Additionally, wood release's inherent sealing and genjutsu effects made breaking through the wood release advent of a world of trees extremely challenging. No wonder Yamato had gained such a formidable reputation in the ninja world in just a few years. The first Hokage's Kekkei Genkai and techniques were truly overpowered, making him a well-rounded fighter with no apparent weaknesses. That said, if Itachi really wanted to break through the wood release advent of a world of trees, it wasn't impossible. While wood release was powerful, his Mangekyo Sharingan Susanoo could brute force its way through. If he used Susanoo to charge into the forest, Yamato wouldn't be able to stop him. But Susanoo was a trump card reserved for dealing with the masked man. He couldn't afford to reveal it so easily. Moreover, using the Mangekyo Sharingan came at a cost. Excessive use of its ocular power in a short time could lead to blindness, rendering him completely sightless. After fleeing twice in a row, Naruto felt a deep sense of defeat. After defeating the rogue ninjas earlier, he had been somewhat smug, thinking that even though he was just a genin, his strength was already at the level of a jonin. He believed the only reason he hadn't been promoted to jonin was his age. Once he passed the Chunin exams, became a Chunin team leader, and gained the authority to lead missions independently, he would quickly rise to jonin. Then, through a series of impressive feats, he would become the next Hokage. But he never expected that his first mission outside the village would bring him face to face with monsters like Itachi and Kisame, plunging him into an endless chase. Who were Itachi and Kisame? They were among the elite of the elite, even among jonin, and their strength was on par with the 5 Kage. Facing such enemies, Naruto wanted to fight back, but his body wouldn't obey. He lacked the courage to even engage in combat, something even Sasuke had managed to do. If his life's goal was merely to survive, then retreating would be understandable. But his dream was to become Hokage. A Hokage couldn't run away forever. Retreating once or twice might be excusable, but doing so repeatedly was nothing but cowardice. As Naruto was lost in these thoughts, Sakura and Tazuna let out a startled cry. Naruto frowned, wondering why Sakura and Tazuna were making such a commotion. They were supposed to be escaping, and making noise would only increase the risk of being discovered. "Naruto, another ninja has found us," Sakura said. Hearing this, Naruto slowly turned to look in the direction of Sakura and Tazuna. Standing on a tree branch not far away was a masked ninja, gazing down at them with an imposing presence. This ninja had strikingly vibrant hair and remained silent and motionless. Yet, just by standing there, he exuded an overwhelming pressure that weighed heavily on Naruto and the others. Chapter 358, Kushina and the Nine Tails. Facing this mysterious ninja, Sakura and Tazuna were visibly panicked. Although they couldn't gauge the exact strength of the opponent, they were certain they stood no chance against this red-haired ninja. Perhaps this time, they were truly done for. Unlike Sakura and Tazuna, Naruto felt an odd sense of familiarity with the red-haired ninja. He couldn't tell if it was the scent or the attire, but it felt as though he had seen her in a dream before. Unconsciously, his guard lowered. Suppressing the strange feeling, Naruto raised his kunai and charged at the red-haired ninja. He knew there was a gap in strength between them, but if he didn't even have the courage to fight, how could he ever become Hokage in the future? Soon, Naruto successfully closed the distance to the red-haired ninja. After forming hand seals, he created over a dozen shadow clones, all launching a coordinated attack on her. His plan was to use the numbers to restrict the opponent, then deliver the final blow with his real body. However, the red-haired ninja merely glanced at the shadow clones, drew a short sword, and swung it in an arc. A wind blade infused with chakra shot out, instantly dispelling most of the shadow clones. At the same time, Naruto managed to get close to the red-haired ninja and formed a Rasengan. Seeing the spiraling, screeching Rasengan, the red-haired ninja paused, her eyes growing complex. Just before the Rasengan could hit, she formed hand seals, and golden chains, writhing like dancing serpents, emerged from behind her, blocking the attack. With a loud explosion, the impact sent both of them flying back several meters. As Naruto prepared to launch another attack, the golden chains wrapped around his body, binding him tightly in midair. The red-haired ninja then stepped forward and struck Naruto's abdomen with a palm strike, knocking him unconscious. Seeing Naruto fall unconscious, Sakura hesitated for a moment before also launching an attack. However, if even Naruto wasn't a match for the red-haired ninja, Sakura, with her Genin-level strength, was easily defeated. After having her chakra sealed by one of the chains, she was completely incapacitated. The red-haired ninja looked at Sakura, then at Tazuna in the distance, and said, "I'm not here to kill you. Come with me." Hearing this, Sakura was momentarily stunned. "You're not one of Gado's ninjas? Then why did you attack us?" The red-haired ninja frowned and replied, "Knowing too much isn't good for you. If you keep talking, I might change my mind. Knocking you out and leaving you for the beasts isn't out of the question." Sakura's face turned pale as she imagined being devoured by wild animals. Tazuna, on the other hand, put on a flattering smile and began pleading with the red-haired ninja, hoping to be spared. After everything he had been through, Tazuna finally understood the true power of ninja. The gap between ninja and ordinary people was immense. Those who could create lakes and forests with a single thought were no different from gods in the eyes of ordinary people. If the Land of Waves wanted to escape Gado's cruel rule, their hope lay with the ninja. When Naruto woke up from his unconscious state, several hours had passed. As he opened his eyes, he found himself lying on a tatami mat. Relieved, he muttered to himself, "It seems Kakashi and those animal-masked guys managed to defeat Itachi Uchiha. But where am I now? The Land of Waves or Konoha?" At that moment, Naruto noticed the red-haired ninja sitting beside the tatami mat. His expression shifted slightly. She seemed to be asleep, wearing a fox mask and sitting motionless next to him, as if keeping watch over him. Thinking about this, Naruto shook his head, finding the idea absurd. Many ninjas had come to monitor him while he slept, but aside from Hinata, no one had ever stayed by his side so gently. Seeming to sense Naruto's awakening, the red-haired ninja spoke softly, "Naruto, why didn't you use the Nine Tails power during the fight earlier?" Hearing this, Naruto was deeply puzzled. It seemed this person knew his true identity. After a moment of thought, Naruto countered, "Why should I use the Nine Tails power? What does it matter to you whether I use it or not? If you had used the Nine Tails power, you would have at least had a chance to escape earlier. The red-haired ninja paused, then continued, wait, no. The 8 trigram seal on you has been reinforced. You don't even have the chance to communicate with the Ninetales. No wonder you can't use its power. That fox has been locked in a cage for over a decade. It's probably on the verge of breaking down. Naruto noticed the change in the other's tone and glanced at their vibrant red hair. He asked uncertainly, you know so much about the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Are you from the Uzumaki clan? The red-haired ninja nodded, somewhat surprised. I am indeed from the Uzumaki clan. But how do you know about the Uzumaki clan? Since when does the Ninja Academy teach about us? I read some books at home when I'm alone. After a brief pause, Naruto continued, but if you're from the Uzumaki clan, why didn't you reveal your identity earlier? I thought you were an enemy. By the way, what about Sakura and Tazuna? Have you seen Sasuke? The red-haired ninja shook her head. Your client and teammate are temporarily detained. As for Sasuke, I haven't seen him. He might have been captured by Itachi Uchiha, or he might have escaped. However, I came here for you. The others aren't my concern. Hearing this, Naruto frowned. Why did you come for me? Just because we're from the same clan? Did Byakuya send you? You know Byakuya? The red-haired ninja grew even more surprised. Naruto nodded slightly. A few days ago, I met Byakuya briefly. I know he's been following us, trying to use me, the Ninetales Jinchuriki, to lure out the masked man. During the fight earlier, I was wondering why Byakuya didn't show up. Turns out he sent you instead. Naruto's calm analysis made the red-haired ninja smile. She had initially thought that Naruto, having grown up without parental care, might have turned out differently. But to her surprise, Naruto had matured quickly, already thinking like a jonin despite having just graduated from the academy. While she felt relieved, she also felt a pang of heartache for Naruto. How much suffering had Naruto endured in Konoha to develop such meticulous thinking at such a young age? Growth always comes at a cost. After a moment of contemplation, the red-haired ninja said, since you know who I am, I won't hide it anymore. I came here specifically to train you. As a descendant of the Uzumaki clan and the Ninetales Jinchuriki, your current strength is far too lacking. During this time, I'll teach you how to use sealing techniques and how to control the Ninetales' power. Once you can control the Ninetales' power, becoming Hokage won't be too difficult for someone as hardworking as you. Teach me sealing techniques and how to control the Ninetales' power. Naruto's eyes narrowed with suspicion. He didn't believe that such good fortune would fall into his lap without a reason. He immediately countered, what are you and Byakuya planning by helping me get stronger? The red-haired ninja sighed. She couldn't reveal her identity now, couldn't tell Naruto that he was her child and that she was helping him unconditionally. Due to her injuries, she had spent most of the past decade in a state of recovery, with little time to grow emotionally. It felt like she had woken up one day to find she had a teenage son, and she had no idea how to interact with him. After a moment of thought, the red-haired ninja spoke in a cold tone, you don't need to know that. As Byakuya-sama said, if you don't have the strength of an elite jonin, you're not even qualified to be a pawn. You can refuse our help, but we can also stop protecting you. Hearing the icy tone, Naruto suddenly snapped out of his thoughts. Why had he felt like he could negotiate? Was it because the other's chakra had made him let his guard down? After a brief hesitation, Naruto nodded at the red-haired ninja and agreed to her conditions. Once the agreement was reached, the red-haired ninja took Naruto to see Sakura. With her chakra sealed, Sakura had been sitting quietly in a small wooden cabin. When she saw Naruto awake, Sakura exclaimed, Naruto, you're finally awake. I thought after being captured, I'd never see you again. Naruto smiled and said, this person was actually sent by the Hokage to protect us. There was just a misunderstanding earlier, which led to the conflict. I see. Sakura didn't doubt Naruto's explanation and immediately asked anxiously, what about Sasuke? Did the Hokage's people manage to rescue him? Well, Naruto wasn't sure how to answer. The red-haired ninja glanced at Sakura and said, "We're no match for Itachi Uchiha. His target is Sasuke. Since he didn't kill Sasuke back then, he probably won't kill him now either." Sakura finally relaxed a bit and then looked at the red-haired ninja and Naruto. "What are you two planning to do now? Are you heading back to the village?" Naruto shook his head. "This person is taking me for special training." "Special training?" Sakura's expression dimmed slightly. "Then you two need to be careful. I feel like Itachi Uchiha and Kisame might come after us again." "Don't worry, she is really strong." After exchanging a few more words, the red-haired ninja led Naruto to a secluded area. Instead of starting the training immediately, she asked Naruto to demonstrate the jutsu he had learned so far. Naruto nodded and began showcasing his techniques. The number of jutsu Naruto had mastered wasn't extensive, and high-level techniques were especially scarce. Aside from the shadow clone technique and the Rasengan, most of his jutsu were basic, lacking any elemental transformations. However, the red-haired ninja could see that Naruto's fundamentals were solid. After observing all of Naruto's techniques, she assessed that his strength was at the peak of a Chunin's level. While he could easily defeat most Jonin and Chunin, his chances of winning against a Tokubetsu Jonin were slim. And if he faced a full-fledged Jonin, escaping would be extremely difficult. To quickly boost Naruto's strength, he needed to establish communication with the Nine Tails. If he could borrow the Nine Tails' power, his potential would skyrocket, potentially rivaling even a Kage in a short amount of time. But the Nine Tails wasn't cooperative. Although its strength was significantly reduced within the mental space, defeating it and forcibly using its power would still be incredibly challenging. After some thought, the red-haired ninja decided to teach Naruto sealing techniques. By using seals to restrict the Nine Tails, they could force it to hand over its chakra. The foundation of sealing techniques lay in Fuinjutsu, the intricate, tadpole-like symbols. By molding chakra into these symbols, arranging them in the correct order, and activating them, one could restrict an enemy's movements or even seal their chakra entirely. Naruto tried his hand at it but quickly realized that sealing techniques were far too difficult for the average ninja. After several hours of practice, Naruto still hadn't grasped even the most basic Fuinjutsu symbols, much to the red-haired ninja's frustration. At this rate, it would take months for Naruto to master the basics of sealing techniques and years to become proficient. But she only had a week at most to spend with Naruto. There simply wasn't enough time. Suppressing the urge to scold him, the red-haired ninja said, "Sealing techniques might not be for you. Let's focus on controlling chakra and establishing communication with the Nine Tails instead." With that, she formed hand seals and placed a palm on Naruto's stomach, partially unlocking the 8 trigram seal. As the seal loosened, Naruto felt a surge of chakra within him. Although the amount was small, it was incredibly violent and domineering. With this chakra actively disrupting him, even performing basic jutsu became a struggle. After forming hand seals and barely managing to create a few shadow clones, Naruto looked at the misshapen clones and couldn't help but twitch his lips. "Senpai, the Nine Tails chakra doesn't seem to help me get stronger." The red-haired ninja also noticed how the Nine Tails chakra was interfering with Naruto. She sighed and said, "To quickly improve your strength, you need to adapt to the Nine Tails chakra. But before that, you should meet the Nine Tails face to face. Here's how to enter the mental space." After memorizing the method to enter the mental space, Naruto closed his eyes and found himself in a dark, damp underground area. Wading through ankle-deep water, Naruto saw a massive cage. Behind the bars was a monstrous creature, a giant, nine-tailed red fox. This was the Nine Tails, the beast sealed within him. The moment the Nine Tails saw Naruto, it bared its fangs and roared, "Jinchuriki, get out!" In the next instant, Naruto was forcibly ejected from the mental space and returned to the real world. Naruto sighed in frustration. "The Nine Tails won't talk to me." Seeing her son being kicked out of the mental space, the red-haired ninja grabbed Naruto's hand and said with a determined look, "Don't worry. This time, I'll go with you to meet the Nine Tails." Before Naruto could respond, the two of them were back in the mental space. Chapter 359, A Reunion After 4 Years. Kushina and the Ninetales were old acquaintances. Ever since Mito Uzumaki grew too old to bear the burden of being a Jinchuriki and sealed the Ninetales within Kushina, the two had coexisted for decades. Their relationship couldn't be described as harmonious, but it wasn't exactly hostile either. The Ninetales constantly sought opportunities to take control of Kushina by releasing its chakra, while Kushina relied on Uzumaki's sealing techniques to resist its influence. That was until one day when Konoha faced a threat from Iwagakure. After Jiraiya and Minato were forced to retreat from the Four Tails and Five Tails Jinchuriki, Minato invented the Rasengan by mimicking the tailed beast's ball. Using Rasengan's power, Kushina and Minato managed to subdue the Ninetales together. This allowed Kushina to barely harness the Ninetales' power. In her view, to use the Ninetales' power, one had to demonstrate strength that even the Ninetales would respect. Despite its long life in the ninja world, the Ninetales was, at its core, still a beast. To coexist peacefully with a beast, one had to show sufficient strength. When Kushina entered the mental space, the Ninetales immediately sensed her presence. Having lived with Kushina for so long, it quickly recognized her chakra. Opening its eyes, the Ninetales looked at Kushina and said with a hint of confusion, "Kushina, aren't you supposed to be dead?" Hearing this, Kushina remained calm, but Naruto, standing beside her, widened his eyes in shock. He turned to Kushina, his expression filled with disbelief. "Kushina, you're my mom?" Kushina frowned. She did plan to keep her identity hidden from Naruto for a while longer. However, she didn't expect the Ninetales to reveal it so bluntly. What surprised her even more was that Naruto knew her name. Byakuya had told her that the third Hokage had kept Naruto's heritage a secret. Seeing the shocked expressions on both mother and son, the Ninetales chuckled. "Kushina, it seems you and your son aren't very close. He's reacting this strongly just from hearing your name." Ignoring the Ninetales' taunt, Kushina focused on how to respond to Naruto. After a moment of thought, she said, "Yes, I'm your mother. I've heard about what you've been through in Konoha. Once we return, I promise you won't be mistreated anymore." Naruto was stunned. He wasn't sure how to react. Years of isolation had made it difficult for him to express his emotions. His heart told him to hug his mother and pour out all the hardships he'd endured, but his mind reminded him to keep his distance. After a pause, Naruto asked, "Where have you been all these years? If you're alive, why didn't you return to the village?" Kushina's expression turned awkward. She sighed softly and said, "I've either been unconscious or recovering from injuries. I've been restricted from returning to the village." Naruto looked puzzled, unable to fully grasp what had happened to Kushina. Still, the fact that his mother, whom he thought was dead, was now standing before him was a good thing. He was no longer alone. This also explained why he hadn't sensed any hostility from Kushina. After an awkward conversation between mother and son, Kushina coughed lightly and quickly changed the subject. "We can talk more later. Right now, I'll help you subdue the Ninetales so you can control its power." Naruto nodded. He was so embarrassed that he was trembling. Therefore, this was a good way to shift his focus. Hearing Kushina's words, the Ninetales, who had been watching the scene like a spectator, narrowed his gaze and bared its fangs. "Kushina, are you saying you can handle me now? I lost to you back then, but that was because of Minato. I never considered you a threat." Before the words had fully left its mouth, the Ninetales swung its 9 massive tails, unleashing a surge of powerful chakra. Even through the seal's barrier, the chakra affected Kushina and Naruto standing outside the cage. Kushina was fine, she was used to the Ninetales' chakra. But Naruto was overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of it. He could feel the negative emotions embedded within the Ninetales' chakra. Seeing this, Kushina snorted and formed hand seals, activating a sealing technique. As the seals took effect, the Ninetales' chakra was significantly weakened, no longer able to influence Naruto's emotions. After suppressing the Ninetales, Kushina turned to Naruto and asked, Naruto, do you have the confidence to enter the cage and defeat the Nine Tails? If you can beat it, you'll gain its power. Naruto glanced at the Nine Tails, then at his own hands. Gritting his teeth, he said, I can try. Summoning his courage, Naruto stepped into the cage, only to be immediately swatted away by the Nine Tails, nearly getting ejected from the mental space again. Getting up from the ground, Naruto tried again, only to be sent flying once more. After several failed attempts, Naruto gave up. He realized that, at his current level, he was no match for the Nine Tails. Defeating it and earning its recognition was nothing but a pipe dream. Kushina also realized this and said awkwardly, maybe we should call it quits for now. Let's go back and train some more. You'll need to reach Jonin level strength first. Naruto nodded, and the two left the mental space. After Naruto left, Kushina, who remained in the mental space, turned to the Nine Tails and said, Kurama, considering our long history, how about lending some chakra to Naruto? The Nine Tails glanced at Kushina, surprised by her audacity. Just moments ago, she had been boasting about defeating it and taking its power in front of Naruto. Now, she was acting as if they were old friends, asking for a favor. After a moment of thought, the Nine Tails spoke, giving that brat Naruto some chakra isn't impossible, but I'm not some pushover fox. Either he earns my respect, or he becomes my subordinate. Hearing this, Kushina's expression darkened, and she threatened, don't forget, Naruto is your Jinchuriki. If he dies, you'll die too. The Nine Tails sneered, death is temporary for me. Once I revive, I'll be free. Kushina's expression shifted as she fell into deep thought. The Nine Tails was right. Humans, made of flesh and blood, truly died when killed. But tailed beasts were different, they were beings of pure chakra. Even if they were killed, their chakra would eventually reform, allowing them to revive over time. After a pause, Kushina said slowly, is that so? I've heard that tailed beasts have their own fears. The Nine Tails looked disdainful, but a sense of unease crept into its mind. Did Kushina actually know something? Tailed beasts did have weaknesses. They truly died when killed, and they had an ultimate fear, the demonic statue of the Outer Path, which could merge them back into the Ten Tails. At this moment, Kushina seemed to read the Nine Tails' thoughts and said, Kurama, do you remember the masked man who attacked us over a decade ago? He's been active in the ninja world again, and he recently attacked the Six Tails Jinchuriki. Attacked the Six Tails? The Nine Tails' expression changed, its sense of foreboding growing stronger. Kushina nodded. After the attack, the Six Tails Jinchuriki has gone missing. There have also been records of attacks on the Two Tails and Three Tails in recent years. What do you think the masked man is planning, Kurama? The Nine Tails tried to calm itself and said defiantly, isn't it just copying Hashirama Senju's method of distributing tailed beasts? I know how you shinobi think. But no matter how you try to balance power, you can't avoid war. Kushina smiled mysteriously and said, there's one more thing. The masked man calls himself Madara Uchiha. You're not unfamiliar with Madara Uchiha, are you, Kurama? Hearing the name Madara Uchiha, the Nine Tails' temper flared. Before Madara Uchiha, no one in the ninja world had treated it like a summoning beast. To this day, it still bore the summoning contract Madara had placed on it. The battle between Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju at the Valley of the End was something it could never forget. But after careful consideration, the Nine Tails quickly realized something was off. Narrowing its eyes, it said, Kushina, are you trying to deceive me? I've seen Madara's strength. With his power, why would he need to hide in the shadows? Kushina shrugged and said, I'm not sure about that. But according to Byakuya, the masked man does call himself Madara Uchiha, and he possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan. Back then, didn't he use summoning techniques and the Mangekyo Sharingan to control you? Mentioning that humiliating chapter of its history, the Nine Tails began to growl, revealing its beastly side. It then said to Kushina, Kushina, you've convinced me. But the one who really wants to negotiate with me isn't you, is it? It's that Byakuya you mentioned. After you were severely injured and fell into a coma, it must have been Byakuya who saved you, right? To rescue you from the grasp of death, this Byakuya doesn't seem ordinary. But why hasn't Byakuya come to see me himself? I don't know. Kushina shook her head. She couldn't understand her so-called clansman either. His strength and schemes were beyond her comprehension. But since the masked man has sent Itachi and Kisame, Byakuya must be dealing with Madara Uchiha in the shadows. The Nine-Tails scanned its surroundings with its senses but found no notable chakra nearby. Retracting its senses, it said to Kushina, "Let's talk about our deal. You want me to share my chakra with Naruto, but I can't just give it away for free. Besides, with his current abilities, he can't handle my power. Just don't interfere with him. As for his strength," Kushina continued, "I believe he will soon surpass Minato and become one of the strongest shinobi in the world. After all, he inherited Minato's bloodline and has your power." The Nine-Tails looked serious as it stared at Kushina. "I've never seen you praise someone so much before. But you're right. If he can truly reach Minato's level and combine it with my power, he might actually have a chance to defeat Madara Uchiha." Kushina frowned. "Kurama, is Madara Uchiha really that powerful?" The Nine-Tails nodded. "Madara Uchiha is far stronger than you can imagine. During the Warring States period, he might not have been a match for Hashirama Senju, but there's no Hashirama in this era." Hearing this, Kushina realized the true extent of Madara's strength. However, the current Madara Uchiha was an imposter, Obito, Minato's former student. They wouldn't have to face the legendary Madara Uchiha. Meanwhile, after buying enough time, Yamato and the ANBU squad chose to retreat. Yamato had hoped to capture Itachi Uchiha on the spot, but he knew that with his current strength, it was impossible to bring Itachi to justice. Moreover, judging from the bounty on Itachi's head, the third Hokage's attitude toward him seemed somewhat ambiguous. Itachi had indeed slaughtered the entire Uchiha clan, but from the third Hokage's perspective, the village hadn't suffered much loss. Back then, rumors of the Uchiha clan's impending rebellion had spread like wildfire throughout the village. Major clans and ANBU members were all aware that the Uchiha were planning a coup and had prepared to take sides or suppress the rebellion. Just as everyone expected the coup to begin, Itachi annihilated the Uchiha clan. Many ANBU members suspected that the third Hokage had ordered Itachi to carry out the massacre, while others believed it was Danzo Shimura's doing. Only the leader of the Root organization could issue such a ruthless command. Even after Itachi became a rogue ninja, he didn't cause much harm to the village. Whenever elite shinobi encountered Itachi on missions, as long as they chose to flee, there were no major conflicts. After Yamato and the others left, Itachi didn't pursue them. He stayed in place for a while before heading to check on Sasuke, making sure he wasn't in danger. Sasuke was still young. If he couldn't withstand the pressure of the Tsukuyomi and was ambushed while unconscious. Following the path from his memory, Itachi quickly found the unconscious Sasuke. Beside Sasuke, Itachi saw a familiar figure. Although the person wore a Root organization mask, Itachi couldn't mistake their build and demeanor. Just as Itachi was about to speak, the other person said first, "Itachi, didn't you promise not to harm the village's shinobi? What's going on now?" Hearing this, Itachi's expression changed. He replied, "Sure Sway, you know I didn't truly attack them. If I had, they'd be dead by now." Facing his former friend, Itachi remained cold. They had once shared the same ideals, but now they had gone their separate ways. What was ironic was that the shinobi who had once believed in the village had become a rogue ninja, working under Madara Uchiha to hunt tailed beasts. Meanwhile, the shinobi who had valued his clan above all else had become the leader of the Root organization, using the Uchiha clan to take over Root and protect the village from the shadows. Shursui looked at Itachi and tightened his gaze. "I've told you many times, Shursui is dead. I am now Danzo of the Root organization, the Hokage who protects Konoha from the shadows." Chapter 360, Sasuke and Shursui. After hearing Shursui's words, Itachi fell into a long silence. He wanted to tell Shui that everything he had done was for the sake of the village since it was the right choice. Back then, a war between the Uchiha clan and the village was inevitable. No matter the outcome, Konoha would have been left severely weakened, if not on the brink of collapse. Indeed, if Itachi hadn't stopped the Uchiha coup in time, Konoha, already drained of its strength, wouldn't have been able to withstand the invasion from Iwagakure. The outcome of that war wouldn't have been a stalemate, it would have been the loss of vast territories for the Land of Fire and Konoha's descent into a second-rate village. However, on that fateful night of the Uchiha massacre, both of them had made their choices. Itachi chose the village, while Shui chose the clan. Although the Uchiha clan had since become intertwined with Konoha's root organization, the rift between them was irreparable. After a brief pause, Itachi asked Shui, "Was Sasuke's mission this time arranged by you? Did you want to see me, or were you planning to kill me, a rogue ninja?" Shui looked at Itachi and said slowly, "Killing rogue ninjas is the duty of the root organization. Your pursuit of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki directly threatens the village's safety. If given the chance, I would certainly try to kill you. But right now, I'm more interested in information about the masked man, Madara Uchiha." Itachi smiled, spinning a kunai on his finger. "Do you think I would betray my superior and leak information about him? But if you're willing to join us, I might be able to share some details." "That's out of the question. I have no intention of leaving Konoha anytime soon." Shui shook his head, rejecting Itachi's proposal. He then activated his Sharingan and locked eyes with Itachi, casting a Jinjutsu. Under the influence of the Jinjutsu, Itachi felt his senses being manipulated. The scene before him shifted from the wilderness to the Uchiha clan compound. However, Itachi remained calm. He activated his Mangekyo Sharingan to counter Shui's Jinjutsu, and the two engaged in a battle of illusions. Both were masters of Jinjutsu, capable of silently killing their opponents. But when the gap in their Jinjutsu prowess was negligible, the fight became awkward. In the Jinjutsu space, Shui and Itachi clashed fiercely. Yet, to an outside observer, the two were simply standing still, staring at each other, creating a rather comical scene. The Jinjutsu battle lasted several minutes. Realizing that their strength was evenly matched, Itachi took one last deep look at Sasuke, who was still unconscious beside Shui, and then left the area. He didn't want to escalate the conflict with Shui, nor did he want to linger too long and risk arousing the masked man's suspicions. After Itachi left, Shui fell into deep thought, his expression complex. During their time in the Jinjutsu space, Itachi had provided him with a lot of information about the masked man. While the information wasn't particularly groundbreaking, it was enough to prove Itachi's sincerity. Unfortunately, Shui had little interest in thwarting the masked man's schemes. He wasn't particularly invested in protecting Konoha either. The reason he had chosen to play the role of Danzo, aside from Byakuya's orders, was to witness Hiruzen Sarutobi's downfall and to make Danzo regret and despair. Pulling his thoughts back, Shui turned his attention to Sasuke, who was still unconscious. Judging by the furrow in Sasuke's brow and the traces of chakra left on him, Sasuke had likely fallen victim to Itachi's Jinjutsu, reliving the horrors of the Uchiha massacre. Itachi was truly going all out to force Sasuke to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. But didn't he worry that once Sasuke awakened it, his first target would be his cold and ruthless older brother? With a soft sigh, Shui dispelled the Jinjutsu on Sasuke and patiently waited for him to wake up. He planned to talk to Sasuke about Itachi. For years ago, due to his still shaky position, Shui had no choice but to agree to Itachi's conditions. But now, the situation was completely different. With the losses suffered by the third Hokage's direct ANBU forces, the third Hokage had reactivated the ANBU and was becoming increasingly dependent on the Root organization. As a result, Root had established a deeply entrenched system within Konoha. Even if Itachi leaked information about Root to the third Hokage, it would be too late for the third Hokage to do anything. Moreover, the third Hokage and Itachi were merely using each other. The third Hokage likely never truly trusted Itachi, and Itachi never intended to genuinely share information. A few minutes later, Sasuke struggled to open his eyes. Soon, he noticed a tall, lean figure standing before him. This person had activated his Sharingan and was scrutinizing Sasuke closely. Just as Sasuke was about to speak, the other person spoke first. Sasuke, you were attacked by Itachi earlier. Your body hasn't fully recovered yet, so you should stay lying down for now. Don't worry, I mean you no harm. I am Shisui, the current head of the Uchiha clan. Shisui? Sasuke frowned, his eyes filled with suspicion. The name Shisui was etched in his memory. When he was younger, there were two people he disliked the most, Shisui and Izumi. Both of them had competed for his brother's attention, leaving little time for Itachi to spend with him. However, if he remembered correctly, Shisui died long ago. Even before the Uchiha massacre, Shisui had been declared missing, presumed dead by the clan. How could someone who had been dead for so long suddenly appear before him? Shisui didn't waste time with small talk. He spoke mysteriously, Sasuke, you seem confused about why I'm still in the ninja world. Didn't I die? It's simple. I never died. That night wasn't what you thought it was. Hearing this, Sasuke's expression changed. He asked urgently, what really happened that night? Why are you the Uchiha clan leader now? Where did the rest of the clan go? Sasuke had many questions that needed answers. Shisui spoke slowly. That night, Itachi did intend to attack the clan. But he didn't expect that I was still alive. In the end, Itachi chose to retreat and became a rogue ninja of Konoha. Hearing this, Sasuke grew even more confused. If Itachi failed to massacre the clan, why did the Uchiha disappear overnight? We were the victims. Why did you all go into hiding? Shisui looked at Sasuke and suddenly smiled. It's simple. Why do you think Itachi suddenly turned on the Uchiha? With his strength alone, why would I leave the clan into hiding? As he spoke, Shisui's expression turned serious. The truth is, it wasn't Itachi who wanted to destroy the Uchiha clan, it was the higher-ups of Konoha. Konoha's higher-ups? Sasuke was stunned, unable to process this information for a long time. He had always believed that Itachi had suddenly gone mad and slaughtered the entire clan, sparing only him. But now, Shisui, who had been dead for years, appeared before him and told him that the clan wasn't dead and that the mastermind behind it all was the third Hokage. This clashed with everything Sasuke had believed for years, making it hard for him to accept. Shisui took a sip of water and sat down on a nearby rock. He continued. Of course, the third Hokage had his reasons for ordering the Uchiha's destruction. Back then, due to the oppression from Konoha's higher-ups, your father and other Uchiha elites planned a coup to take over as the fifth Hokage. But they weren't careful enough, and the third Hokage discovered their plans in advance. However, what even the third Hokage didn't expect was that I didn't die when Danzo attacked me. Instead, I took over Danzo's identity and laid the groundwork for our plan to deceive the world. Sasuke, have you ever felt like someone was watching you in the shadows all these years? Those watching you weren't just ANBU, they were also Uchiha from root. You've actually been under the protection of the Uchiha all along. Wait! I've been under the Uchiha's protection all this time? The flood of information overwhelmed Sasuke's mind, leaving him in a state of shock. However, as he slowly processed the information, Sasuke began to piece things together. He finally understood who had sent the ninjutsu scroll a year ago. He had always thought it was Kakashi, but it turned out to be his own clansman. However, if the entire clan had survived due to the heaven-stealing plan, then his relentless training seemed meaningless. After all, the driving force behind his efforts had always been his hatred. Now, with no reason for revenge, he no longer needed to train so hard. But there was still one thing he couldn't understand, and he needed an answer from Shisui. Shisui, if you've already taken control of Root and the clan has been successfully relocated, why did Itachi leave the village and become a rogue ninja? Mentioning Itachi, Shisui's expression changed. He sighed and said, because Itachi and I disagreed. Itachi sided with the village, while I stood with the clan. Moreover, I couldn't allow a Uchiha who had turned against his own clan to remain in Konoha. Well, no matter the reason, I can't forgive Itachi for attacking our clansmen. After hearing Shirsui's explanation, Sasuke somewhat understood Shirsui's perspective. He, too, couldn't forgive someone who had turned against their own clan, especially since Itachi had also targeted their parents. Pulling his thoughts back, Shisui turned to Sasuke and said, "Haven't you always been frustrated about not having anyone to teach you Uchiha ninjutsu and Jinjutsu? After this mission, I'll have you join Root for special training." Join Root? Sasuke shook his head. "I don't plan to leave Team 7 anytime soon. Besides, I've always been under the third Hokage's watch. Joining Root recklessly would expose you." "You're right. I didn't think that through." Shisui smiled and said, "But even if that old man, the third Hokage, finds out the truth, what can he do? He can't do without Root now, unless he's willing to give up his power as Hokage." At that moment, Sasuke suddenly remembered something and asked anxiously, "By the way, did you see Naruto and the others on your way here? They're still being pursued." Shisui patted Sasuke's shoulder. "Don't worry about the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. He has specialized ninja protecting him. Instead of worrying about that, you should focus on how to get through the special training." The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? This was the first time Sasuke had heard this term. Shisui noticed Sasuke's confusion and explained, "That's Naruto from Team 7. His identity is special, he's the 4th Hokage's son and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of the village." The 4th Hokage's son? Sasuke was hit with another shocking revelation. Yes, the 4th Hokage's son. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the qualifications to become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. As long as nothing happens to him, a Jinchuriki will always possess Kage-level strength. I know he's your rival. If you don't work hard, you'll fall far behind. Sasuke was already numb. The day had been filled with too many shocking revelations, making him feel like he could accept even the most outrageous news. So what if Naruto was the 4th Hokage's son? It didn't matter. He was still his friend. After getting the information about Naruto, Sasuke asked Shisui, "If Naruto is safe, what about Kakashi-sensei? How is he? Has the village arranged protection for him?" Shisui fell into thought for a few seconds before saying, "Kakashi is a seasoned jonin. He can protect himself. If things get too dangerous, he can always retreat. He's not a fool." Hearing this, Sasuke silently mourned for Kakashi for a few seconds. Both he and Naruto had powerful backgrounds, while Kakashi's only background was himself. He truly had to rely on his own efforts. After several hours of battling Kisame, Kakashi had long lost his initial composure. In the beginning, with his Sharingan and lightning release, he had managed to suppress Kisame, preventing him from going to support Itachi. But as time passed, Kakashi's weaknesses became apparent. Kakashi's weakness was his chakra reserves. Although his chakra wasn't low compared to other jonin in the ninja world, it was actually above average. It paled in comparison to Kisame's massive chakra reserves and seemingly endless stamina. After a prolonged battle, Kakashi could no longer maintain his suppression and was even at risk of being overpowered. His body was on the verge of collapse. Seeing Kakashi's exhaustion, Kisame didn't press the attack. His mission was only to stop Kakashi from leaving. There was no need to fight to the death. With the strength of those kids, they stood no chance against Itachi. All he had to do was wait patiently, and Itachi would return soon. Seeing that Kisame wasn't taking the bait, Kakashi grew increasingly anxious. He knew that Naruto and the others were protected by Leaf Anbu, but they were up against Itachi Uchiha, whose strength was unfathomable. Just as Kakashi was growing desperate, Yamato and his ANBU squad appeared on the coastline. The moment Yamato saw Kisame, he activated with release, Advent of a World of Trees, creating a forest along the coastline in an attempt to capture Kisame alive. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching and I'll see you in part 14. Peace.